What if education could be reimagined? For every learner, in every corner of the world. Showcase breakthrough edtech solutions and join visionaries.
Actually, this is my first experience in the summit, and I think it's great because it's gathering all the decision makers, schools, principals, and other activities around schools like companies, vendors. So I think it's overall great.
I really appreciate the invitation to be part of this event. It was great having people from around the world and the region who were participating in this. Not only were the roundtables and the talks very informative and helpful, but the exhibition booths as well, really giving a display of some of the new technologies and services that are rolling out for higher education. So I'm really glad that I was here.
Join a global community, governments, educators, innovators, co-create pathways for a sustainable, tech-driven future.
Experience was really good. We had a chance to expose our company in different countries. We get to meet delegates from different parts of the world, which was so useful. And also we got the information that's happening around the world, which was so useful for our company to going forward.
This is more than a summit. It's a movement. Are you ready to elevate education?
Good morning, good morning, good morning. This is your MC speaking for the day 2. So just like to announce that I'll give you 5 more minutes, ladies and gentlemen, coffee, tea, and let's gather in our room here for the second day. There is a beautiful surprise awaiting for you. So see you all in 5 minutes. Let's be punctual and stick to agenda.
Their stories will inspire. Their achievements will transform education worldwide.
gentlemen, welcome back to the second day. I hope you had a fantastic evening yesterday, especially if you're a first time in Dubai. My name is Valeria. I live for the last 15 years in Dubai, so if you need some hints where to go, there is actually a beautiful art festival happening in the Heritage in Dubai. It's called Sika Festival in Al Sif. It's very beautiful, something traditional that you can see. So if you would like to know more, I'm here on the left corner or right for you. All right, before we start, I would like to ask our kind of a DJ on the left to play a video from yesterday. It's look amazing, and trust me, I work in this industry for the last 15 years and the quality is amazing. So please do pause for the photographer and for the videographer because the result is just amazing. So let's play and have a look at it together. Work again. Yeah, absolutely love it. So please do not hesitate to post for our photographers already there, ready, and videographer. Thank you so much for your result. Let's give them the round of warm morning applause. Thank you so much. Love it. All right, guys, do we have the barcode to scan the photos? Can you just put it now on the screen? I actually just have a look this morning. There are a lot of good quality pictures. If they will put it now on the screen, you can scan it. We are in the whole school, so there are 3 folders. You can go to school and immediately download it. It's really amazing quality. You got it? All right, before the search. So we're moving to day 2, where today we're gonna talk more about scale, sustainability, talent, global models, and the evolving economics of the schooling. And the first panel discussion for today is Global School Chain Franchising Models, Opportunities for Growth and Investment. And I would like to invite on the stage our moderator, and I would like again to remind that we have to stick to the agenda so we are not late, and the moderator will please sit in the middle of the room on the stage. So I would like to invite on the stage Dr. Rishma, Director and Principal, Regents Gulf Indian High School, Dubai. Let's support each other with a really good round of applause. Can we have mics on stage, please? And the panelist for this discussion is Professor Iman Gad, Dean Faculty of Education, the British University in Dubai. We're supporting each other. Thank you so much. Do we need another coffee break or something, guys? Or are you jealous or something? Why are we not supporting each other? What's going on? I'll give you some physical exercise after this panel discussion. All right. The next is going to be Phoebe Vasfi, Principal Philopater Christian College, Canada. I remember you, Phoebe. Have you seen a nice video of you today, right? That was amazing. And Emma Navin, head of junior school, St. George British International School, Rome, Italy. And a very nice gentleman who has his birthday yesterday, Ken Hatch, President of National STEM Honors Society. Welcome, everyone, and let's start this first panel of day 2. One more note, once I'm back on stage, it means you have to kind of about to finish, yeah? No pressure.
I'll start from here. Happy morning, everyone, and a very, very warm welcome to each one of you all. Thank you for your time. Early morning, stuck in Dubai traffic, and getting to the venue on time and starting on time, it gets a little difficult at times. But we will try to fix up with the time. And if we are going across, just give a thumbs up so that we can control ourselves. That's fine. That's fine. That looks wonderful. It's really a privilege to have such a diverse and influential personalities, I would say that, when I was just walking across, and off and on both the dais, all united by one simple question: how do we scale education globally without diluting quality, trust, or purpose? Over the past decades, we have seen a powerful shift. Education is no longer local now. It has become global, mobile, investable, and deeply scrutinized. Global school chains and education networks are expanding across borders at an unprecedented pace. Each promise scale, consistency, and growth, but each also brings complex questions around governance, compliance, culture, and reputation. Today's panel, the distinguished panelists, they will introduce themselves. That will be there, but before that, today's panel, Global School Chains and Franchising Model, Opportunities for Growth and Investment. It's right at the intersection of education and enterprise. This is not just a conversation about growth, it's about credibility, about long-term value versus short-term expansions, about what investors expect and what learners deserve. This will be an honest, forward-looking discussion, dear panelists. Less about theory, more about what actually works. So, let's dive in, challenge assumptions, and explore what responsible, sustainable global expansion in education looks like. Just to begin, would request all of you all to introduce yourself in a very short brief, that what's the name, what you do, how you do, anything which you feel in very short. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Emma Navin. I'm the head of junior at St. George's British International School, which is in Rome, Italy. We are a not-for-profit standalone school, so we're quite unique in the current global context. I have also worked for global brands, worked for a heritage school, with the main school being in the UK, worked for profit and not-for-profit schools as well. I've been in the international circuit now for nearly 20 years. Thank you.
Over to you, Ken. We'll go this way and then we'll come this way. We will give chance to gents first.
Hi, my name is Ken Hecht. I'm president of the National STEM Honor Society from Boston, Massachusetts. And what we do is we inspire and recognize students in STEM from pre-K to career throughout the world. So we're coast to coast in the United States, and we're in 8 foreign countries, hopefully soon to be 50 or 100. And that's why I'm here today. So thank you very much. It's an honor to be on this panel.
Thank you, Ken. Mr. Rahul?
Good morning. My name is Rahul Machela. I am the commercial director of Durham School Dubai. You would have seen me drag my chair across here earlier. I have a background in investment into education, amongst other sectors, and operational management within schools. So very excited to be here. Thank you for having me. I have done a lot of work back in Australia, Sydney, which is home for me. So I've been in Dubai for just under a year, but hopefully I can offer some insight to you all. Thank you.
Thank you, Rahul.
Okay, Iman Gad, a professor of inclusive education, the Dean of Faculty of Education at the British University in Dubai, and honorary lecturer at the University of Glasgow. I am also a Goodwill ambassador. I hold different titles, and one of the closest to my heart is being a governor in Dubai College for 14 years, and also a governor in GEMS Founders. And I'm very interested in the area of inclusivity of neurodivergent children.
My name is Phoebe Wasfi, and I come from very cold Canada. I'm the principal of Flippertier Christian College. We're a pre-K to 12 school. We've been around since 1999, and on our 25th anniversary, we inaugurated our second campus in Ottawa, starting only with 11 children, now having 25 children our second year, so in Ottawa. And so I am responsible for over 430 students, both in Mississauga, where I am located, in Ottawa, with our second campus. And over COVID, we also launched our international online high school program. So I have students from all over, and big dreams about franchising as well.
What a wonderful and diverse panel, I would say that. Let me take a pleasure in introducing myself. I am Dr. S. Reshma, Principal School Director for Regent's Gulf Indian High School, which has approximately 4,000 plus children. And we cater to the Asian community in particular, but Regent Education itself is a huge organization which I relate with in the executive level. And that Regent is across the whole world, I would say that, spread in the form of universities, higher education, schools, and lifestyles and everything, except in Australia, we are located everywhere. Now, coming back to my individual profile, I work as a principal director, as I said about that, with 30 plus years of experience as principal and director general and other positions, executive positions. I'm an author, which more than 30 books, international conferences and all. I have published my research paper, 30 plus, CBSE master trainer, then global school inspector, and many more things to be added, a Guinness Book of World Record holder as well as one of the author. So that is a short profile, I would say that. More than 28 degrees to my asset with 4 academic PhDs. Out of that, one is medical PhD, another is psychology, third is dramatics, and fourth is inclusive education. Now, coming back to the panel, thank you for hearing me out for my intro. And let's begin with a big picture. what's driving the rise of global school brands. Now, Miss Emma, I would like you to start with an opening question. What factors are driving the growth of global school brands and education networks? Would you like to throw some light on that so that we can take the discussions further?
Yes, thank you. Yeah, I think we're all aware that in recent years, the rapid expansion of school groups across the globe has been quite incredible. Having worked in Dubai previously to being in Italy, during the 5 years that I was here, the number of schools opening every year was at a really rapid pace, and I'm sure that's still continuing into today. Prior to that, I was in Hong Kong, but across the whole of Asia region, that is the biggest growth area. And I looked at some research from ISC, the International Schools Commission, who do research for many independent schools across the world. And Asia, the rate of growth and the market share that they have is 58% of international schools are in that region. And why? Predominantly because of the industry, the corporations, the large corporations that are there, that attract families into that region, but also those families who then have probably the resources to choose the type of school that they want to send their children to. So what are they looking for in terms of global branding? What they're looking for is quality. And so many schools across the world in terms of expansion have been based around that. Parents are choosing schools because of the quality that they offer. So the demand is there. Mobility of families across the world. We know probably for many of us, we're expats, we travel around the world, and choosing a school for your child is very much based on reputation, and that can also come from the branding of the school. So looking at mobility, for example, and that's increased in recent years. Demand specific curricula. So if you know as a parent what you want for your child and you have to change from one country to another, then you're going to look for either the school branding.
What can be the parent expectation? If you can just put those pointers, that can be much helpful for us to understand.
So what you're looking for is reputation, you're looking for the type of curriculum that the school is offering, and you're looking for your quality assurance. So many global school brands are looking for external quality, that quality assurance, safeguarding, for example, crossing international borders regarding aspects like that, their credibility, their results, the outcomes for the students. We all want the best for the students holistically. Parents are going to be looking for that reputation, that credibility that transfers from one region to another.
That's wonderful to hear, all those challenges and the expectations. Over to you, Ken, now. Can you please just share from your perspective, because you come from the STEM perspective and you take care into that area, and what can be the advantages and challenges of franchising versus direct ownership? Although we have spoken of the dais, but I would love to hear from you in expansion to that so that our audience can get the benefit of all those insights what you have. Over to you.
Well, thank you so much. From a franchise point of view to an owned school, I am not an expert at all the points of the difference between them, but I can tell you what is important to me at the National STEM Honor Society and to everyone in this room is that we stay connected. We learn from one another. If you think, I'm going to be writing a book this year, and the title is going to be Behind. Everybody feels behind because everyone wants to know what the other person's doing. What's the other country doing? What is the other school doing? And the subtitle of the book is going to be The Global Race for the Future in STEM Education. Make no mistake, we're in a race. And no matter what the network you're in or you're not in a network, you need to be connected. And what we're really focused on is connecting the top STEM educators around the world with one another so they can learn from one another and really incorporate best practices. So I'm sorry that I'm not at the finer points of the distinguishing between franchise and owned schools, but I do know in every case, let's connect.
You want me to make it more simpler?
Yes.
Okay, I can do that.
Please.
For example, two people are there. One is Emma, one is me. Emma owns the school, complete chain, and I am franchising that. That means I'm taking it from her to run it as a franchisee. That means one becomes the owner, one becomes the franchisor. So here we need to understand what can be the challenges in random, like how it can be that, okay, how she runs the school or how I runs the school. That can be easily explained in that manner, that what can be the challenges. Audience, I'll come to you all with this question. Just keep up your one-word answers to that what advantages or challenges can be there for franchising and direct ownership. After the second question, I will get back to you all. Okay, now, just taking it to Phoebe. These were the challenges, advantages, and so many things we have spoken about. But how can global school networks ensure strong governance and compliance across countries? Because without governance and compliances, nothing can work. Because that's a helping hand as a governance, and compliance, that's the thing what the school needs to run in a smooth manner. Just we wanted to hear your thoughts on how can those global school networks ensure strong governance and compliance across the countries. Over to you.
Thank you. I'm going to actually speak a little bit of experience, because like I said, we started in a different part of the province, although we're not out of the country. But I think networking and knowing the culture of the place you're going into, not just, although to be honest with you, our dream is to expand our school brand globally, and we're still going through red tape and all kinds of things within our own government, because in Canada, our education system is with each province. We're not a federal education system.
Is there any regulatory procedure which you all follow?
Each province, so we're under Ontario, the province of Ontario, but within even Ontario, like different part of the province, the networking is very important to know the clientele you're going into, to understand, what the needs are. Coming from a multicultural country, it helps us to really take that multiculturalism into different parts of the world and understanding the laws and how things are governed in the different parts of the world, not just within our country. Having said this, I think relying on strong leadership. So from my own experience, we rely a lot on myself and my team to ensure that the students are at the forefront. So when it comes to assessment, planning, all kinds of curriculum-based learning, student information, there is a unified central point, which is the headquarters in our school. And then from there, we comply with whatever is needed, but within the framework you put, because I think reputation has been repeated a few times.
Yes,
and I think it's very
that is
important,
there.
that spirit.
But how do you handle the cultural sensitivity in governance?
Understanding the law of the country you're going into. Like I said, even within the same area, there's different dynamics. So going in and thinking that you're going into the same area and that it's going to be exactly the same, it doesn't work. So really, it relies on the leadership, on the vision of the school, and how you could adapt without changing the core values or the core vision of the school. I think that's a big thing when it comes to proper governance of the school.
Wonderful. Thank you, Phoebe. Now, let me move to the gentleman who is just on the other side, Mr. Rahul. We have spoken about the compliance and the governance, and Phoebe has shared a wonderful point into that. Now, just coming through the investors' thought process, how do investor priorities influence the growth of international school network? We have heard that so many things are growing, so many schools comes up, or the education organizations comes up. But how the investors looks at it, what are the priorities, what they check it into it? Over to you.
Absolutely. Great question. So first thing, before I start, I want to say investors are not academics. So seeing that their priorities are going to be awfully different to that of an academic or an educator. It's very important to kind of go into that process, being able to train them, being able to help them learn. So a lot of their priorities, I'd probably say there's three key ones. The main is being kind of demand and kind of making sure that they're seeing the value from their perspective. Obviously, they're looking at it from a commercial standpoint. So they're obviously going to look at kind of confidence and demand. So what does that mean? That means being in populated areas, being in growth corridors within their respective regions and cities. They're going to follow population trends, housing trends. So that's really the type of data that they're looking at. What does that mean from an international school network to build? That means you're looking at potential acquisitions across kind of existing buildings. You're looking at greenfield projects growing. And so for them, it's very much understanding their appetite for growth. And that will obviously fall into place and align with the international school network growth. So demand confidence is definitely a key aspect for them. Something else they look for is kind of repeatable templates. So we've got great examples in the UAE of repeatable templates of schools that have grown within Dubai across the UAE and across the world. How do they create those repeatable templates? It's consistent processes, it's strong governance that Phoebe had mentioned. It's about having consistent compliance, and it's about essentially economies of scale. What we're looking for and what they're looking for is centralizing functions to improve essentially their bottom line. That's what they're looking for. That's why they're investing. Let's be real about that. So repeatable templates are really key for them to make sure that if they're putting a lot of thought and effort, and the operators are putting a lot of thought and effort into a process or policy, that they can easily move that on to a second or a third educational institution as they see fit, with limited effort going forward. So that's really key for them. And then kind of the last, which is based on the appetite and the nature of the investor, is really their ability to look at kind of greenfield, so buying a plot of land and looking to build and customize an institution, or purchasing an existing acquisition. So you'll see a lot of private equity firms and investors that come through are looking very much at existing businesses, the confidence within their existing revenue channels and things like that. Whereas you might have a long-term investor, a family office, come in and look at a greenfield project. It's very much if they have a focus on, for example, a sports-related facility or a school, it doesn't make sense for them to go buy an existing building within an already populated area. So it's really that appetite.
What about if we have to see ROI or the academics? Because obviously as an investor, the priorities may come to the business materialistic thing also, because nobody will invest without having that business things in the mind. And in that case, if we see ROIs, return of interest, what they are expecting, or academics in that, how do that balance come from?
No, that's great. So in terms of balance, I actually find ROI quite an interesting thing, because I feel like ROI is an outcome of high quality education. Your ROI will automatically come if you're following high quality education practices.
Rightly said. I totally agree to that.
Absolutely. So I guess when you talk about that, and I've written down a few points just to refresh my memory, but when you talk about high quality education and investment into high quality education, it really is a life cycle or a process. It's not kind of a X plus Y equals Z. So you're looking at investment into high quality education, which leads to parent satisfaction, which leads to admissions and revenue, which then leads to that ROI that you've referred to. And I think that's that kind of early engagement with investors, letting them know that that is the process, is really key. And that's something that I'll at least do when I do meet respective investors as well, is clarifying
show the quality, automatically the ROI comes in.
That's right. And I think
that's how it goes hand in hand, I would say that.
100%.
Thank you, Rahul. Over to Iman now. What are the key takeaways from successful international school expansions? You are with the British higher studies and the school education and all. From your perspective, what can be or what are the key takeaways from successful international school expansions when it comes to the investors, when it comes to what Rahul has said just now, to expansions, investors, as well as what Phoebe has mentioned about the governance and compliance? How will you just see through your perspective about the international school expansions?
Well, we've been in the country, the whole country is 50 years old, and we've been in the country for 22. So I believe that we've been there, done that when it comes to education. I've witnessed the rise and fall of so many international schools. My children went to international school to be where they are now, a PhD and master's holders, etc. I would say I sum it up in managing any complex change. To expand, you need to understand the cultural distinctiveness. And this is beyond observing Ramadan and saying greeting for Eid and, having this, again, surface, shallow appreciation as if we are tolerant, but actually go deep in society and make sure that you do understand where is your territory. Expansion is not conquering a new territory. Expansion for international schooling is about appreciation and working with people, not at people. A leader or a visionary will be very mistaken if you can just say that I can take a model and, as we say it in education language, slang education language, plug and play. We're not a plug and play model. You really have to, the system, when I visit Canada, your electric system is very different from the States and from Imagine education is like this. Every country has a plug system and you really have to know that. So sending a fleet of people to look at a piece of land to expand is not expanding. You really have to appreciate it. I sum it up. I can talk all day about it as an observer of education and also as an inclusivist. I have to really observe 4 things. I always say, imagine a car, and the car has 4 wheels. If you'd like to expand successfully, especially if you are in the business of standalone or, as they say, moving forward or not for profit, you really have a mission and vision to do difference with the good heart of offering quality education to people who are already away from home. That's a very big responsibility. You need 4 things. First of all, you need the policy. You need to appreciate the policy and understand the layout of the policy, not just reading papers. Policies are meaningless papers if we don't make sense of them, number 1. And the second wheel of this car, you have to look at the place. And it's not just geographical place, it's not just a place where, in Dubai, my God, you have to think it twice before you build a school. Because, people look at, you can have a great school, but geographically impossible to reach. People will not send their kids to the school. So all these logistics, and you need to look at the place. And within the school as well, you need, as I share with the chair here, the inclusivity of children. It's not just a place geographically where you place your school. It is actually a place where you will be educating children inside your school. Push in, pull out, my God. As a witness of terminology, I am stunned by how people make titles sexy to attract franchise and to attract educationists. And the third wheel, and most important, is the process. You have to have a very clear process in place where people are guided, not controlled, where people are appreciated and have a little room for flexibility. And last but not least is the practice. And the practitioner here is the 5th wheel, the spare wheel. If you don't focus on the teacher, many teachers are overworked, underpaid. I'm a proud teacher, always been, but I also teach teachers who are coming to do masters and doctorates and stuff. And I would say the pain and the joy. Teachers do it because they want to do it, not because they get paid for it. And I agree with that. Teachers are amazing. And I'm very, very fond of teachers. However, when you also do this, you have to make sure that the practitioners in the field and the practice is observed to make sure that everyone is comfortable. I'm going to stop here because I'm an advocate. I could be talking all day.
Thank you. Thank you very much. A teacher, generally, we say that a person speaks 2,000 words in general in a day. But can we imagine how many words the teacher speaks? Maybe 10 times more than what it is. Now, just putting the question to you all, what I have asked earlier before taking it further to the panel, what are the advantages and challenges of a direct schooling, that is own school, and the franchising school? Anybody from the audience, so that I can take it further to the question, please? So much silence on the other side. We wanted you to wake up. That's the reason why the question is put up to you all. Yes, please. Very short, okay? No, I won't ask many questions to the audience. Don't worry, because I want them to be wake up, and that's the only reason to give them the indication. You can take this.
Thank you. I'm Teresa Reed with the Dave School in Orlando, Florida. My question is about the franchise process, timeline, and what type of due diligence is required. Can you clarify a little bit based on your experience, please?
We are not taking the questions from the audience, but we are asking the question to the audience. Definitely, Mr. Rahul or Mr. Ken, definitely they'll answer your question at the end of the session. It's about to have that. We will note it down. Just wanted to have few of the advantages as a takeaway for all of us, or the challenges of, because there may be the owners who are the educators here. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, my name is Shukla Bose. I'm a founder CEO of a outfit called Parikrama Humanity Foundation. We have 4 schools, a college, and we've adopted government schools. So we're impacting about 65,000 children in India. To answer your question, in a franchisee model, there is definite dilution of quality because the franchisor also has certain ideas and sometimes does not adopt all the methods and processes of the owner. And I feel that I have observed many franchises, and I feel that while the owner tries to give some scope for creativity, in the process dilution happens.
That's wonderful, ma'am, to hear from you. Now, just over to you. I think Mr. Rahul can answer that question. Sorry, why I'm using Mr. in front of Rahul, everybody will be confused, because I have one of my mentor whose name is Rahul. That's why automatically it comes that Mr. as a mark of respect. Otherwise, nothing in particular to that. Okay. Now, just what she had said about the owning of the school and the franchisee school, do you think so that the vision which the ownership schools has, when they give that to the franchisee, to the other people to run the school or patron that school, the vision gets diluted or gets strengthened?
Absolutely. Great question.
With examples, that would be wonderful, Rahul.
More than happy to provide that. So I think ownership and operators are never going to see eye to eye initially. What's really key is the educational mission has to align to ownership interests. And what's really important is the early engagement of that. I think very clear with operators is operators have kind of that duty to provide that high quality education. And owner or ownership provides the structure to, or kind of the area to perform that service. What needs to be really important in establishing kind of probably the cadence of that relationship going forward is to ensure that ownership understands what their structure is about. It's not just a structure. To them it may be, but it turns into something very different when operations come into it. When you have an educational mission, I think with ownership, it needs to be quantified. Again, ownership is not always going to be of an academic background or educator. They need to be able to quantify, to see what, when you say, I'll provide high quality education, that doesn't really mean anything to ownership because you're not able to quantify that. You're not able to kind of provide, I refer to it as KPIs, key performance indicators. It's very important to be able to establish that connection or that language to make sure that that mission is aligned. I think where a lot of ownership and operator models actually do fall apart in that exact situation.
That means both matters on both the sides, whether it is ownership or whether it is franchisee, the vision has to be same, aligned together on the same path to move together. Target is same, paths can be different, but it has to be moved together.
That's right. The language needs
to
work.
The language, what we speak should be in parallel and simultaneous. It should match with the vision so that we take the common goal and reach there. Paths, we can go through A, B, C as well, but we have to reach there. The vision is there.
Correct.
Thank you, Rahul. Now, just in continuation to that, my question will be, I'll just ask this point, Phoebe, you will be able to put up some light to that. Protecting brand reputation across regions, because this, when it comes to the compliance or when it comes to the infra compliance structure or something is there, there are certain brand guidelines that this should be the color or that should be the line, this should be the font also, minute details, not about, I'm talking about the big infra compliances or something, but the minute details also which gives the brand reputation. Then how do we, or how can we, you can give examples also for that, how can we protect these brand reputations across regions?
It's a very good question. And actually, we've gone through a lot of transition in our first year, and the ownership and franchise and all that stuff. So reality is you write this down in a legal document called the contract, right? But when it comes to reality, contracts are always forgotten. Yeah, reality contracts are always forgotten. So like our first year with the Ottawa location, I'm talking straight out of experience, and so I'm not using any fancy words. First year with our Ottawa location, they were really trying to test how far could they make it their own and not follow under our guidelines. And it was as small as the school uniform, where I looked at pictures of first day of school and I noticed some of the kids were not in compliance with the uniform.
Does the brands who are
That's the
giving the
brand.
franchisee
Yeah,
do the induction as per you? Induction is very much important
it's
for
extremely
the
important.
franchisee school. And
Extremely
how do we do
important.
that?
So, well, we had a few meetings. They weren't easy. At one point, I stopped all communication, and they got scared. So they came all the way from Ottawa, a 6-hour drive overnight, and made it to Mississauga. And that's when we started talking. I said, if you want this to work, then we need to work together. We're not against each other.
Right.
And that's extremely important. But it took time. In a private school, you have to understand in Canada as well, it's a bit difficult because we have the publicly funded schools, so kids go to school for free. So for us to actually have a private school the size of our school, we're quite a big private school in Canada. And so, you know, you have those people who are not understanding the full concept. The question is, why should I pay for education? And you have to give them. So the attention to details really matters. Small things, like when we have a school activity, I try to implement it with the Ottawa location. And then we went on to even the lesson plan templates, the grading books, the systems. I have our registrar here with me on this conference, and everything had to go. And I'm telling, 2 years into the process, it's still not easy, but it's, I would say, about 75% success now. But it took, again, going back to my point, leadership. It doesn't matter where you are. It could be 5 hours away by car or 5 hours away by plane. It all depends on the common vision, attention to details from the beginning, setting the expectation. Again, whatever you write in a contract as a principal running a day-to-day school, the contract, I read it the first day and I will forget it next hour, right?
No matter whether it is Canada, whether it is UAE, or whether it is any country, we are on the same page. That means we follow the compliance, we follow the regulations, we make sure that the vision is taken care thoroughly and match with the country's vision and take it forward.
And
the
attention to
relevant.
details, even
Thank you,
small
Fred.
things. Don't let go of small things.
Yes, nothing should be neglected. Micro details also to be checked out when it is going to franchisee or when it is going to the direct schooling. Iman has given a very good point while discussing that working with the people. That phrase really needs a certain discussion. That what does working with the people? This may go out of the main theme also, but we can have this conversation. If Emma can just put up some light on that how does working with people, because we say always that happy teachers, happy classrooms. And this point always comes out. And working with people, just if you can just share that through your perspective or assumptions or examples with your experience, what does that mean, working with people in regard to whether it is investors, whether it is patron, or whether it is franchisee or direct school?
I think the key word that keeps coming through is around that level of communication and that really clear vision and shared vision, and at all levels throughout the school, really being clear of what the school is there to provide, and that is to provide a quality education which can be measured appropriately and properly for the students in the care of the children, you know, for the students within that organisation. So at all levels within that, ensuring that the teachers have the best opportunities. I think Emma mentioned that maybe it's not always about getting the best pay, but giving them the best opportunities and ensuring that the owner, the provider for that school is on board with that, looking at what opportunities there are for the school to network with other schools, to provide that rich quality professional development for the teachers, to ensure that they are given the best opportunities to provide the best for the students, looking at the facilities, for example, and ensuring that investment is there for the best outcomes for them. So to me, having that very clear vision, communicating at all levels and ensuring that where possible, the investment back into the school, because we know that there are schools profit, not profit,
Again,
but about
again, we are
profit.
coming back to the vision. That means
Yes,
a
yeah.
shared vision that can be taken forward and that can have the global school network working in a systematic and a smooth manner.
Yes.
Now, just Ken, I would just put up this question to you. STEM, that's the area where you relate with, if I'm not wrong, STEM education or something. Okay. Now, these lessons which are there when the teachers or the academic team or the leadership team or whether it is operations team who manages all that thing, how these lessons which are there, they're applicable to the emerging market. How do you see that through the sales point of view or through the academic point of view when it comes to the investors or when it comes to the global market?
Wow. That's a big
It's
question.
a heavy question.
Thank you very much. When dealing with the students, in terms of our experience, we have to understand our students, okay? And globally, the children that we're teaching and that are the future leaders in STEM and otherwise for the world have gone through a pandemic, and then they've been staring at a phone for most of their lives. So what has to happen, I think, is in order to, the panel is so impressive here, but in order to really tap those students on a global basis is to help them with the human skills. In the United States, there was a study done. There were 10 characteristics that companies wanted from the graduates, right? 3 were technical, 7 were human. So it's just intertwined with everything that everyone's talking about, is to be sure we understand who we're talking about, which is our students and what they've been through, and trying to meet them where they are, right? They're used to receiving this information due to the acceleration of COVID and the education through a computer.
What is your suggestion or advice to those people for the emerging market, that should they focus on the STEM connected with technology or AI or something in regard to the global market, or they should go through the traditional way of learning and traditional way of teaching, how they should take it forward? The human resource is what I can say, that how that gets impacted on that.
Yes. Well, there's a combination of learning that needs to occur. There's the classroom learning in science, technology, engineering, math. That's the book learning. You need to understand chemistry, physics, etc., mathematics. But then the unleashing occurs during project-based learning, which we call problem-based learning, and more called play-based learning, all PBL, project and play. And so there's the gamification of education. We need to meet the students where they are. They are used to a computer screen. They are used to a phone, and we need to get them now active in hands-on, up to their elbows in Goop, if that's what it takes when they're a kindergartner. So these are the elements that we all need to strive for globally, and I think it's incredibly important for the human skills to develop. The project-based, problem-based, and play-based learning is absolutely where the game is going to be played for our kids going forward.
That's wonderful. Thank you very much. Emma, when you were just, can we have a mic, please? Thank you. Normally, localization, if we think from that point of view, whether it is UAE or any country where we relate with, how do the schools maintain the balance in between localization and global brand identity?
I guess by mutual understanding. And I mean, the British University in Dubai, I've been here for 22 years, and we have, I don't know, God knows, hundreds of nationalities among our students. And I always go around and ask students, what makes it for you? And they say it's a vibe, miss. They say that, especially the undergrads. It's a vibes. And I'm like, this is their own slang and their own language. People want to feel connected. They want the sense of belonging, and any alienating ideas would scare them away. I think the balance between having the need to put your child in good reputed, we talked about repetition, good reputed international education, schools land with their own repetition. People go on Google now and they find, or ChatGPT, and they find in seconds the success rate, what the school do. I mean, there is no need even to ask around. The repetition now is at a fingertip. So I guess by having workshops and listening to people about what is the best way to work with you rather than at you, Listening is the first skill any franchisor want to have before they come to the land, because once they feel, and it's amazing how quickly, and I've seen the rise of fall of even universities and schools that came with huge vision and huge fund, lots of resources, and a brand that has been successful elsewhere. And again, miscommunication, misunderstanding, and coming thinking that I can just conquer this place because I can, it will be a big mistake. Listening to parents, listening to children, the child voice now, as young as 4, the child is actually able to tell you if he or she is not comfortable. Unlike 50 years ago, children didn't have voice at all. So now the whole new trend of education is now listening to young children, having focus groups and listening to them. What makes you happy? Happiness now is quantified. We have a minister for happiness in this country. Happiness is now quantified. So it's basically listening, understanding, making sure that we work with people. And I say, finally, act review. Nothing is set in stone. Try it out. If it doesn't work, it's absolutely fine. No egos here. Take it out and work something else.
Thank you very much, Iman. Rahul, if we are taking any franchisee, any school, they have been just given as a patronage to the other investors or somebody else, what can be the cost? I'm not talking about numbers. It can be non-materialistic things. Cost, risk, and scalability differences among the owner and the franchisor.
Yeah, absolutely. So you have, it really depends on the model in which you look to enter into the educational sector. So you're looking at almost a buy versus build. So purchasing and acquisition, that really, when a franchisee moves into an existing structure rather, there's a key risk around integration risk, around the model of education that they put forward. Does that align with the existing students or the existing area? So there's an integration risk that sits there. When you look at the flip side for a greenfield project where there's a plot of land they're building, you're looking at a delivery risk. So will that structure actually serve its purpose to the respective regions? I think that's really key, and that's something that ownership will really look to do. Franchisees on there, when we talk about implementation risk, a lot of them already have a tested model, a tested process, a tested reputation. So they'll look to almost incorporate that as best as they can, but it's not always going to work. When you consider moving into different regions, and I think it was mentioned, the cultural differences of a lot of regions, you're always going to have to be working through different models, different templates, and move away from probably what you think has worked in the past. So I think those are considerations when you talk about the different risks and the different types of acquisitions between franchisees and potentially ownership models. But I think there are a lot of variables to consider. But more importantly, I think when it comes to franchisees, they obviously have something really well tested. They know it works. So it's often quite an effort to kind of make them see, look, it's not whatever you've done in X region may not work in Y region. So it's really clear. Again, it comes back to messaging.
It depends from the place to place also. Correct. How it works and that. But the differences are there that you want to say.
Correct.
Wonderful. Now I have got already the hint from her. I'll take 2 more minutes to wind it up. Just to wind up, if you were to expand an international school brand into a new country, just imagine that you are the one, and what would be your top priority? I'm just giving you an option. It's not KBC, but we can have the options also. Educational quality, cultural relevance, investor ROI, that is return of interest, or brand consistency. What will you look at it? Anyone can answer this? Anyone, you can choose it so that I can wind it up based on that takeaways. I think panel discussion should be 2 ways also, so that we can talk, we can have all the inputs. Otherwise it gets boring. We the teachers, we are the educators. We wanted to converse. That's the thing. Yes, please. Quality education. That means quality assurance is most important, which winds up everything to have. Just to have a takeaways from what all they have shared within 30 seconds, I can just put up a summary of that, I would say. Global school networks thrive on balancing quality, consistency, and local relevance. Hope I'm right? Okay. Then growth models, franchisee versus ownership, require careful governance and operational planning. Then strong governance and compliance protect brand and reputation across borders. Then investor expectations must align with the long-term educational value. And then learning from successful expressions accelerate sustainable growth. Whether it is direct or indirect, it doesn't matter. As we know, the whole concept is the quality assurance. If we give quality, everything falls in place, and quality comes with the human resources. They are to be happy, they are to be satisfied, and that again links up to the KPIs, the other things, appraisals and all what we do. In short, working together leads to the success. And thank you for being a wonderful panel and sharing your thoughts and expressions. And thank you for being a patient audience. I hope we have tried to cover up the things. Thank you. Over to you now.
Thank you very much. Let's give a warm round of applause. I believe, you're all in educational, and when I was back in the school and university, so my professor or teacher, they will go like, you gotta answer. So do not give them chance, just point at them, I guess. It's early morning, so let's be more,
We
focused.
wanted them to wake up with the answers and all that.
Wait,
thing, because
I'll
early
give them
morning
some
always
exercise.
happens then.
I will do that now. All right. So I would like to invite on stage our wonderful, awesome, amazing organizer, Ashif Abbasi, to give a certificate for our amazing panelists. Let's applaud him as well. He put a lot of effort behind all the organization for these 2 days. And I'll remind you, once you'll get the certificate, please move towards the stage so you will have amazing pictures and videos. So the first certificate will go to Dr. Vrishma, Director and Principal, Regents Gulf Indian High School. Thank you so much. Let's support each other with applauses. If you're posting your pictures and videos in social medias, please use the hashtag. It's mentioned down here, the box where I'm standing. The second certification goes to Professor Iman Gad, Dean, Faculty of Education, the British University in Dubai, UAE. Of appreciation goes to Mr. Rahul Mucherla, Commercial Director, Durham School, Dubai, UAE. The next appreciation certificate goes to Phoebe Vasby, Principal, Philopathir Christian College, Canada. Thank you so much, coming so far from another continent. Gosh, they're all still sleeping up there, right back there, right? And the next certificate goes to Emma Navin, Head of Junior School, St. George British International School, Rome, Italy. And the last certificate for this panel will go to Mr. Ken Hatch, President, National STEM Honor Society. Congratulations. I like that last applause in the table. Nice. You got the most coffee, I believe, this morning. Thank you. And now let's stand up all together for a group photo, please. With your certificates. Yeah, that would be wonderful. Thank you so much, everyone. Round of applause for the beautiful first discussion of the second day World Education Summit. All right, so I didn't want to push, but you kind of let me do that. I will do a physical game with you guys, so we're all gonna wake up. And the videographer and the photographer stand by, please. I'll request you to be on this side because all the action gonna be there, all right? And let's do this with enthusiasm, happy faces, because it's also for your beautiful picture that you'll get tomorrow. So the exercise is like that. I'm sure every one of you been in the stadium where they do the waves, right? Give me some yes, no, yeah, okay. So what we're gonna do, on the count of 3, it's gonna go first row, then second on the count of second row, and third. What you're gonna do, it's just gonna be like that. Woo, yeah, let's do it with a sound, so we're gonna wake up or something, yeah, right? Okay, let's do rehearsal first, okay? You might not record this, but let's do it. So, when I say 1, the first row go. You may stand up. I think it's gonna be more beautiful, right? So, and we're gonna shake a little bit. No, you sit. You sit first. When I say 1, you go, okay, and sit. So on the second one, second row go, and the third one, third row go. Do I explain understandable? Yeah. Okay. So we do rehearse. And 1. Yes. So the second and third go together. 2. Yeah. Oh, love it. And the last one, 3. Guys, get away. A lady in red. Why don't you stand them? Okay. So can we have some music, something more energetic? So now we do it all together with enthusiasm and happy faces, and we go. 1. No, I don't like it. No. What is this? Come on. I will send you now to the coffee break. Let's do it again. Guys, can we have a music, a little bit, some energetic music or something? Or I'll put some rock, to wake up in the morning, I listen hard rock, okay? Yeah, that's my energy boost. Okay, here we go. 1, woo! 2, yay! And 3, woo! Amazing! Let's applause to everyone. That's much better. I like that. Okay, moving on. We have an expert talk now from that I know her already. So this talk going to be the evolving role of the educator in a technology-mediated environment. Technology is reshaping pedagogy, and it's also redefining the roles of teacher. So I would like to invite, if everything is ready, yes, our amazing, I do not have your role, just a second. Yeah, it's here. Principal, Phila Pater, Christine College, Canada, Phoebe Vasfi. Please, now more energy in here. Thank you so much.
You know what? Yeah, I'll use the podium mic. I'm happy to be here this morning, and I just have to comment on something that our wonderful MC started up with yesterday. She said she woke up to a cold Dubai morning and it was 17 degrees. I want to inform you that in our province, in our city of Mississauga last week, it hit minus 53. And no, we were not in the air. We were on the ground in the school having a professional development day. So yeah, 17 is almost like wonderful for us. It's not cold. You should try the minus 53. So today I'm going to be speaking about the evolving role of the educator in our technology-mediated world. And before I begin, I have to say I had to bribe 10 teachers with Dubai chocolate to help me answer a few questions. And I bought the Dubai chocolate so I could go back home safe now. I'm standing here speaking today not only from my own experience, but I carry the voices of K-12 educators who have lived this transformation in the real classroom. Teachers who have navigated the shift from traditional instruction to technology-mediated learning. Teachers who are asked to adapt, to lead, to rethink their practice, often in real time. And I'm still asking them every day, till this morning here at Dubai Time. They poured out their reflections, their frustrations, their hopes, and their questions. One teacher captured it best when she said, "Technology has not replaced traditional teaching methods in my classroom, but has enhanced planning, communication, and documentation, allowing me to work more efficiently while maintaining developmentally appropriate hands-on learning." That balance, enhancement without replacement, came up again and again in every question they answered. Because if we're going to be talking honestly about the evolving role of the educator, we must be listening to the educators themselves. And this is what they said. We are living in a defining moment in the education system worldwide. Technology is no longer something we add to learning. It shapes how students students access information, how they communicate, and how they understand the world that they live in. So the real question is no longer, does technology belong in the education? The real question is, how wisely are we as educators leading it? This is where UNESCO reminds us of something essential. UNESCO is the United Nations Educational, Scientific, and Cultural Organizations. It stands for the belief that education, science, and culture are the foundation of peace, dignity, and shared humanity. It works consistently, reminds us that education is never just about systems or tools. It is about people, equity, and our responsibility towards future generations. And I say this with personal pride. As an Egyptian-Canadian educator, it is deeply meaningful to witness Dr. Khaled Anani become the first Egyptian to ever be elected as the head of the UNESCO. That moment matters because representation at the global level shapes whose voices are heard, whose experiences are valued, and whose realities inform global educational decisions. It reinforces the truth that runs through the entire conversation. Education is both local and global, and leadership must honor both. Technology does not replace the educator, and this is very important. Across education systems, whether in Ontario, the province I come from, or internationally, I see 4 changes that came up again and again. Number 1, in planning. Teachers now have shared platforms, resources, adaptive materials they could collaborate on almost in real time. Teacher pay teacher is a big hit for us in North America. Technology does not replace the teacher again and does not replace professional judgment. And I need you to remember that because we're going to talk a lot about that later on. Instruction in early years is very important. Technology is used sparingly to enhance engagement while protecting play-based learning. In elementary classroom, visual and interactive tools support differentiated accessibility. In our school, we use a lot of online platforms to help kids read and have mathematics lessons. They think they're playing games, but reality is the teachers are testing them all the time and are having the graphs printed out. No longer do they need the paper and pencil test all the time because it's an ongoing learning and assessment time. In elementary classroom, like I said, visual and interactive tools support differentiation and accessibility. In secondary learning, simulation and modeling tools support abstract and complex thinking. We see a lot of science labs. They've gone from the classroom labs to online simulation systems, not just in the classrooms in high school, but also we see that in universities. Across systems, education's agreed on one principle. Technology is most effective when it deepens understanding, not when it replaces thinking. Assessment and communication. Digital platforms have strengthened the assessment for learning and improved transparencies with families. I'll take you back to a day in COVID-19, and if you lived in Canada and most of North America, we shut down quite a lot. And I remember getting a phone call from the chairman of the board with a very panicking parent who did not know how his child was doing in grade 12 advanced functions of mathematics. I confidently opened my laptop, looked up our platform called EDSB, which is where all our students' lives really plays out. Their grades, their assessments, their evaluations, their communication with homes, everything that they do on a day-to-day basis is right there. And to my, I guess, not so much surprise, I found out that the parent had not logged in to EDSB, where the teacher has been consistently posting and sending them messages for 367 days. So there was no way he was getting that communication in real time. Feedback is very important, and teaching parents how to use those tools are very important. Learning becomes more visible and shared. No longer do we have kids not sure what they're doing because it's there on the platforms, ready to be accessed, ready to be used at all times. There are real gains, but there's also responsibilities. There's an area that we don't really talk about, and that is our generation mixed up here. Bridging generations, teaching Gen Z, Millennials, and Gen Alpha. One of the most under-discussed realities in education today is that generational bridge teachers are asked across. We are teaching Generation Alpha, while many educators were trained by millennial frameworks and often guided by Gen Z learning behaviors in real time. This is not a gap, it is a bridge, and it requires intentional leadership. Teachers are not resisting change, they are navigating rapid cognitive, social, and technological shifts while protecting foundational skills like reasoning, attention, and human connection. The educator's role today is not to chase trends, but to translate learning across generations with wisdom and balance. When used intentionally, technology can support equity, allowing students to revisit learning, extend inquiry, and progress developmentally appropriate stages. But there are also shared global tensions. Educators everywhere raise the same concerns: student distraction, over-reliance on digital tools, unequal access to system reliability, increased demand on teacher capacity. From highly resourced systems to developing ones, the word that surfaces again and again is balance. Technology amplifies pedagogy, but without clarity of purpose, it can just be as easily undermined as learning. So I will take you back to COVID-19. For many of us, this tension stopped being theoretical during COVID-19. Almost overnight, education systems across the world went online. How many of us in this room went online overnight? We were unprepared, we were unready, and yet educators showed up. In Canada, in Mississauga, we weren't even allowed to go into our school buildings. So we went home for March break, spring break. I actually was overseas with a school trip in Egypt, and the teachers left all their resources because they needed a break. We closed the school doors, and we were not allowed back in. Teachers taught from their kitchen tables. Students learned in isolation. I know that kindergarten students learned from under the table because they could not comprehend how their teacher was seeing them on TV. Families were pulled into the learning process in ways no one had planned for. What that moment revealed very clearly was something UNESCO later articulated. Technology alone does not create progress, intentional leadership does. As a principal of a private school, I remembered realizing that that we were reacting instead of leading. I could treat that moment as something to survive, or as a moment to reimagine access, continuity, and equity beyond crisis. So, as a school, we rebuilt with purpose. We invested in pedagogy before platforms, in teacher capacity before tools, in structure, clarity, and human connection. What emerged was not just remote learning, but an entire PCC virtual campus that extended learning both nationally and internationally. Not as a replacement for the in-person education, but as a bridge for access, a bridge for resilience, a bridge towards the kind of human-centered futures UNESCO called for us to build. Teachers, you're now engineers. Your role is innovative. To do this responsibly, educators cannot be left to navigate technology alone. We must rely on innovative technology and computer science engineers who work with educators, not around them. When technology is co-designed, it can be personalized to maximize learning benefits while respecting development, ethical, and pedagogical boundaries. The future is not generic platforms. The future is intentional, educated, guided innovation. The next part is one of my favorites, AI and assessments. In fact, yesterday, as I was sitting at that table back there, I was dealing with an AI situation. I'll share the story and then I'll go into my slide. A veteran teacher of over 30 years of teaching, just finished teaching this student, and it happens to be in one of our online students last semester, a humanities course. She ended in his course with a 97%. That course needed a lot of writing, and this kid performed really well in his course. Now, I've known that kid now for 3 years. Although she's been online, I've been watching and looking at her work and tracking it with the teachers. Then she moved into his English class, and he automatically used the platform called Turnitin. I don't know how equipped Turnitin is anymore. It's not keeping up with AI. So it detected 60% AI. And that's where the coordinator of the online program reached out to me and said, what should we do? The father is really angry. Says his daughter never used AI. I said, tell the teacher to use his professional discernment and professional judgment. She just finished a course with him, and it was a humanities course that required a lot of writing, and she ended up with a 97%. Is that style of writing being reflected? Could he ask her? Could he assess her orally? Could he request the research that she's done? What can he do as a professional educator? Where is his professional judgment coming in? If we expect educators to succeed in expanding roles, systems must protect professionalism, and professionalism must protect itself, especially in assessment. Today, teachers are increasingly pressured to rely on AI detection and automated marketing tools, yet they know the students. One of the things that I say to my teachers all the time, know your students. They have seen the drafts, they understand the learning journeys, they know what they're capable of. Teacher must always review and have the final authority over AI or marketing tools. No algorithm should ever override your professional judgment as teacher. Responsible innovation is not surveillance, it's discernment. Ethical systems trust educators. In the environment that we live in today, the role of the educator has not shrunk. It has really expanded. Across systems, 3 roles have become increasingly clear. Number 1, educators are designers of learning. Teachers design intentional learning experience that blend instruction, collaboration, exploration, and purposeful technology use. Educators, guide of thinking. Educators cultivate reasoning, metacognition, and conceptual understanding rather than dependency. Educators as guardians of balance and well-being. Educators protect attention, developmentally appropriate practices, and ethical technology use. If we expect educators to succeed in these expanded roles, system must also respond intentionally, especially when it comes to professionalism and assessment. In Ontario, the province I come from in Canada, we are guided by a document called Growing Success. Especially this document in private schools, it's actually across the province in all schools. But when they come and do an inspection from the Ontario Ministry of Education in a private school, this is one of the biggest documents that must be reflected in all our works. And as a principal in a private school and a principal in Ontario, I'm a big advocate for this. Why? Growing Success affirms one essential principle: professional judgment matters. Assessment must be fair, transparent, and based on multiple sources of evidence, not single score, tool, or automated report. Especially in the digital age, it reminds us that technology may inform decisions, but educators who know their students, their growth, and their learning journey must remain their final evaluator. Today, teachers are navigating AI detection tools that may flag work inaccurately. They know the student, they have seen the drafts, they recognize their journey. And that's very important. It is about leadership that we live in today that insists on both technology and tradition, balance. Technology can expand access, it can increase efficiency, it can open possibilities, but educators humanize learning. When leaders invest in strong pedagogy, professional trust, and ethical innovation, technology becomes not a disruption, but a bridge between equity and excellence, between innovation and humanity. In a digital world, the role of the educator has not diminished. It has never been more essential. So teachers, go back into your classroom and use that balance between tradition and technology. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Phoebe. And I would like to invite on stage Dr. Shukla Bose to handle you a token of appreciation. Parikma Humanity Foundation, Dr. Shukla Bose, please welcome on stage. All right, everyone, so we are a little bit behind the schedule, like 15 minutes. Let's go for a coffee break. An expo is covering for 10 minutes. 10 minutes, is that okay? Yes, no? Yes, yes. Okay, so 10 minutes, and let's come back in 10 minutes, please. Yeah, thank you.
What if education could be reimagined for every learner in every corner of the world? Showcase breakthrough edtech solutions and join visionaries
Actually, this is my first experience in the summit, and I think it's great because it's gathering all the decision makers, schools, principals, and other activities around schools like companies, vendors. So I think it's overall great.
I really appreciate the invitation to be part of this event. It was great having people from around the world and the region who are participating in this. Not only were the roundtables and the talks very informative and helpful, but the exhibition booths as well, really giving a display of some of the new technologies and services that are rolling out for higher education. So I'm really glad that I was here.
Join a global community, governments, educators, innovators, co-create pathways for a sustainable, tech-driven future.
Experience was really good. We had a chance to expose our company in different countries. We get to meet delegates from different parts of the world, which was so useful. And also we got the information that's happening around the world, which was so useful for our company to going forward.
This is more than a summit. It's a movement. Are you ready to elevate education?
Thank you so much for playing that video from yesterday. I really love it. So let's do this, repeating all the lines. So people will follow again the hashtag. Have you got this hashtag again? Barcode on the screen so everyone can go and scan. Yeah. Attention, everyone. On the screen, we do have a barcode that you can scan with your mobile phone and get all the pictures and videos from yesterday and already from today. So we are in the whole school. There will be 3 folders. So follow to the school. All right, so I gotta a little bit rush this forward. Round table in the middle. What's going on there? There is some interesting discussion happening. All right. We are moving on to the next talk, and it's going to be bridging higher education and school education ecosystems is critical for the long-term student success. And I would like to invite on stage Dr. Linus Jesu Martin, then Faculty of Engineering and Technology, CRM Institute of Science and Technology, India, for this University Excellent session. Do we have in the room Dr. Linus? Yes, Dr. Linus, please welcome on stage. We have, ladies and gentlemen, more energy, I believe. Please, let's give a round of good applause for Dr. Linus.
Good morning to one and all. I'm Dr. Linus Martin, Dean of College of Engineering, SRM Institute of Science and Technology, Chennai. First, a few of my slides will be mostly about SRM, an intro about SRM. Maybe a few of me may not be aware of what SRM and the scale of SRM is. So this was started as an engineering college in the year 1985 at Chennai with the government of Tamil Nadu's approval when they permitted private universities or private institutions in the state. And we were upgraded by the UGC as a university in the year 2003. And this university is one of the rare institutions in the country in the sense this is a multidisciplinary university. I can say we don't have veterinary and fishery studies. So that means the remaining almost everything is there starting from agriculture. This is a very big campus, around 400 plus acres. So we have engineering and technology, which we started as an initial thing, then medical and health sciences. Under medical and health sciences, we have physiotherapy, occupational therapy, nursing, and allied studies, BDS, MBBS, everything. Then science and humanities, a wide spectrum of courses, management, law, agricultural sciences. And as you see 23 schools and 116 departments. So 109 UG programs, 97 PhD programs, and 145 PG programs in various super specialities. So state-of-the-art research park. This is one of our flagship centers, because we started, as I told you, when we migrated from an engineering college to a university, we wanted to give a push to research. So we started a research institute at Bengaluru with an idea of attracting industry and academia together. And when it reached the scale, we moved it to the campus with an exclusive center with the 100+ scientists working on various research projects funded by the industry and the government agencies. And they are the bridge between the industry, academia, and other reputed institutions. And we are one of the private institutions with multiple patents. And these patents are getting commercialized with once in 6 months, we organize a industry institute meeting related to the patents published, so that the industry who are interested in the particular patents, they visit and interact with the inventors and convert it into a real project. So this is another flagship center, the Innovation and Incubation Center, where the students are given funds and they are given space. And this is extended to the alumni and the faculty also. So this is one of the facilities which is very prominent and which is attracted mostly by the students and the faculty members. And we see that the innovations which are coming out are resulting in patents and finally becoming a product with the collaboration of industry. So Fab Lab is another one area where the students, whenever they design something or whenever they have some idea, they have a centralized facility where all equipments are provided, like 3D printing or whatever it may be. They can book it and they can give shape to their ideas. And as far as rankings are concerned, we are accredited by NAC A++, NBA accredited programs, 13 of our programs, ABET exclusive engineering programs, 5 of our programs are accredited by ABET, 5 of our programs are accredited by IET, then Indian Council for Agricultural Research and other leading benchmarking institutions, so that we get international visibility. So we are in the world university ranking in the 300-500 belt. All other things are, which I have indicated already. So this is one of the unique features, interdisciplinary experiential actual learning. Yesterday during the other session also I was pointing out this, the experiential active learning concept we introduced from MIT, Massachusetts. Because when we went with an understanding with one of the professors of MIT, we introduced this laboratory in India, which was very unique at that time, even today. So where the students will be, if there is a physical law or a statement, they'll be experimenting and they'll be reinventing the statement of the law. That is not limited to particular basic sciences, all engineering fields, so that the students will be exposed to the laboratories where they'll be experimenting on something. Until that time, they don't know what is the phenomena behind. Then they will reinvent and they will compare with the standard statements or experiments. That is an active learning. And this is part of their entire curriculum now. And we have specialized laboratories for that. And SRM is one of the private universities which introduced the NEP 2020, which is a Government of India initiative, where a lot of apprenticeship, internships, and industry partnership is mandatory. And we have a faculty industry immersion program where the faculty are sent to the industry for 3 months to 2 months or 3 months to 6 months. So they'll be with the industry, they'll be working with the industry people, understanding the problems, and they'll be getting what is exactly happening in the industry. Because generally in the yesterday's session, one of the speakers pointed out that university syllabus is getting updated once in 3 years or 2 years. So that is not in pace with what is required in the academic scenario. But ours is unique in the sense, whenever the faculty visit or go for an internship with the industry, they bring that knowledge. And in our syllabus, every subject has to be approved by an industry expert. Then only that will be brought to the curriculum. So that is a concept. So the state-of-the-art academic culture is nurtured inside the campus. The credit transfer is another unique feature at SRM University. Once again, it is not the regular certifications. Students who are involving in hackathons, ideathons, or anything, if the duration of the hackathon is 48 hours, and if they are one among the top 5 teams, they will be given 1 credit. Like that, they can earn credits and they can equate it to the theory papers so that they can reduce the number of classes attending inside the classroom as a physical mode. They'll be earning credits and they'll be equating it to credits so that once if they earn 160 credits, they become eligible for an undergraduate degree. And that is a unique concept which is being followed at our university. And this is the placement statistics, which may not be suitable for this crowd, because now the placement scenario is also changing. There is no mass recruitment happening. It is now gradually migrating to skill-based. Previously, it was mass, particularly companies like, if you are aware, TCS, Wipro, Infosys, and others coming and recruiting 1,000, 1,500, 2,000 in one day interview. Now things are changing, and how the skill and how the experiential aspects, how the innovative ideas, creative ideas are there. So evaluation is based upon that, though. So these figures are now, or the dynamics is totally changing in the present scenario. So this is another thing as far as the SDGs are concerned, as per the 17 goals. Now, if you see our current syllabus, every syllabus has to be aligned with the SDG, or any program or event which is happening inside the campus should be aligned with one SDG, and they have to indicate what are the SDGs to which it is aligned. And inside the campus, as I told, we have medical, dental, and other medical services. Students who are traveling from other countries or within the country, they are given the top-class medical assistance and other facilities. And the inclusive education practices and the multidisciplinary. Say, for example, when the student comes to the 3rd year, they can go and sign an agreement with another school which is functioning inside for their project, and they'll be funded. And we have a concept of UROP. So University Research Opportunities Program, when they come to the 6th semester, the students will be funded. Every student will be funded so that they can go with a mentor and they can take up a project of their idea. That can be part of their pre-project session, or that can be, which at a later stage can be extended as their main project. And in the 7th semester, we have another concept called as MDP, which is called as the multidisciplinary project, where students from different schools of different departments will be joining together on current problems which they can solve. And those projects are also funded by the university. Those things are very unique. Building. So there is an international office representative available here. If you people want to understand more about our international connections and the programs which we are offering, we are ready to help you. So the office is just outside this hall. So whenever you have free time, you can come and interact with us. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Relinus. I would like to invite on stage Mohammed Hani to give a token of gratitude for Dr. Linus. Photographers, videographers, where you are, you're here. Let's have some music, guys. All right, let's give again a round of applause for our amazing speakers. And Mohammed Hani have announcement to make for us. I'm curious, what is that?
Good morning, everyone. My name is Mohammed Hani. I'm the CEO of Bisumi Electronics, and we represent Arduino in the region. So today, I'm not going to take much of your time, but we want to announce something that is really cool, which is a competition coming to the UAE for the first time. And this is going to be sponsored by Arduino to celebrate the new release of Arduino Uno Q. So you guys are all, I'm sure, very aware of the transition of physical AI. Yes, we have been talking a lot about the AI and the chatbots and what comes behind it and what powers it. However, in few years, all of this power of AI will not remain behind screens. It will need to take a physical shape in reality. And this is what we're actually pushing for and promoting in our region so we can ready from now and we can get a generation who's ready for that. So today we're announcing a competition. It's a sumo robot competition. However, it's going to be with a twist that's relevant to the region. So there will be two paths for the competition. One is for university and one is for schools. So in this competition, students will be asked to create an autonomous robot. And this autonomous robot will need to navigate autonomously some obstacles, and they will need to push the opponent outside of the arena. We're going to make it a little bit more challenging for students, more than just a regular arena, where we will have different conditions that comes from reality. So whatever robots that they're creating can really be interacting with the reality of the world. So they will need to build it using Arduino Uno. They will navigate the sand arena and avoid obstacles. They will have a path to go into the arena, and there will be no remote control or any manual intervention. So it's going to be totally autonomous. The arena is going to be a circular ring, which is going to be filled with sand, and there will be pathways so the two robots can get into the middle of the arena, where they will need to avoid some obstacles. The technical requirements are going to be very simple. Everyone will need to use Arduino Uno Q as the base of the project that they have, as it can power AI. And they will have different sensors for vision so they can avoid obstacles and push the other opponent outside the arena. Please, while I'm speaking, you can scan the QR code where you can just register your interest. We will give you a call back and we'll give you more information how to let the students in your institute to participate into this competition. The future of AI will be measured by robots, not by chatbots. If you have heard leaders in the industry, such as Elon Musk, who are expecting the number of robots to exceed the number of humans. So we need to create a generation and nurture a generation of engineers who can be future ready for this point. One more thing, the team from Bisumi will be distributing for you a token of appreciation, an Arduino kit, so you can get some of your students working on that. Please register your interest and speak to us. We're in the other hall if you need any more information. Thank you very much.
Very important announcement for everyone who will come next on the stage. So not organizers, actually a videographer asked me, everyone to come up and come down from that side, all right? So it's for you, for your better footage and video. All right, we are moving on to a panel discussion number 2 for today. And the question before us is simple. What will schooling look like in 2030? Bless you. I said it's very cold in Dubai. Be careful. Ginger, garlic, onion support our immune system. Will classroom be hybrid first? Will AI mentors complement teachers? Will competency-based credential replace traditional grading? So this panel will explore emerging global schooling trends, AI integration in mainstream education, hybrid and personalized learning models, and governance frameworks for future-ready schools. And I would like to invite on stage our next moderator. Please be seated in the middle for the moderator, Dr. Tim Hughes, Director of Academic Quality Assurance and School Improvement, UAE. Wow, I like this energy. All awake, everyone is present. Thank you so much. Can we have microphones on the stage, please, guys? Is there, right? Great. And the panelists are Helen Pereira Rasso, Superintendent CEO, GEMS Dubai American Academy, UAE. Do we have Miss Helen? Yes, please welcome on stage. Let's have non-stop round of applause, yeah? Robert Thorne, Principal, Belvedere British School, Abu Dhabi, UAE. Rakesh Gore, non-stop. Rakesh Gore, co-founder and CEO, Mentor Consultancy, UAE. Yes. All right. Jumana Gari, Principal, Bharati Vidyapith Rabindranath Tagore School of Excellence, Pune, India. Dr. Timothy Smith, President and CEO, Learning Matters Education Group, California. Wow, whoa, whoa, I like that. That's amazing. And we going forward, Navdeep Singh, CEO, Condor. Suja George, Chairperson, Alpha Group of Institution, India. The stage is yours. If you would like to ask questions, terrify them a little bit, let them move. That will be amazing. Thank you.
Well, very good morning to you all. Now, I know we're running about 20 minutes late, and we've only got at least a couple of hours for this panel, so I think lunchtime might be a little bit delayed, so you apologize to you all in advance. Now, it's been really interesting to listen to all of the speeches and the panel discussion earlier on, and I think you've all got it wrong, to be honest with you. I think when it comes to technology in education, we should stop it all right now. It's absolutely preposterous that we're all going down this rabbit hole, whether we like it or not. And I think we should all move to Denmark. Because have you seen the headline on the 6th of January, 2026? Denmark has decided also, this is all a bit of nonsense, and they are pulling back heavily on their digital footprint, returning to textbooks. Absolutely, absolutely. Mobile phones are banned in schools and even in after-school clubs. Can you imagine? It's only after children past 15 years old we are going to be able to access technology. And it's very interesting, even after 15, they are merging a skills-based and an academic-based curriculum together so we get the balance right between skills and content. So we're eagerly await Denmark's findings over the next few years and see what happens. But of course, today we've got a fantastic panel of guests and with huge expertise. And of course, we're going to talk all things innovation and what it means to us all. How far down the rabbit hole are you all, and what do we do about this? So we're very much looking forward to this discussion, and hopefully we might get a bit of audience participation as well. But let's start with a little survey just to get people warmed up. We're back to the MC with the hands up kind of thing going on, which was fantastically well done earlier on. So first of all, can you put your hands up if, without any instructions or needing to call a technician, put your hands up if you can still wire a 3-pin plug? Few people. Put your hands up if you can successfully put together that flat pack furniture that's delivered to your house without getting too stressed about things. Okay. Put your hands up if recently you've scanned a QR code to access a restaurant menu. And put your hands up if you've got lots of apps on your mobile phones. Okay, it's clear, everybody. What we've got here, we've got an audience which represents a generational divide. We've got people who put their hands up first. We call those old people. Those people who can still wire a plug. Then we had the app users and the technologists. They're what we call the youngsters. So we're going to challenge our youngsters and all of our thinking today, and as we explore the questions that we've got lined up for you. But think about it, we're talking about education in 2030. Let's do a quick calculation in my head. So February, right. Between now and the 1st of September 2030, there are 1,669 days to go. And half of those will be called school holidays. So my thoughts are, it might not be much different to what it is today. But another thought is, kindergarten students entering kindergarten right now this year, it's 2038 when they will graduate into jobs that don't exist yet, needing skills that haven't been invented, and solving problems that we have no knowledge of right now whatsoever. And our challenge is to navigate this path. So let's see how we get on and see how our experts feel about this particular topic. Right. Now, no pressure, no pressure. So let's move to, first of all, let's move to Helen. And Helen, in 2030, what is a typical school day actually going to look like for a student in a leading school? How much happens actually in the physical classroom versus the digital space or immersive spaces, those collaborative opportunities for learning? So Helen, over to you.
Thanks, Tim. I think one of the points that you mentioned earlier of the fact that 2030, once upon a time, was a really far distance date. You know, when we were all disrupted by the pandemic and then the accessibility to generative AI, we thought that 2030 was this long date, but actually it's 4 years away. And so when you ask the question of what schools are going to look like, for those of us that are educators, we know the place that takes the longest to instill any change or movement, it's K-12 education. And so I don't know that it'll be very different, to be honest. But what I do know is leading schools are already setting a path that is different than what we know schools to be. And so the hope is that those schools can be beacons, can be models for the rest of us around what can we start doing that honors learners. School systems have been built to model efficiencies for adults, for systems, for societies, for communities, following the Industrial Revolution. That's not good enough anymore, actually. Young people are going into a world where they need to actually be the creators. They need to be agile. They need to be able to know how to learn. No one ever talked to me as a student, and I'm in my 50s, I'm going to admit it right here on the stage, about do you know how to learn? Do you know what metacognition is? Do you know the process of thinking? Are you self-aware? No one ever had those conversations with us, and those conversations are now normalized in our school. And that level of self-awareness is key to any child thriving as adults and really flourishing. And so that'll be a change that's already happening in our schools that will continue to be the center of conversations for educators and leaders everywhere, so that they can flourish and function and contribute in really meaningful ways. The other things that we're already starting to see is that actually learning is multimodal. It's not happening one way. It's not happening just face-to-face. It's not happening just online. It's actually happening in hybrid methods. It's happening online. It's happening face-to-face. It's happening in community. It's happening on the field. You know, it's happening everywhere. As an athlete, I never had my coaches talk to me about the skills I developed as a soccer player. The fact that I was building communication competencies, strategic thinking, collaboration. Today, as a coach, I have those really explicit conversations with my students to say to them, I want you to see how you collaborate here, and how do you take those skills that you're learning on a soccer football pitch and translate that to how you show up in your classroom when you're collaborating with your peers on a science project, on an essay. And so the transferable knowledge of adults to be able to have more intentional conversations with young people about the fact that learning happens everywhere and anywhere at all times. The fact that our students can come into our class and say, do you know what I learned last night? I actually learned how to use that Arduino that we just talked. I learned how to build a robot all by myself. I didn't teach them that. But what I hope I did as an educator, and I hope that classrooms of 2030 all have, is that you build young people's capacity to explore, to learn, to take risks, because then when they need to learn something, they will access it courageously and confidently without having to wait for somebody to tell them they need to know it. I grew up in a generation where I got told what I needed to know. That's no longer good enough. The other piece that I already start to see now that will be more prevalent in 2030 is the fact that education happens everywhere. You will see business professionals collaborating with schools. You will see students in the field getting credits by, universities, by colleges, by NGOs, and getting micro-credentials because they are partners along with K-12 institutions. You are going to see students being able to work with experts on their projects online, face-to-face, being in these global competitions. We're starting to see these things and they're sprinkled. But by 2030, as more and more of us learn how to access them, as we continue to build bridges, we'll start to see those partnerships grow and flourish and students really taking off in ways that perhaps hasn't been as prevalent as we're starting to see or read about now in our research. And the other part of that as well is the piece around the fact that we're going to have borderless schools. And by that, I don't mean that schools will be everywhere and anywhere. They're not going to be bound by their physical geography or a physical classroom that sits in four walls of concrete. Our teachers are already really thinking about the fact that the traditional classroom of I sit here and tell you what you have to think, I'm going to measure it in really antique models, is not good enough. So our teachers are changing the way they assess, give feedback, and evaluate our young people. And so the fact that the process is valued as much as the outcome, the fact that students are, demonstrating their work to other people to get feedback is going to be more prevalent. It's going to change how we learn, who we learn from, and where we learn. And so those are all just some snippets of what we'll see more of. But at the same time, I want to say it, much as it pains my heart, we're still going to see lots of things that we don't want to see in schools anymore because they don't actually honor the uniqueness of every single child, which is the aim and goal that all of us want for every learner. It's not good enough to just teach to the average. That's been outdated for a very long time. It is really, really important that we get to know every single one of our learners and that our design and our intentionality is for them and not to build efficiencies just because systemically it makes sense or financially it makes sense.
Thank you very much. It begs the question, though, where do you draw the line? Tech can get so much more advanced beyond what we can even imagine sitting here now. So where do you draw the line? No matter how good tech gets, what should never be digitized in schools?
Our relationships with tech. So teaching young people how to know where those boundaries lie, our relationships with each other, our relationships with our environments, and our relationship with self. All learning is relational, all of it. It's a personal endeavor, and that's why it differs from one person to another. But the way we build relationships should never come as a result of the fact that it's coming through a piece of technology that doesn't actually decode me, be able to understand the nuance of my humanity. And so knowing that and helping young people have healthy relationships and know where those boundaries lie is actually the work that we endeavor.
No, it's very interesting. So all of the teachers who are panicking out there thinking robots are going to be teaching the children and taking over their jobs, I think what Helen's saying there is there's a human element always needed in terms of bringing children up to be wonderfully knowledgeable, but also successful citizens. Those strong moral values intact. But sticking with the future classroom, let's move to Robert, because whilst we are trying to move to this future and help shape this future, we're doing it within our current infrastructure. We're trying to turn old-fashioned buildings, or maybe buildings that have stood for more years than you can imagine, into these modern environments where we can accommodate all of this new technology, new ways of learning. So Robert, in your experience, how do you shift? How do you modernize learning environments, but keep the structure that parents, students, colleagues from whichever background they come from, how do you manage that so to keep everyone moving away from being sort of frightened or fearful and actually shaping this with confidence? How do you do that, Robert?
Okay, so that's very interesting. I'm really lucky in my job as a principal, my current job as a principal, of a fairly middle range school, about 1,000 kids, just down the road in Abu Dhabi. And I'm really lucky because I get to spend a lot of time talking to the parents, as well as the kids, as well as the teachers. And the one thing is, when we question what do parents value, and I find that I have to help them discover what they value, because what they value has been left dormant and implicit. And it's really sad, and that's a lot of education. A lot of the things that Helen was talking about are left implicit. And I'm really fed up with meeting some of the teachers that I meet in international schools and British schools who say, oh, yes, well, all of that stuff that Helen was saying, of course I do all of that. It's all implicit. Well, it's not very useful being implicit. And so I ask the parents, I say to the parents, well, what we're trying to do in our school, we got the old rickety British system, which, you teach them, you test them, and if they do well, it's great. And if they don't do well, then they can go and, work in the fast food restaurant. And basically you keep going up until you become a professor. So, and I say, I don't want that. That's okay maybe for a national model, but it's not good for a school. And as a principal, and all principals should think, what about my school? I don't want to do that. I want all my kids, if they want to go to university, they can. If they want to start a business, they can. How do I get them there? How do I help them believe in themselves? And so one of the things that I talk to parents about is, I say, you do understand that in this school, when your child comes, and I'm interviewing the child with the parent, and I say, when you come to the school, you're not just going to sit there and, as many schools say, receive a wonderful education. You have to come to our school and take your education and make your education. That's the sort of environment you're going to be coming into. So it's no good sitting there and waiting. Oh, but I'm shy. Oh, She's shy. She won't ask the teacher any questions. Oh, but you can use the technology to ask the questions quietly in the evening with your teachers. And I've insisted, even though I'm a principal, I've insisted on teaching Year 7, 3 lessons a week. And I'm getting more correspondence from my really shy kids through Google Classroom. They found out that they can talk to someone without facing them. It's great. So anyway, back to parents though. The parents, when I say to them, look, this is what we're going to be doing. We're going to be helping these young people to develop what some people like Guy Claxton in Britain call learning powers, the IB International Baccalaureate called the IB Learner Profile, the attributes. I've got my own 14, which I researched by asking kids, what do they want from education? And I mean, kids in many different countries, and the biggest group I had was 114. We spent 2 months answering this one question, what do you want from education? And they come out with loads of things, but always happiness and success. I want to be happy. I had a friend who said, well, what do you mean by happy? All right, so we talked to the kids about that. We made it explicit. What do we mean by happiness? And with little kids in primary, we actually found that they could distinguish between silly happiness, you know, like telling a little joke or tripping someone up and laughing, to with that sort of happiness you get when you're in the flow. And then we could talk about flow. And then that sort of happiness of creating something bigger together. And we could talk about that. And now they're thinking, wow, when can we do it? And I say, well, when do you want? When are you going to ask? So we had to cancel a trip for some Ministry of Education rules the other day. The trip was canceled. And the kids came to me and said, are you going to make another trip? And I said, no, you can do it. Come up with a proposal. Yeah? This happened years ago in one school I was in Syria before the war. And the kids, well, I was teaching physics at the time, and the kids said, wouldn't it be good to go to CERN, the Particle Research Center in Geneva? There's a little tiny picture in the textbook that we had. And I said, okay. As a young teacher, I said, okay, make the trip. If you want to, we can go. The next week, they came back with a plan for the trip. And a few months later, there we were, on the cheapest way possible, getting from Syria to Geneva, having said to the teachers, okay, we're not just going for physics, we're going to visit all these museums and things and cover your subjects in Geneva. And we went for a week, we stayed in a youth hostel, they learned that they don't like Swiss food, and they had to make their own. And it was a wonderful thing, you know? So letting the kids, liberating the learner. I think that when I say this to parents, when I tell them what we're trying to do, helping the kids to become confident learners, so by the time they get to 14, they can go into their IGCSE, their A-level, or whatever exam, and they can eat it up. And I've seen that happen. I've seen kids able to do that. And I've seen classes be able to come together and support each other to do that. Having to fight my way in and say, wait a minute, I'm the teacher and I've got to have some role here. It can be done. And this is in schools that are non-selective. Yeah? In fact, as a physics teacher, I used to get a whole load of kids thrown into my class because they don't like science. I told them biology is too hard nowadays. It's very hard these days, but physics is still the same. And yet, in 16 years of being in that IB world, all of the kids passed. It wasn't just me. I mean, not my subject, but other subjects too, because our schools took those approaches. And the parents hear that and they go, yes, that's what I want. So maybe we shouldn't be modernizing, well, we should be modernizing our classrooms, but we've got to be modernizing our idea about wisdom and setting the kids off on a path to wisdom, giving them the tools which have. So my kids say, how can I improve my curiosity? I have no idea. I said, well, how can you find out? Somebody says, AI, yes. So how are you going to ask? As a teenager, a young teenager, give me 3 steps that I can take to develop my curiosity. And AI gives it to them. and they don't like it because it's hard. So it gives them another 3. And then we get to the point, well, actually, it's easy. It's easy to say these things, but it's hard to do them. What do you want in life? Do you have to work for it? Do you have to fight for it? Are you going? And of course, that's the thing. They've now got the motivation. They've got the tools, but they also need the support, and that's where we come in. The parent, me, the classmates, the other teachers. I better stop talking because I could go on forever.
Thank you, Robert. So it's always nice to sit next to a fellow physics teacher. There's more than 2 of us in the world, perhaps.
But I'm not. I'm a teacher of children. That's
Yeah,
much
that's
harder.
right. That's
much
right.
harder
Of
to
course,
teach children than physics.
absolutely, absolutely. Let's shift the discussion into the skills, the competencies, the mindsets, and we'll move to Jumana. And what we're really talking about here is what's the differentiator between an educated student in 2030 and you know, how do we sort of take that into account with regards to AI, knowing that knowledge is now just instant? You know, how do we differentiate between a well-educated student in 2030? Jumana, what are your thoughts?
Thank you, Tim. So I think we're already in the age of AI. We are flooded with information, and information is everywhere. So when we are looking at what's going to be the differentiator, a well-educated student, I think one has to realize that AI can give you the information, but it does not tell us how to use it. So I think judgment is going to be a very important skill that a well-educated student is going to have and should already start developing, so that by 2030, when we get there, you know, they're already on there, they're on the block. I'm talking about my students who are in grade 6, grade 7, grade 8. They are the ones who are going to need it out there. So I think judgment, basically I think knowledge is not going to be the real flex, it's what you're going to do with it. And the students have to be able to understand what to trust, what to ignore, and eventually what's going to matter. Because this decision is not going to be based just on what they've read. I think that entire information will have to be contextualized to where they are at the very micro level if required, and make very important decisions based on their demography, their needs. So I think judgment is going to be a very important skill that a well-educated student in 2030 is going to have, to be able to do the right thing at the right time, at the right way, with the right intent. I think another very important skill that a well-educated student will have is problem framing. Out there, we see a huge mess and we want to solve it, but we just don't know how, because I think we are not asking the right questions. I think a well-educated student in 2030 or even now is the one who's able to look deeply at the core of issue and understand what the real problem is. And that will come up only when you have the skill of asking the right kind of question. We're often seeing situations where we try to find solutions, but we don't come to the right answer because we haven't asked it in the right way. So I think problem framing is going to be an extremely important skill for a well-educated student in 2030. Apart from that, I think a student in 2030 will be able to see the interconnectedness between everything. They will be able to understand that disciplines are not standalone, and there has to be a mix of technology and psychology, a peek into history to look into what's going to happen in the future. This interconnectedness is extremely important. They will have to transcend between regular disciplines and subjects and move to transdisciplinary, interdisciplinary. That's going to be another important skill. I think creative synthesis is also very important, that what are we going to do with what we have to do something different? Bring everything together and then think of the next best way to do it. So a student who's able to do that, who's able to actively look
for novel ways to do things when, especially when you're looking at the skill of entrepreneurship, you know, something different, something that will stand out, and something that's really going to make a mark in the world. So a well-educated student is going to be able to do that. And at the bottom of it, I feel that maintaining ethical reasoning at the core of what we do, to keep the human at the center of every interaction in a world that's flooded with data, with technology, with systems and processes, where all of us are so fearful that many jobs will be lost, most people won't know what to do. I think understanding the humaneness of every simple interaction is going to be important, and to be able to effectively problem solve for these people is also going to be an additional skill that a student in 2030 is essentially going to require. Of course, a student in 2030 would have already explored many different career pathways through internships that they would have done through their school journey. So they are able to make very well-informed choices about what they want to do for themselves as a career, as a citizen, as a human. So I think these are the differentiating factors, and our schools should now come together to build in these systems that accept diversity that comes from students, that works at inclusiveness. And of course, I think as much as you may hate it, embrace technology in what we are doing and in how we are doing. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. Yes, yes. We should be cautious, I think, shouldn't we? Curious but cautious. But let me just not push back on you, but explore something a little bit more. When I walk into classrooms between now and 30 years ago, I always tend to see teachers teaching content. I go into a mathematics lesson and the children might be learning algebra rather than problem solving. So how do you convince teachers that skills actually come first and then the content follows? So we're creating these effective learners, whether we're in cyberspace or in a traditional classroom. How do you convince teachers skills matter?
So I think let's look at it from the aspect of problem framing. Where is the real problem? Is the teacher the problem? I don't think so. The teacher is only teaching to a framework. She's teaching to an expectation that is laid on her. It's the expectation of the school, the policymakers, the parents. So I don't think the teacher is actually the one that needs to come out of this mold. It's the whole system that needs to come. If I look at teachers across the globe, and when you step into the classroom, you will see content, but you will still see that human interaction, that humanness that will come out in every interaction that the teacher has. So I think our teachers are ready to make that next jump. We're just undermining their ability to do it. So I don't think teachers are the problem at all. And I think once we work on policies and we enable mindset shifts in schools and in parents, I think the process will become much more simpler. I don't think we allow teachers that diversity as often as we should, because we as principals sometimes are also stuck on framework. We know that this is what we got to do in this much time and how. And so the teachers kind of just follow through. So we'll have to start thinking different first, then take it down to the teachers. And with the teachers, change is not going to come easy. We'll have to do it a little bit at a time. So start by giving them simple instructions and prompts. Add the one higher order thinking question in your lesson plan. Add one open research homework to what you are going to do, what you're going to assign to the students today. Look at project-based learning. Pilot it maybe in 1 or 2 classrooms. I think action research is something that's really effective in this kind of a thing, where the teachers come together and they model what they see in an ideal classroom. So these are the scenarios that will enable teachers to understand that, yes, this is doable, that we are supported, and eventually we will be able to see the change in our classrooms.
Thank you very much indeed. Now, an amazing thing happened about an hour ago. I met another Dr. Tim. There's two of us on this panel. How confusing is that? If you want to differentiate by the two of us, this Dr. Tim's got slightly more hair than me. Yeah? But it's an absolute pleasure and a privilege to meet you, Dr. Tim. And sticking with this theme of mindsets and competencies, we've been hearing about 21st century skills since about the 14th century, haven't we? Let's face it. But in your opinion, which are overrated? Which of these skills are overrated? And more importantly, going forward, what are those key competencies that students are going to need by the time we get to this 2030 K-12 global outlook? What's your thoughts on that, Dr. Tim?
Thank you very much, sir. And I'm grateful for this opportunity to be here. And I appreciate the compliment that I am somehow young at heart because I can look up a QR code at a restaurant. Really, it's just because I'm hungry. But I've learned it a lot from my kids. They've showed me how to do these apps and how to work the QR codes. And so, but grateful that I'm considered young in any situation. So certainly 21st century skills or skills in general. Grateful for this opportunity to be here in Dubai with each of you. And there are definitely some underrated skills or skills that are not to be considered as important as others traditionally might be. And one of them would be problem framing, as my colleague here had mentioned before. That I definitely would agree with that. And rather than working on problem solving, let's frame that problem so that we can understand what the problem is. But along with that, disagreements, positive disagreement, argumentation. Talking with each other about how can we have a positive discussion while we agree to disagree, but let's work together toward a solution, understanding that we might have difference of opinions, but let's not escalate the situation. Let's continue to work together in a collaborative fashion. And another one, and I'm sorry I have to borrow my notes on this since I didn't come prepared for all of this. And another one that is not thought of very much is evidence triage. The ability to rapidly judge what to trust and why. There's a lot of discussion about deep fakes, and so I'm just new to all this technology stuff, and I wasn't even quite clear what a deep fake was, except for when I'm an Arizona Cardinals fan, and so they haven't had a really good year in football. And so there was a video of their quarterback, Kyler Murray, and he was going on and on about how the defense didn't do this, the offensive line didn't support him, all these things. And I'm like, that looks like Kyler, it sounds like Kyler, but I don't think he would say that. And so even someone at my level, I understood that that's what a deep fake was. But now with technology, you can see celebrities, athletes saying things all the time. And how do you know what's real and what's not? And so trying to ascertain that is really important for our young people. And not only that, but identifying what are the values that they have before they're influenced by some other synthetic or non-real image or influence. So our young people really need to work on what is it that's important to me, and how can I work and collaborate with my other student teammates and do things in a peer setting, learn from each other, because the teacher role is going to change quite a bit. And we're hearing a lot about learner-centric and there's just so much information that's out there. We've got to help our young people so that they can develop these skills to be able to discern between all the different pieces of information that they have and take some active decisions that will give us some good way to have knowledge. So with that, I will pass on to the rest of the colleagues.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Tim. We seem to be picking up a theme here of framing questions and perhaps thinking about real life problems. and less about the content, more about the skill. And it's interesting to think about the role AI can play in that. So thinking about AI and automation and technologies, and reflecting on where you are all at this point. I'm very proud of myself. I think I've used ChatGPT at least twice now, but only twice. The first time I asked it, can you teach me quantum physics? It didn't work. It couldn't do that. And the second time I asked it, I'm sitting in a restaurant and they say there's no paper menus available now. Can you show me how to scan this QR code I've been given so I can at least order my food for myself and my family tonight? So we're in a bit of a dichotomy here. I've got a bit of a dilemma to figure out, and Rakesh is going to help us with this, because Rakesh, the question we need to move on to is, with regards to schools and AI, what's the biggest mistake they're all making with regards to implementing or using AI in the classroom or beyond the classroom, and how do we dig them out of this rabbit hole that everyone's dropped into? Rakesh, over to you.
Thank you, Dr. Tim. Very interesting thought. I'm not an educator, so I come as a business consultant. But believe me, whether you give a mic to an educator, an academia, or a consultant, we'll just keep on going. I like to just create a little bit of a background. When this entire event was happening, same like you went to ChatGPT, I also went to ChatGPT and DeepSeek to find out the topic that I'm talking about and what should I speak about it. And it gave me a lot of things. Then I said, okay, give me something which is like a devil's advocate. It again gave me a lot of prompts and a lot of replies on that. And believe me, Dr. Tim, I'm being in this conference since yesterday. And I just realized that in the morning that whatever ChatGPT has told me, it's not relevant. Schools have taken a lot of steps to see that they are progressing in terms of how AI and automation can be a part of this. I'll not say there is anything negative or wrong that they are doing. What I can only, with my little bit of knowledge and understanding and the experience that I have, is that there are few areas of improvement which I'm sure all of them are already working on. But what can be looked into is, rather than AI being looked into something and putting a blanket ban on the usage of AI, it should be looked into more as a AI tutor, which I think Ms. Helen mentioned that. Dr. Robert also mentioned about how to encourage parents and students to see a little bit more beyond. He said that there are 3 prompts and 3 prompts gave them a different reply. So I think that's the dilemma, or that's a challenge which our schools face, as to where to draw a thin line as to how much automation can be allowed, where it has to be stopped. I was also listening yesterday to one of the founders of Creative School, if I'm not wrong, Mr. Al-Muzrini, and he mentioned there is no definite answer, and I agree with him. There is no definite answer as to what is right, what is wrong. Only thing which we have to see is, one, we start taking this as a tool which is going to support us, and at the same time, keep the human element or the human touch relevant. How can we do that? I think Ms. Helen also mentioned about how the process is more important than the product. So if there are assignments which the AI can do, so as educators, we need to find out a way as to, okay, how do we challenge our students to make sure that it is not just what AI has told them. So it could be having a viva, having a peer review of the session, of the assignment which has been given to them. Let them make a video out of that and share it with their experiences, and and deliberate in the classroom. Assignments can, rather than being given at home, maybe are conducted within the class. so that the usage can be monitored, how things are happening, which will help them. Another area which I think Dr. Bushra, see, because whatever I had prepared has gone out of the window. So I'm only quoting and trying to understand what my fellow panel members, because that made a lot of sense. And which I think one point which Dr. Bushra also made yesterday, that, cultural integrity is very important. So I think that's again an element which connects with the human touch, has to be kept in mind, so that we have empathy, we have the cultural connect, rather than just blindly follow. The most important part in this, I think all of us have already mentioned that, is the teacher is the key. He or she is not a policeman. He is the key to this. So we, when I say we, I mean the educators, the promoters of the school or the university or the education institution have to invest on them. Because that's how they're going to make sure that it is passed on to the students and they are able to manage today's, I don't know what you call them. You call them millennial, you can call them Gen Z, you call them, they are blessed with technology. They know anything inside out. If you give an iPhone to a 3-year-old or a 2-year-old, they will just crack it open. So they are not adverse to technology, but what they are adverse is how to use that. And if the teachers are well equipped, well prepared for that, I think that will be the key to making sure that we are progressing very well in terms of the automation and how that has to be managed by the schools.
Yeah, very interesting indeed, and a shout out to my colleagues who are here today from the Bloom Education Training Academy, and they are wonderful, fantastic colleagues, and they are doing some amazing work with regards to use of AI, instantaneous lesson planning, curriculum online plans, and taking some of the time-consuming elements of preparing to teach. But that, at the moment, is where it stops. There's still a human then is interpreting the plan and building the relationship with the children and delivering it effectively in classrooms. But moving on to Navdeep, if this AI just continues to become more and more and more effective, does the teacher's role in the future shrink to almost on the side sort of facilitator? What does a high impact teacher actually look like in 2030? Teachers are always observed and judged again and judged again. So if you're an outstanding teacher in 2030, given this shift that we're going through, what does a high impact teacher look like? How are we going to understand and measure that?
Thank you, Tim. I'm not an educator over here. I come from a very extensive tech background. First thing I would like to share is that the tech is improving at a very fast pace. The cycles have shrunk. Like it took 100 years for steam engine to become popular, right? Like to reach 100 million users. Whereas for ChatGPT, it took only 1 year. And even the ChatGPT models that you are talking about, right? Even that has improved significantly, right? So when we are talking about 2030, I think it's like a video game, like where, like you move from level 1 to level 2, things become more complex. I think that's what's going to happen in 2030. At the same time, I think most of us are able to use AI very effectively because we have done a lot of hard work, like in last 10 years, 20 years, building those skills. I think the challenge would be is once the AI is very effective, you need to be very smart yourself to use those AI tools very effectively. So I think that for primary classes, secondary school, I think that whatever education system we have, I think should still be there, because we need to make sure that they have that strong math skills, they have strong analytical skills, like all the hard work that we are doing, I think that should stay the same. I think where at the same time, as a lot of folks have already talked about, that we have to provide that personalized guidance, because we have to make sure now that every student, when they graduate like from school, they're very good at their job, because average work would get automated away. So the responsibility is that we have to make sure that every student now, let's say if they want to become a software developer, they are at the top 1% of the software developer. So that would be the responsibility of the teachers. So there's no way like you can automate away teaching. At the same time, we also have to develop empathy, judgment, all the personal skills. Also, as a technologist, I think that like all the AI companies are basically trying to do is trying to replicate human thought process, like all the AI engineers are basically replicating brain functions. There's an element of evolution that has shaped us as who we are, like thousands and thousands of years of evolution that has gone up. I doubt that AI will be able to replicate that in the next 4 years, but who knows? There could be a new algorithmic like revolution that may happen, because there's so much money being thrown at the problem. That's what worries me. Like there's a AI doctor, there's a AI lawyer, there's a AI marketer. There's literally AI tool is being built for like every profession out there. And at the same time, if that money didn't materialize into anything, we'll run into a recession. So it's a very strange world, I would say, but no way I believe that like educators, like their skill sets may change, but I think educators still have a very, very important role to play in 2030 specifically. Thank you.
Thanks, Navdeep. Really appreciate those thoughts and comments. But let's begin to get uncomfortable with the future and move to Suja and see what your thoughts are on this particular question. Because if you think about it, universities, what do universities value? Portfolios, problem solving, critical thinking, etc., etc. And thinking about AI integration and exam scores and what channels students into university now, and probably by 2030 it'll be the same. So Suja, what exactly is a school for in 2030? What's the point of a school in 2030?
I'm happy to be here. Thank you, Tim, for this. I think the main purpose of schooling is getting, and the main purpose of education is getting tremendously redefined, of course, with the advent of AI and with the new technologies, digital technologies, which have flooded the market. The schools, I guess, and I would say school education has to transition from just being centers of knowledge transmission to developing holistic human capacities, I would say. So the process of learning becomes more important in terms of evaluating the process of learning rather than just seeing the outcomes. And student capacities in terms of, the foundational pillars of school education, which would be the development of intellectual capacity, development of socio-emotional capacity, and inculcating social responsibility. The pedagogic methods of how teachers need to transfer information and to develop students to inculcate the right kind of attributes and traits to face the future will be redefined, I would say, in ways that where technology has to complement traditional teaching, and if it's done in the right way, that will help. So when you're talking about intellectual capacity, from a more conventional traditional teaching environment, teachers will have to, and are also already integrating digital AI generated information in what they do and integrating digital technologies. But the aspect of developing students to question information, to evaluate AI-generated outputs, to how do you get students to analyze their thinking, more of metacognition skills, of reflection, of self-awareness becomes more important in the type of questioning that teachers will have to do, and also and in the aspect of conceptual understanding. I would say that it's not just the accumulation of facts and knowledge that is important presently, because it's already available on digital platforms, but more in terms of how do students evaluate their information, how do they connect concepts across disciplines, apply knowledge to real life contexts, and to be able to assessment strategies especially will go through a lot of change if it has to be made more valid and more reliable, because professional and I think the teacher education in this aspect becomes extremely important to help teachers to be more competent and to build capacity to develop students for the future as such. And of course, the social emotional capacity and inculcating social responsibility is going to be as important as developing the intellectual capacity, because, and I feel social labs where frameworks such as social labs and such structured frameworks can help to be integrated into the curriculum, where students can dialogue and debate on themes which are, in terms of changing scenarios, of changing environments. We talk of themes like unequal power, conflict resolution, negotiation, where students can discuss and debate and be more aware of what is happening around them. And these kind of learning experiences, I feel, will basically help students to be future ready. I feel this is what schools need to be, prepared for.
And I think it's true to say that the technology that we're using today, it's out of date by tomorrow. And so this word transition is interesting. Just how long does this transition actually last until we feel, yeah, we're there, we've arrived? Because it just seems to me that the pace of change, the pace of this digitization is only increasing, and it's getting less certain about how we keep up and how we manage this. And I'll leave you with one thought: is right now, there are 2.2 billion children on this planet who still can't access the internet. So are we at risk of leaving behind a huge percentage of the children on this planet because they are, as a digital, in a digital context, disadvantaged to the children who are not? And that's food for thought. And as we definitely reflect on the panel and think there's still a human element needed here, let's not forget our role as humans in shaping this, where the world could get even more unfair and uneven as time goes by. So I'd like to thank all of the panelists. We've listened to Suja and Rakesh and Robert and Helen and Jumana and Dr. Tim and Navdeep. They will be available after the panel for autographs and for photographs, and to engage in dialogue and discussions with you, because we've actually elevated them to celebrity status today through being involved in this panel. So we really do appreciate your thoughts, expertise, and opinions, and we look forward to seeing you, hopefully not on a virtual panel, sometime soon in the near future. Thank you very much, everybody.
Dr. Tim, if I just may add, you know, the way we see this economy moving 2030, I think the government and the leaders of UAE have taken a very conscious decision as where have they put in 2030 agenda education as their main focus, where they want to develop this sector and make it as an educational hub as well. So I think within UAE, we are moving at the right direction, right place, with the right kind of leadership, which is, very supportive for all the initiatives which have been taken here. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Such an informative and necessary discussion. God forbid for a digital panel. No way. I believe we will never reach there. I think our world really missing kind people, number one, and the rest can follow, but my personal opinion. All right, so I would like to invite on stage Ms. Joanna Cherska, Dr. PhD Engineering from Gdansk University of Technology, to help me with a token of gratitude. And once you will receive the certificate, please move forward to make beautiful pictures. I'll remind you again. And the first token of gratitude goes to Dr. Tim Hughes. Please, round of great applause. It was amazing, this panel discussion. I'm really overwhelmed with all the information. The next token of gratitude goes to Helen Pereira Russo, Superintendent CEO, GEMS Dubai American Academy, Dubai. Once I've been told by my teacher that smile, it's for free, but it makes another person happy. So applauses, it's also free, guys. Let's make each other happy. Let's bring this energy and vibe in the room that we are happy for your colleagues. The next token goes to Robert Thorne, Principal, Belvedere British School, Abu Dhabi. The token of appreciation goes to Rakesh Gaur, co-founder and the CEO of Manage Mentor Consultancy, United Arab Emirates. Token of gratitude goes to Jumana Gari, Principal, Barati, Vidipeth, Rabin. Oh, I'm really breaking my tongue with this. I'm so sorry. Pune, India. Token of gratitude goes to Dr. Timothy Smith, President and the CEO, Learning Matters Education Group, California. Thank you. The next goes to Navdeep Singh, CEO, Kandor. Navdeep, you're here. And the last token of gratitude for this panel goes to Suja George, Chairperson, Alpha Group of Institutions, India. Thank you so much for your I would ask everyone, please move forward on the stage to make a group picture all together and the video. I actually checked already in the LinkedIn of the comedian elites. We have available pictures as well. If you follow the hashtag down there in the booth, you can see many of them. So much, absolutely amazing and necessary discussion.
happen, I would like just to follow on what Dr. Tim said about this QR code in restaurants. I absolutely, let me make it softer, don't like it. And every time I would ask at the restaurant, can you please give me a traditional menu? And they will give me a face as like, you know, for which planet you're coming from. But I absolutely believe that it's very necessary to have a contact with the paper, because my personal opinion, in the future, it will cause a lot of, how can I say, maybe psychological issues without the physical contact, and having everything just not real will definitely cause something that we don't want to even think about it. So I agree with him. And ladies and gentlemen, if you please make the stage available for the next speaker, I would really appreciate that. So we are moving on to a keynote address, Beyond Borders, Advancing Educational Paradigms for a Global and Innovative Future. And I would like to invite on stage Dr. Ilaria Bossi, Pedagogical Director, Argenta City Hall, Emilia-Romagna, Italy, that she will share insight into global pedagogical frameworks. Please, let's support Dr. Ilaria Bossi. But try it. Yeah, it's there already. Yes. And
Good morning, everyone. First of all, sorry for my no perfect English. It is a profound honor to stand before you once again in this city of Dubai. I would like to extend my deepest gratitude to the organizing committee for this invitation. This marks my third year participating in this forum, and with each visit, I'm more impressed by Dubai's commitment to excellence and innovation. I must also congratulate the organization for maintaining high level of discourse. This event has truly become a global lighthouse for those of us dedicated to debating and shaping the future of education. I would like to specify that the images that you will see scrolling during my presentation are images that summarize the concept that I will express in words by adding iconic, symbolic, and evocative meaning. We need also poetic in this word. My contributions over the past 2 years have laid the groundwork for the proposal I'm presenting today. In the 2024, my first year here, I presented the competent child. I focus on education as a form of art culture. I introduced the concept of the competent, active, and proactive child, an individual who possesses both the know-how and the agency to act. During that session, I shared the visual evidence of pedagogical environments designed in Argenta City to trigger innovation and a forward-looking mindset. I also talked about how important it is to create original environment that stimulate intelligences. We concluded by pointing out that it is necessary to follow the non-trivial to look for ways that lead to development. Today's world forces us to take different and unusual ways that lead to choice, that cultivate attentions, respect, care, mindfulness, and beyond. Ways that inspire dreams. The technology is not. That lead us to unexpected solutions, path of resourcefulness, of the strength to believe that innovation is played where it is attempted and with fluid, dynamic, and flexible gaze. This is very important. Okay. Next. Okay. Last year, in the 2025, we expanded our reflection by examining the core values that must govern educational and pedagogical development policies. We discussed how a social, global, inclusive, and forward-looking policy are essential to sustaining long-term educational growth and innovation. For this to take place, it is important to believe in a pact of close and strategic alliance between all those who are involved in education at various levels. All of us, educators, CEOs, education specialists, teachers, professors, principals, policymakers, have the duty to believe that we must prepare the citizen of tomorrow to face a complex future, and that this will only be possible if we have provided them with intelligence tools that even before artificial intelligence will have outlined the way to innovate in the highest extent of the world. Education is a global development pact that we can bring to life where intentions animate action, and where action is sustained by a clear vision of strategic evolution. And so, we find ourselves today. Today we can no longer simply talk about education. No. Today, the word education alone is not enough. Today, we are called to plan the future. In 2026, we are confronted with a reality in which information is everywhere. But wisdom and true reading and interpretation skills are scarce. Our traditional and sometimes somewhat rigid education models cannot keep up with the speed and complexity of the world. So it's time to go beyond borders. Our first change is from school to an inclusive and democratic educational community. Go. Okay. This is very important because educational values must be values for everyone and by everyone. Our second change is from content to capacity. This is a crucial and strategic point for both students and teachers in an age of artificial intelligence. Knowing the facts is no longer a competitive advantage. We all know a lot, even too much. We need to cultivate cognitive agility. We are called to shift the focus to system thinking, training future generation to deal with chaos, structuring and destructuring reality continuously. This is the key to providing the true operating system for evolution. Ability to structure and extract reality we must do in now immediately. The third pillar of our vision lies in the conviction that excellence in education cannot exist without intercultural exchange and constructive dialogue. Only through mutual openness is it possible to nurture an educational ecosystem that is truly global, equitable, and inclusive. Go. We aim for a model of excellence founded on sharing and discourse, where inclusion becomes the driving force in shaping and citizens of the future. This leads us to believe that sharing, dialogue, and collaborative exchange are the strategic case to educator and teaching training. Reflection cannot be confined within a restricted environment. Rather, it must transcend both geographical and thematic boundaries. We must envision workspaces and forums that exist beyond the traditional professional context. To truly unlock creative potential, it is essential to design environments dedicated to free-throw spaces where individuals can engage in dynamic exchanges, whether in intimate small groups or expansive collective dialogues. Equally important are spaces for gathering and concentration, spaces for individual reflection and reworking. The investment, go. Okay. The investment in the training of educators and teachers is the highest investment we must make for an education that can be defined as modern, aligned, innovative, open, inclusive, and education that looks fiercely to the future. If training is lacking, the heart of development is missing. Finally, we must address the why. Innovation without a soul is dangerous. Understanding the direction and the reasoning behind our educational choices is crucial, as this is the heartbeat of our professional awareness. Without a clear sense of direction, we risk making errors that could ultimately lead to the future of our project. Thank you for your attention. And go. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ilaria. Thank you so much to Dr. Ilaria Bossi, and I would like to give you the token of gratitude. Please, ladies and gentlemen, support Ilaria with a round, warm applause. Dr. Ravi Gupta actually will help me with that. Thank you so much for your support. And we are moving on. And we are moving on to the next topic. Thank you so much. Where we're going to talk about inclusion is no longer an opinion. It is a responsibility. So I would like to welcome on stage Gemma Peebles. Gemma, are you in the room? Yes, I see you. Thank you so much. She's a principal and a chief executive officer, Harrison College, UK, with the important presentation on the future of inclusive education, creating skilled and equipped learned for the workplace. Let's welcome Gemma. What's going on? You're all ready for lunch? We're still quite far from that, so let's bring our attention.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. Let's get some energy back. It's nearly lunchtime. It's nearly sugar and refreshment time. So if you can give me 10 or 15 minutes of your attention, and then I'm sure we'll rapidly approach lunchtime. So the young man on the screen behind me is the type of young person that I'm going to be talking to you about for the next 10 minutes. So I am Gemma Peebles. I'm the CEO, founder, trailblazer, force of nature behind Harrison College. In an evolving job market, preparing young people for meaningful employment has never been more urgent and more important. But for neurodiverse and young people of determination, the transition from education to work is often fraught with barriers. It doesn't stem from their capability, from their abilities, but it's from access to opportunity and inclusion. I want to explore with you some innovative educational models, such as what we deliver at Harrison College, and how we're dismantling the gaps and how we are pioneering new pathways to success for these young people. By bridging the gap between education and industry, equipping employers with knowledge on how they can bring neurodiverse workers into their organization, and designing skills-focused learning experiences, we're redefining what inclusion means to a workforce. We're going to look at how education to employment strategies can actually support our learners, equip businesses to have an embracive and inclusive workforce, and also to actually benefit from a strategic advantage. So why am I talking to you? What does this crazy lady from the UK know about inclusion? What do I know about what businesses are asking us for? I work with a huge range of organisations in the UK. I'm the incoming Vice President for Doncaster Chamber of Commerce. We work with the King's Trust, the British Chambers of Commerce. We are collaborating on some work with the House of Lords. We've won a range of awards for social mobility, for our education provision. We have the Quality in Career Standard Mark, which is defined by the Department for Education. And we've run a variety of national and local awards for our work with our young people. So how did this start? Where did the idea come from? I asked myself 3 questions. And I was in mainstream education for 15 years. I look very young on the stage. When you get closer to me, you'll see I don't look quite as young as I do from a distance. So as I was in education, I asked, is there a better way? Is there a better way of preparing young people through an educational pathway that fits their needs, but also meets the demands of employers? I looked and I found the answer was it doesn't exist. So rather than complain and continue to highlight the problem, I decided to find a solution and create that solution for myself. In the UK alone, we currently have 700,000 people with autism, and that's more than 1 in 100. Only 22% of those people are in full-time paid employment. And each year in the UK alone, we spend £23 billion in care and lost earnings for children and adults with autism. And that's 1.5 million per lifetime. And I'm sure that will also transfer to organisations, transfer to other countries across the globe. But with the right intervention, with the right support, people can live more independently and contribute to society. Harrison College is a unique educational provision. We see young people differently. We educate our young people differently. The output for our provision is to meet labour market demand, is to look at what are the skills that employers in our local labour market need, and how do we create young people to fill that gap. We are a game changer. We are disrupting the educational landscape across South Yorkshire, but also now across the UK. And we are looking at unlocking the potential of all the young people that we work with. We have completely rejected the one-size-fits-all model of education. For each of our young people, we look at individualised career development plans, individualised curriculum that leads them into the world of work. We shatter curriculum boundaries. We deliver a lot of our learning within our organisations that have partnered with us and delivering different programmes. There are no limits on what a young person can achieve if the environment and the support is right. Our study programme is based on a learner-centred ecosystem. It is not centred on a DFE structured accredited system, because that does not create young people that can go into the workplace. We have tailored individualised support. We have a team of teachers and experts across the commercial sector that work with our young people to get them into the right roles and get them into being sustainable for their future. We deliver a skills-based curriculum. I've seen exhibitors across the conference today that are also referencing Skills Builder. Skills Builder is a program that is now a global phenomenon that's taking place across education and also across commercial organisations. The Skills Builder and Skills approach allows young people to understand the essential transferable skills for the workplace. All 8 skills are embedded across the curriculum, and that then builds upon the local skills improvement plans that the Chambers of Commerce are building around 26 different regions across the UK. We're creating young people fit for the future. We're creating young people that are assets to an organisation. How do we collaborate? So I've asked in a previous panel, what are the barriers for education industry working together? The barrier is often saying no. The barrier is often being restricted by regulation, by accreditation. The way to actually engage with employers, the way to bring industry into the curriculum, into the classroom, is to say yes. Is to have a commercial team that understand commercial pressure of businesses that are in your local labour market. We collaborate in lots of different ways. We have career insights workshops. Businesses come and share their story. Owners share that they have a very wavy line in terms of their career journey. We do a lot of labour market research. Students go out into the local area and they go and visit different organisations. They see what workplaces are like. They often make assumptions about what a particular organisation will do or how an organisation is run. So we take our students to different sites. We run our internship programme, which is key to our provision. So organisations will take an intern into their organisation like you would at HE, and these interns then become an additional employee in the workforce. They start to understand that organisation, and that then leads to hopefully an apprenticeship or into employment. We deliver on community projects. We have project-based learning as part of the curriculum. So our industry partners will design the curriculum with us, and they will set 6 or 12-week projects that our young people will deliver on in terms of live briefs. That can be anything from exhibition stands through to roadshows in the lower key stages of Key Stage 1 and 2. We educate on road safety, on endangerment of rhinos. We also have created exhibition stands for crufts. The list is endless. If you want to know more about our projects, please come and speak to me over lunch. I can talk to you about some very interesting projects that our young people have delivered on. I want to share with you a very short video just to demonstrate what it means in terms of taking an intern and what it means in terms of what they can achieve, if it works. It didn't work. The video is really good. So if you want to watch the videos, they are on our website. So if you go to harrisoncollege.co.uk, you can actually see videos of our young people working with organisations like the Genuit Group, organisations like ARC Racing, and you'll see there that our young people are being assets to that organisation, taking on the roles that a lot of organisations are still struggling to fill because they need the human skills that are part of the Skills Builder programme. We're bridging the gap between employment and education. It means a lot of commitment in terms of redesigning your curriculum, but what it does mean is that the destinations at the end are realistic and then they go into the world of work. Once again, a video not working, so please go to the website and you will find them on the website. In terms of inclusion, we're not just talking about inclusion in education sense, in terms of having Senkos available, in terms of understanding the learner profiles. We talk about inclusion in terms of taking on a neurodiverse intern, organisations accessing talent pools that they've not accessed before. They're starting to see that neurodiversity is something that needs to be embraced, something that brings strategic advantage to their organisations. We've placed interns in sectors ranging from leisure and tourism, finance, accounting, logistics, operations, engineering, and technology. And we're driving systemic change across our region and hopefully starting to bring that change worldwide. As an organisation, we also deliver neurodiversity in the workplace training. We are very clear about our training. And if a workplace understands the individual, then you understand their neurodiverse needs. But if you understand the individual, you understand your employee workforce even better. We've delivered training to organisations like GXO Logistics, Genuit Group, and the Scouts across the UK. And the message is always the same. Get to know the individual, because it's the best for all employees, not just those that are neurodiverse. So you might be sat there thinking, okay, so what? What does this mean? What is the outcome? Why are they doing something different? The reason why are all the young people on the screen behind me. What does it mean? Over the last 3 graduating cohorts, we had over a 90% success rate in placing our young people in destinations such as employment, apprenticeships, or further education. If we think about the statistic at the start, only 22% of all people with autism in the UK go into employment. We completely flip that on its head and we get 90% into employment. We impact over 250 partner businesses across the region and now across the UK. On average, each academic year, we deliver 3,500 employer engagements with a very small cohort of around 30 young people per year group. It means that educational innovation works. It means that being brave by doing something different, by listening to the labour market needs, we can change lives of young people that have often been told that they can't and they won't and they haven't got a journey for success. We change that message, we flip it on its head, and we say, actually, we don't compromise, as I said in a previous panel, we don't back down, we speak to employers, we speak to the education system, and we say we need to do things differently. I've gone through my 10 minutes, I believe, pretty well. Are there any questions people want to throw at me from the floor? If not, thank you very much. If you do want to continue a conversation, please email me, go on our website. Thank you very much. And I'll be around at lunchtime if anyone wants to talk to us about our very innovative model. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you so much, Gemma. I would like to invite Mr. Ravi Gupta on stage to give you a token of gratitude. You come in the center of the stage for the pictures and videos. All right, we are officially late 20 minutes, so I will try, which have to try to cut something so we're all on time. Thank you so much, Gemma. And now we are going to have a panel discussion tree for today. Talent mobility is redefining the global education landscape. This session will examine teacher retention strategies, cross-border recruitment, leadership pipelines, and professional development ecosystem. And I would like to invite on stage our moderator, Denise Schneider, independent change maker for art education Brazil. Please, Denise, if you could be in the middle, yeah, for the moderator. Round of applause. We're still not on lunch. Thank you so much. And our panelists, Dr. Leanne Hunt, Principal, American International School, Dubai, UAE. Do we have Dr. Leanne? I will keep going with the next, maybe she'll join later. Dr. Yassine Talbi, Principal, Al Mahawi British Private School, Sharjah, UAE. Yes, here. Sundos Kisvani, Specialist Learning Disability Center. Yes. And that's so. Did I miss anyone? Yes? Oh, yes, Dr. Zuzanna from Poland. Please apologize. You have microphones on stage. So you're supposed to have 1 hour. Yeah, so let's do can we do 50 minutes? Yes? Perfect. Thank you so much. Where?
The school itself.
Alma Wahab. Alma Wahab. Inshallah, one day I'll learn Arabic after being here for so many years and that my pronunciation get better. But thank you for correction. I do appreciate that. Thank you.
Hello. Thank you. Hi, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. My name is Denise Schneider. I came all my way from Brazil to be here today and moderate this very, very important panel. It's a critical topic. And to start, I just want to ask you all, how many of you here today have been in a classroom as a teacher at some point of your career? Please give me your hands. Okay. Is there anyone here that are still in the classroom as an educator or as a teacher? Yeah, we have. We have some that are still in the classroom. That is really, really nice. To be in movement is so important. And during my career, I started as a teacher in the classroom, as a drama teacher. I always tried to be in the classroom also when I started to lead a team of teachers in a school. I was always together with them in the classroom. So to keep us in movement is very, very important. And for us to start this conversation today, I want to invite Zuzanna Janspa-Krajewska, who is here with us, so we can put our body in movement a little bit and wake up our minds to be together in this conversation. So, Zuzanna, yeah.
Hello, everyone. I'm truly honored to be here. And I think that you need some espresso because our concentration is a little bit, So when I start my presentation in Poland with 1,000 teachers every year, I start from the play. This is song, but here I have only one part of this play. So maybe could you support me, okay? Can you stand up? And little espresso for us because we must, we must waiting for this espresso. Okay, so now I can speak Polish, but you understand everything. Ręce w górę, w dół. Raz, skrzyżu, w górę, w dół. Raz, skrzyżu, w górę, w dół. Raz, skrzyżu. Okay, this is your espresso. So we can start, okay?
Perfect. Thank you, Zuzanna. Very good. So let's start. Our conversation. I already introduced a little bit myself. I started as a drama teacher, and then after that, in the public schools of São Paulo, Brazil, I was invited to lead a first team of art teachers. And all my career was as an educational leader, starting in art education and then working as curriculist and also working in some ed tech company developing curriculum for art and technology in Brazil and Latin America. My last big project has everything to do with this panel today. So I'm going to talk a little bit and then I'll invite my colleagues to introduce themselves also. This last project was really, really important for me. As I said, I started in public schools, and then I worked in some research schools in Brazil, in partnerships with universities, but always in the floor of the classroom with the teachers. This last project was in the state public network of São Paulo, the biggest network of public schools in Latin America, impacting, reaching 3.7 million students, where I redesigned all the art education strategy to really transform the art education methodology from a content-based education to a project-based education for all our students. And this had everything to do with training teachers, training and developing teachers. So in the art curriculum in Brazil, probably you guys have something as this in your countries, is a right for the students to have not only visual arts, but also theater, drama, dance, right? And we just saw what Ila said about innovation with soul, right? And how this is important in the world that we live in now. So in this last project, we were dealing with a very big challenge, which was our teachers were mainly graduated in visual arts, but they were asked to give project-based learning in dance, in theater, right, in music. So we had a big challenge in giving the right tools, not overwhelming them with tools, but giving them the right tools, the right materials and the right support to make it real, right? And this was the project of my life so far. Yeah, because I started as a drama teacher in the public school. We feel it exactly in my body. And that's why we wake up our body before starting a conversation like this. So this is a little bit about me, and I really want to hear my colleagues. So I'll ask you to quickly introduce yourself so we can start this very important conversation.
Thank you, ma'am. In the beginning, say Assalamu alaikum. My name is Sundus Al-Kiswani. I'm CEO and founder of Specialist Learning Ability Center here in UAE, in Sharjah and Dubai. And I'm a quality assurance of inclusive education in UAE. To be honest, I'm so happy that I'm here between you. From last year, when I joined the same summit, I decided that Sundus, next year you have to be in the panel. And alhamdulillah, it's happening. To be honest, I think when I choose this panel topic, because I'm a newborn as a doctor, before 10 days only I graduated PhD. And my topic is about the good practice in inclusive education in the school. So how to be a good mainstream class teacher in the school. Because you know that not as a SEN student we have to dealing with them. Every student in the classroom are different. Every student have a right to knows their needs, knows how to teaching them, accommodated, differentiated, the strategy of teaching, learning, etc. So really thank you so much that we will discuss about this thing. And we hope really our training for teacher, not only as a picture, ceremony, clap hands, take certification, and that's on. We need really the impact. We need the implemented of what we already teaching, training inside the classroom with the student. Just before, inshallah, I will give you the mic, I want to ask small question. If I ask you that we have 3 elements in the school who have a rule to improve and progress the student, who you will choose? Principal, teacher or head of the section or head of the department? Who you will choose? Principal? Who said principal? Okay, respect for all principal here. I respect all the principal here. Who really have a big rule, have a big important rule to improve and growing the student in the school? Who said principal? Okay, there's not a right or wrong answer, to be honest. In education, there's right and more right. Don't worry. Yeah, in education, there's no more, not right or wrong. It's depend on the situation, places, and like this. So who said principal? Okay, who said head of section or head of department? Okay, who said the teacher? Yes. If we have a trip, parent direct message teacher with the trip, what I have to make it, what I have to send it. If my kid have little bit here, something grade sign, what happened to my kid? What happened in the classroom? Anything small and big, teacher responsibility of the student. Yes, thank you.
All right, thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Dr. Lane Hunt. I'm the principal of American International School. I'm a positive, pragmatic, practicing principal. I raised my hand when they asked whether or not you were still in the classroom, because I believe that every educator that enters a classroom never leaves the classroom. I impact my teachers, I impact my head of departments, as well as my students. I think it's very important to be a part of a panel such as this. I think the topic is relevant and that we all face it wherever we sit in the globe. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, so I have notes because, you know, English is not my first language, but I can speak to you. I have 3 minutes, okay?
Yeah.
Okay, so we have, I think, global crisis of our work. So this is something like we have too little respect of people, of social, okay? So come from different cultures and speak different languages. Our educational challenges are remarkably similar. I believe that is because there is fundamental question in education, so that will never have a single final answer. How do we teach well? Yeah. So teaching is not a destination, it's a process. Teacher is not an institution. Teacher must truly to be yourself, and that education needs authentic. Children feel us, but teacher needs space for it and respect of his own personality. So teaching is constant searching, reflecting, and responding to changing realities. Yet many education systems still operate as this question could be answered once and for all. So this is, I don't know. Those who understand that education requires continuous inquiry and adaptation are often the ones who struggle the most to find space for their work. Yeah, and they need more freedom and more trust from government, from school leaders, and institutions. The world today is focused on quantity, metrics, numbers, and good teachers, however, strive for quality, relationships, understanding. And these two realities is extremely difficult to, to be together. Without proper support and a sense that their work truly matters, this tension leads directly to burnout. We have problem with burnout teachers, yeah? Every day I receive thousands of messages from burned out teachers, educators, who no longer see meaning in their work because system driven by quantity simply not align with who they are. This is no longer only about salary. At its core lies a crisis of social respect. In my country, the social status of teachers is deeply eroded. In Poland, teachers under the 30 to age 30, only about 5% of the workforce. So this is this is like answer, yeah? This is not a temporary dip, it's signal of deep systematic crisis. Young teachers leave not because they lack strength, but because the system proves stronger than their motivation. I stepped away from academic and from institutional work, not because I lost passion for education, but because I lost space to practice what I love to do. Yeah.
Susanna, it's exactly what I feel also.
And now I teach teachers. I inspired, but I make space for his personality. Yeah,
perfect for their soul.
And yeah, for the end. And the core teachers are social contribution, people of deep sensitivity, empathy, and responsibility. This deep is both a gift and burden, and it requires systemic support. Passion without support turns into burnout, and burnout does not build education systems.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, good afternoon, everyone. Assalamu alaikum. My name is Dr. Yassin. I'm principal of Al Mawahib British Private School. I would like first to thank these glowing, beautiful ladies and the gentlemen for joining us in this beautiful panel discussion. And thank you, Susan, for moving us. So we grow older and lazier, so we are not exactly, yes. Thank you for this beautiful start. Actually, like speaking about education and our impact on students' outcome. It's a long journey, and I would say, yes, teachers are the frontliners, but definitely the impact of the leadership is really impactful. And I would say people do not leave organizations, but they leave their line managers. So that's the thing. So we ensure that actually my story, starting from being a grade 8 English teacher, I would say, and my view to the leadership, to the school leadership, I would say that maybe I have seen something that I would say like, this is not how leadership should be. So all my journey toward the leadership or the SLT positions, I would say, yes, there are local regulations that you need to comply to, but at the end of the day, there is a sense of I would say, a sense of a touch of humanity is there around, and you will never reflect it to happen in your culture unless you do believe in it, you do feel it before you do it, and then when you actually have it from inside out, it's not just an embodiment of something, but it is a reflection of your internal thinking and mentality into the environment. I would say leadership is way more important as well, because it's them who are creating the right environment for teachers to grow. If the leadership is toxic, the environment is toxic, and the school environment will be actually toxic, and this will negatively impact students' outcome and students' well-being in general, and the other way around as well.
It's the quality of the air, right? So yeah, leadership is main, it's so important. So I'm super happy to see how we resonate here. And I'm going to raise now some of the questions that we think are very important in this discussion, and then ask my colleagues to contribute based on what resonates more with each one of you. So we talked a little bit about why talented teachers leave, right? Why we are leaving our most talented teachers, and where are they going, right? So in the last 3 years, as an independent researcher, I had the chance to work in the entertainment field in TikTok as a training and development leader, and discussing very deeply what is relevant content and why so many teachers are just like choosing to be influencers, for example. They are just doing that, right? They are super creative. They want space they want agency, and they want to feed their souls. So they are leaving us, right? They are leaving the classroom every day. Great teachers live in the classroom. Why they are leaving? So this is the first question that I want you all to think about, and we are going to try here to tackle. So the second question is, what are the main motivation of teachers today? What are the main motivation, and how we can support, incentive, and celebrate the teacher progress? So if we are not also talking about their progress, about how they develop and how their art, is developing, it's very difficult for us to motivate them. So I really want to understand how we can motivate our teachers to stay. The third question here that I bring to our table is, how can we deal with the isolation of some of the teachers, innovative teachers? For example, I was talking about the art teachers in Brazil. Some of them have different contracts. They are hired as freelancers. They are not invited to be part of some of the trainings. They are not provoked to evaluate their students. We don't have metrics in art education, for example. And yesterday we talked a little bit about the future competencies, future skills that are not being measurable. They're not being measured. So how we can deal with the isolation of some of those talented teachers that are connected with our world today. The last question is, what type of support are we giving to our teachers so they can focus on what matters most? Are we just giving them tools and overwhelming them with trainings that are just clapping hands and certificate? Or are we really taking care of the air quality and giving them on-the-job opportunities to develop themselves, to perceive their progress? So what teachers really need, guys? What teachers really need? How can we support them? I really want to listen all of you now.
I think that support too often means more tools, more documents, more, I don't know, everything. But too little space for our creativity. And when you hear something like art, it's not important. No, I learn math, little children. And I think that art is a part of math. Because
Totally.
math is thinking, not numbers. And when I talk about this in Poland or everywhere, no, math is important. Math is true. No, we are important because we are truly, and we feel the people. We are empathy. So this we need space. I think this is answer.
Thank you.
Yeah. So, is it me?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
It's
So
you.
is it?
I'm just, yeah.
I would say it is speaking about teachers. What do they actually need? So I would say like maybe we have. I'm just proud to share this beautiful experience that we are having in our school. I would say that the teachers would need more space, and more time.
Space again.
Exactly, yes, because of course, no, we are actually, it is normally we are in UAE. Mashallah, UAE is much more advanced into the inspection and quality of teaching and learning across the world. And one of the examples is this panel discussion that we are sharing our views and angles of education from different world and from different parts of the world in one table, and which is really good from the UAE leaders to give us this chance. So speaking of the freedom that normally teachers need, we have a very good practice in our school where normally we have observation cycles where we are checking the quality of teaching and learning, but definitely we are having that, let's say, I would say that purple star where the teacher will take it with him and then will stick it in the door of his classroom, which means that nobody should visit this classroom. And it means We are trying new things. So it is the time for innovation, for that teacher to try new different methodologies of teaching with his students and see his students' preferences in learning. So this will give more space and for teachers to be creative, to be more innovative, and its strength to the school to strengthen something called innovation across curriculum and innovation across the school. And I would say maybe, and you will be really, I'm inviting my fellow people in education to try it differently, but the you know, like the content of it is it. So you will really be surprised with the radical traditional way of thinking. You know what, you need to do objectives, then explore the concept, differentiation, assessment for learning. But when you give them space, they will really shock you with totally different angles of getting the students learning while having fun and achieving the curriculum standards as well. Yep.
This space for teacher is space for children. I think so.
I love that.
Yeah?
And I just love this idea of the purple star, because space is not something that we can make it visible, right? So this is it's not a definition, but to have a way of saying that the door is open, please come. Please give me some feedback. Please, let's share our practices, and transforming the school in a research field, right? Understanding that it's in the floor, in the classrooms, shadowing, you know, being together as a community of teachers. This is how we can build a really developing environment for teachers that are talented and that want to find their motivation inside education. So Purple Star, great idea. So let's go on.
Yes, thank you. Maybe I will answer this question or said about this thing in another way, or adding for what you already said in general. As we have like different ability, different needs, different everything in the classroom from student, also we haven't one answer only for teachers what they need. I can summarize it like if we can draw like a graph, a triangle, and we can go from base to the peak. Let us to think together, when any new graduated from university, what they need? Experience. So he can accept any position, he can accept anywhere, any salary, anything, just only to take experience. After, let us to say years, it's supposed to be years, not months, that time we are asking about the salary, more salary, because I have experience now, so I need more money, more salary. After, alhamdulillah, that, okay, I achieve my level or I achieve my goal. After that, we are looking for a position. That before I'm a teacher, now ahead. After that, like someone who's have a really policy or like a main rule in the school. In the peak or on the peak of this triangle, it will be like a respectful. Not only a money, not only experience, not only position, we need respectful. So the respect from others, not only high, say, clap hands, standing for me. No, this is not the respect. The respect is really how to collaborate together, to grow, to develop our school together. From your side, as a principal, as a head, as a teacher, as a parent, you know that parents is a partnership now. It's not like a customer. And this is maybe I can summarize it like what the teacher need. And how can we support the last question, I think, from my opinion, and I know that most of you also agree with me. Now, during the technology, AI, yesterday, all the panels about AI and like this, to be honest, it's not easy for the teacher. Now, all the training center, let me to say in my experience in the Arabic world, most of the topic in training courses, digital teacher. How to be a digital teacher? Come on, digital teacher, okay, it's nice because essentially they needed the, what we are here, it's needed because the new generation, maybe my son, my daughter teach me how can I do something, but also don't forget the traditional way of the teaching. from my side as a specialist in special need, now the learning disability cases, let us to say, or SCD, social communication disorder, or delay in language, it's not just only increase it like what all of the people say, the numbers is increased, it's increased already. No, it's not increased. Already we have it, but there's more formal diagnosis, there's more awareness from parents, there's more, let us to say, yes, there's a factor which play that the role to increase the numbers, but also at the same time, also our strategy in teaching also playing a role to keep on no more problems or disorders in the classroom. Yes.
Perfect. Very good. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Just to add a little bit to what my colleagues have said, I do appreciate the word humanity. I think that the revolution has already taken place in education. The knowledge is there. We are no longer the purveyors of all of the knowledge. We require technology. We rely on technology. We depend on it. So what my colleague mentioned about the training for teachers is essential. The teachers who are teaching now more than 20 years, they were not educated through a digital age necessarily. They were educated in a traditional way. However, the students are no longer taking that method of learning. There are digital teachers. There are teachers online. There are, shall I say, AI teachers. They're advertising outside there, AI tutors. I stress to my teachers that it's important that you remember that your goal now has changed. The last part I'm going to add is that society has to decide, what do they want from teachers? What do they want us to be able to do? Because we are not operating in a microcosm. Everyone wants their child to be successful, but many parents have a challenge when we challenge their children to be successful in an authentic way. So I think that when we look at what it takes to keep teachers within the realm of teaching, I think we have to look at what it takes to keep parents to understand that not everyone is an A++ student. Not everyone is going to go to college. Not everyone is going to be as successful as the next person. However, we can reach their maximum potential with your support. I think we all as parents, we need to remember that teachers are not magical. They do not have a magic wand, but they have determination, they have empathy, they have motivation skills. They can be essential in the success of the realm of teachers staying in education. But when they're getting beaten in society by communities, by the news, by the media, and they are human, it's very difficult to go up against a robot. The robot knows all the answers. All of us have a library right in front of us when we want to know something. We don't have to go to education for it. You have a 10,000 book library right in front of you when you have your mobile phone. You have an AI robot, whether it's Alexa, Siri, or whomever else you want to speak to. So you don't need to go to the teacher. But when you do go to the teacher, understand the teacher's role. The teacher's role is to give you motivation, inspiration, aspiration, to help you understand where your child is at that time and then help them move forward. So I don't pretend to know it all, but I do know that right now the revolution has already started and already happened in education because the autonomic robots are here. The internet is here. We learn online. We learn visually. We learn with interaction. So we have to look at what society wants from teachers in order to know what it takes to keep teachers in this field of teaching.
That's the question. That's the perfect questions. Like what society wants from teacher. Yeah. Perfect.
Yes. Really, I want to add one point, Mr. about this thing that you know that in UAE, before 2 years, they started to make like a license for teachers, specialists, etc. And you have to renew your license every year. Before 2 years, they ask around from 25 to 40 hours only like a CBD during the year. Now, on this year, 2026, they asking from 75 to 100 hours related to your field of teaching and learning. So, okay, yes. So we are so happy that they increased the hours of the CBD and training and etc. But really give the teacher space, what already you said about it, space to implement what they teach, what they learn. Not only having the knowledge for herself or himself, just only how can we, what we already took it from the courses, workshops, conference. Next day, exactly like now, we are here. Tomorrow, all of us return back to our schools and making a small meeting with our staff. What really the main points we teach it from the conference? This is what we need, the impact. Like, everything, if you have to measure it, is it working or not, or is it affected or not? Just see what's happening after that. So this is our requesting. Thank you.
This is great. Yeah. Thank you so much.
Thank you
for adding this point, please.
Thank you. I would like just maybe to build on what the gentleman and the lady over there just said. So I would say, like, yes. So the world has invented and has introduced a lot about AI, artificial intelligence. Now I would say that the word AI is the most said word in the world after okay. So now I would say that it is, and now I would like to acknowledge something about the UAE as well, that it is the first country in the world to have the Minister of AI now in the country, and definitely to introduce as well a full AI and comprehensive AI curriculum into the Ministry of Education schools, and now it's coming to the private school and private sector as well. So this is something beautiful. But I would say, again, I will go back to the humanity. I would say, I think it is the time to stop and reconsider the artificial intelligence and say, it is the time maybe to think more and to strengthen something called maybe human intelligence, emotional intelligence. We have impact and we have bombarded our teachers with a lot of devices, a lot of platforms, a lot of websites, a lot of strategies, different here and there, which will deviate and digress the actual intent of teaching. So I would say that at least for me, I would say it is the most important thing is that emotional connection that is between the teacher and the students. AI cannot teach you respect. AI cannot teach you love. AI cannot teach you morals, let's say. But I would say, and teachers can. So that is the thing. So it is the time to reflect on what we are giving to our teachers, to give our next generation. We would like to understand that, number one thing, I should respect the teacher, love the teacher, then a hidden and the spiritual connection channel will open between me and that teacher. So it will allow the flow of information and the cognitive calculations to come into me to be reflected in a certain form. So we need to understand, to go back to who we are and why we are strong, the strongest creation of God on earth. I would say it's because of this, not because of AI. It's because of our humanity and us as human, I would say.
I love where we are going this conversation and how it has everything to do with where we started. So we are talking about personalities. We are talking about souls. We are talking about giving space for humanity and what are the choices that we have to do to give this space. It's not only about timekeeping or metrics, right? Please, Zuzana.
My last word to you. This is in this changing world, we need teachers who be like support for children, and this is the important things in teaching. I think so.
That is incredible. So we are talking about making space visible. We are talking about making humanity visible, and I want to ask Yasin to, thank you, to talk a little bit about this very beautiful chain here.
Yeah, just in 1 minute. Just only, I think here around 20 or 30 persons. But please, I want to ask you that what I will say now, please, you have to must to spread it with your families, friends, colleagues, in everywhere. If anyone see this sign of sunflower anywhere, Did you see this sunflower sign anywhere?
Have you seen this?
If you have seen it, just raise your hand, please. You did? Uh-huh. 1, 2, Brazilian football club?
Yeah.
No. Okay. No one. You can see it in the airport gate. You have to see it in the mall, in restaurant, in everywhere you will go. This signs, can I stand up?
Please
Thank
stand
you.
up, please.
Yeah. Okay. This signs, it's about a non-visible disorder, like a hidden disorder. If any boy, any girl suddenly shouting in the floor, on the airport, in the airplane, anywhere, what you will say? Oh my God, he's naughty. He is a bad raising from his parent. No, he's not naughty. Maybe he's suffering from autism. Maybe he's suffering from ADHD. Maybe he has sensor integration audio, like, for example, disorder. So who will wearing this sign? Maybe the same case as a child, or his parent, or his specialist. So please be aware and spread this awareness in all your community, in all your country. This is not only in UAE, it's globally. It's internationally like sign for hidden or non-visible disorder like autism, ADHD, learning disability, SCD, social communication disorders, and etc. Really, thank you so much.
Son, I want to add that the first time that I saw this chain was in a teacher. So this is also something that I want to reinforce. We talk about neurodivergency and how this can enrich our practices, enrich our community, and how sometimes those are the most innovative teachers that we have, and they are struggling there. You know, they want to bring their personality, they want to bring their contributions, they want to be together, developing the community, bringing new ideas. So thank you so much, Sam. Thank you so much. I hope that you enjoyed the conversation, and let's keep talking. Thank you. Thank you, my colleagues. Yeah, thank you.
Very necessary, important conversation. Thank you so much for this beautiful panel. And I would like to invite on stage our supportive organizer, Mr. Mohammed Ashif Abbasi, for the token of gratitude. So the first token of gratitude goes to our beautiful moderator, Denise Schneider, independent gender maker for Art Education Brazil. Thank you so much for your support. I know you maybe want to run for lunch, but still we are here. Thank you so much. The next token of gratitude goes to Dr. Leanne Hunt, Principal, American International School, Dubai, UAE. Next token of gratitude goes to Dr. Yassin Talbi, Principal, Al Mawahib, British Private School, Sharjah. Did I say correctly? No. Dr. Zuzanna Ciastowska-Krajewska, CEO Pani Zuzia Poland. Дуже дякую. Goes to Dr. Sundoski Svani, Specialist Learning Disability Center. Thank you so much. And thank you so much for the information of the sunflower. Personally, I haven't known that. I will be very much aware. That's very important information for all of us. Thank you so much for this necessary panel. And we are actually only 10 minutes behind the schedule, so please enjoy the lunch. Group picture together. Thank you so much, Reverend. Yeah. Beautiful. I would like to ask everyone to be back at 2 o'clock, 2 p.m. Yes, I believe it's enough. So 2 o'clock, we're gonna start sharp. Thank you so much.
What if education could be reimagined for every learner in every corner of the world? Showcase breakthrough edtech solutions and join visionaries.
Actually, this is my first experience in the summit, and I think it's great because it's gathering all the decision makers, schools, principals, and other activities around schools like companies, vendors. So I think it's overall great.
I really appreciate the invitation to be part of this event. It was great having people from around the world and the region who were participating in this. Not only were the roundtables and the talks very informative and helpful, but the exhibition booths as well, really giving a display of some of the new technologies and services that are rolling out for higher education. So I'm really glad that I was here.
Join a global community, governments, educators, innovators, co-create pathways for a sustainable, tech-driven future.
Experience was really good. We had a chance to expose our company in different countries. We get to meet delegates from different parts of the world, which was so useful. And also we got the information that's happening around the world, which was so useful for our company to going forward.
This is more than a summit. It's a movement. Are you ready to elevate education?
From 32,000 educator profiles across the globe, our research team meticulously shortlisted 3,000 exceptional leaders. From 800 outstanding nominations across 49 countries, every single one was remarkable. Tonight, we celebrate the very best, top leaders and change makers from over 30 countries. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 35th ELETS World Education Summit Awards, where excellence meets global impact. Their stories will inspire. Their achievements will transform education worldwide.
What if education could be reimagined? For every learner, in every corner of the world? Showcase breakthrough edtech solutions and join visionaries.
Actually, this is my first experience in the summit, and I think it's great because it's gathering all the decision makers, schools, principals, and other activities around schools like companies, vendors. So I think it's overall great.
I really appreciate the invitation to be part of this event. It was great having people from around the world and the region who are participating in this. Not only were the roundtables and the talks very informative and helpful, but the exhibition booths as well, really giving a display of some of the new technologies and services that are rolling out for higher education. So I'm really glad that I was here.
Join a global community, governments, educators, innovators, co-create pathways for a sustainable, tech-driven future.
Experience was really good. We had a chance to expose our company in different countries. We get to meet delegates from different parts of the world, which was so useful. And also we got the information that's happening around the world, which was so useful for our company. to going forward.
This is more than a summit. It's a movement. Are you ready to elevate education?
From 32,000 educator profiles across the globe, our research team meticulously shortlisted 3,000 exceptional leaders. From 800 outstanding nominations across 49 countries, every single one was remarkable. Tonight, we celebrate the very best, top leaders and change makers from over 30 countries. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 35th ELETS World Education Summit Awards, where excellence meets global impact. Their stories will inspire. Their achievements will transform education worldwide.
What if education could be reimagined for every learner in every corner of the world? Showcase breakthrough edtech solutions and join visionaries.
Actually, this is my first experience in the summit, and I think it's great because it's gathering all the decision makers, schools, principals, and other activities around schools like companies, vendors. So I think it's overall great.
I really appreciate the invitation to be part of this event. It was great having people from around the world and the region who were participating in this. Not only were the roundtables and the talks very informative and helpful, but the exhibition booths as well, really giving a display of some of the new technologies and services that are rolling out for higher education. So I'm really glad that I was here.
Join a global community, governments, educators, innovators. Co-create pathways for a sustainable, tech-driven future.
Experience was really good. We had a chance to expose our company in different countries. We get to meet delegates from different parts of the world, which was so useful. And also we got the information that's happening around the world, which was so useful for us company to going forward.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you enjoyed your lunch and you are recharged and ready for the next panel discussions that we have. I would like to request a humble and gentle request from all of you to help our lovely waiters. The plates are so difficult and they're running all day and they're fit. I'm sure they're dying after their like 12-hour shift. So let's help them. If you finish your lunch, please bring the plates back where the lunch is. There is a tray where you can place them. And before we're gonna move to the next panel discussion, I will ask you to do some physical game with me. And sound people, my sound check people on the left, guys, DJs, kukuruku. Maybe let's bring like some energetic music for the people to pay attention at the stage. I would be very happy to show some respect. We are all here. We are back from the lunch and we're ready to continue the day. All right, ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Or I'm very democratical, to be very honest. You need 5 more minutes or something? Give me like a head nod or anything. 5 more minutes, anyone? Or we can start? Or shall I leave? I'm gonna go home. Let's wrap up. They have no reaction over here. All right, let's be serious. So I'm not gonna give you any exercise. You're definitely not gonna participate in that now, but we're gonna move to panel discussion number 4, which is reinventing the learning economy, our schools in the next startup. I'm gonna put actually on the shoulder of moderator and panelist all the pressure from you not paying attention. So deal with it the way you want. And here we go. Our schools evolving into agile, innovation-driven organization. This panel will explore entrepreneurial school models, data-driven governance, and a financial agility. So the moderator for this panel is going to be, and by the way, can we have a microphones at the stage, please? The moderator is Natalia Svetanov, Principal, Woodland British School, Ajman, UAE. Natalia, do we have you here? Yes, please. Could you please come up on stage? So the moderator stays in the middle, later on with the microphone. Ladies and gentlemen, please, let's get serious and give a big round of applause for Natalia, our moderator. Thank you so much for your support. I feel like a teacher in the school, you know, when nobody gives attention. That feels a bit horrible. I feel sorry for my teachers back in the school. All right. Then I would like to invite our panelists. Clara Martin, Principal, Sabri International School, Dubai. Clara, are you in the room? Yes, I see you. Then we have Dr. Prima Muralidhar. Sabri International School, Dubai. Indian, I apologize. Sabri International Indian School. Then we have Dr. Prima Muralidhar, Principal, the Royal Academy, Ajman, UAE. Thank you so much. Let's give a round of applause. I'll remind you that's for free, but makes people really happy. And Husseina Bigan Noor Sharif, Principal, the Bloomington Academy, Ajman, and Head of Local Advisory Board, North Point Education, UAE. Do we have Husseina in the room? No. Huh? Lady? Lady? No. Okay, we're moving on, so you can start, and if they will join us later on, I will invite them at the stage, all right? Mr. Terry, if you hear us, we are waiting you at the stage. Please come and join us. Hello?
Good afternoon, dear colleagues. I hope everyone is fine after lunch. Today we gather together to discuss a very interesting topic, and the topic which really started to be actual for each school leaders. The topic for us today, reinvention the learning economy. Are the schools the next startups? And the question is, for centuries, schools considered like traditional establishments, organizations which are extremely systematic. But when we are talking about startups, startups are the projects which are built to break the systems. Startups are projects which develop very fast. And for us, like principals, like leaders nowadays, we also need to move very fast to be together with development, with technologies, and so on. And principal or leaders' role not only to know kids well, not only to know psychology well, not only know pedagogical sciences well. As leaders, we need to know how to manage schools, how to manage people, how to manage institutions, to manage finances, how to be educated with the last technologies. So today we will discuss a very interesting questions. And my first question is, Ms. Clara, if your school were a startup, what problem would it say it exists to solve? Because as you know, all startups appear to solve some questions. What can you tell about your school?
Good afternoon, everyone. And just to kind of clarify again, the school that I belong to is Sabri Indian School, and we're a CBSE curriculum school. It's very interesting because when I read this question, and the first thought that I was having was the vision statement that we have, which we have kind of worked on last year, which says very clearly that it is the vision of our school is to empower our students with the values and skills to survive in a dynamic world. And I think I have been here yesterday, and the entire conversation around future readiness and whether the children are being prepared for future readiness and so on. And I think that's what is the problem that Sabri exists to solve, which is to prepare children for future, to prepare children to be able to take up careers and to be able to lead a productive life in the future, to be able to adapt to the dynamic world, but at the same time to keep the values intact, to give them the values which will help them to do well in life, to excel. Of course, excellence can have different meanings for everyone, but that's something that we think, if we were really a startup, that's our tagline, to help children to navigate through life by giving them the right set of values and skills.
Thank you so much, Ms. Clara. I would like to ask Ms. Prima the same question, if possible.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I mean, having a panel discussion with such beautiful lunch that we've just had, I know it's difficult. Nevertheless, as leaders, we've been going through this all our life. And I can tell you, in the last 4 decades of my life, I've been both sitting there and on the top here in the dais, and I know how difficult it is with most of the time our anxiety and preparedness to what's happening at school. Nevertheless, I think I must agree with Clara. I can't agree less than what she said, and I endorse Natalia's. The whole panel discussion on startups and looking at what the future holds for us, I think it's very important now to address one big question, and that is the schools have transformed. And if I said this is my 42nd year, it means I've seen the entire transformation happening in the school sector, not just with the school, but coming from a background of a kindergarten teacher, rising to the level of an academic auditor for the Globe, ISO. The transformation has now given me ample evidences to say that learning irrelevance, if I can use that terminology, learning irrelevance should change. Today, any startup, any school, there's no shortcut to anything. We have to replace definitely the traditional approach of preparing children for careers and being very focused on that, to making them independent, to making them active, agile learners, to ensuring that we build the skill sets in children. And so, more when I talk about educational, the whole system of transformation, I would like to add that it's not going to be easy anymore, because the myth that we had, learning will only happen inside classrooms, is now changed, and it has to change to saying that learning happens in all the learning spaces of a school. So if you're asking for what is my advice or what is my thoughts about a startup, I should say there's no more looking into saying, I've established in the school, I need the bucks back now immediately. No, we need to first invest on being able to produce wonderful learners for life and then look for returns. So anybody wanting to invest in school, it's not like that of the past. Today's schools have evolved, and so also have the learning ecosystem evolved. Thanks, Terry, for joining.
Thank you so much, Ms. Prima. Your 42 years in education is really impressive, and it is very nice for us to study from you. We are also happy to welcome Dr. Terry with us. He is a vice principal of Bloomington Academy, one of the oldest British schools in Ajman. And we are really happy to share with him our experience. So I also would like to ask Dr. Terry the same question which I asked our other panelists. If your school were a startup, what problem would it say it exists to solve? If your school would be a startup, which problem would it solve? Any startup, when we start startup, it is created to create some problems. So if your school is startup, just now started, what problem would it solve?
Offhand, I don't know what problem it would solve. I know as a startup, I would encounter several challenges. The first challenge that I would encounter, and I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to answer your question, is the quality of the teacher. Hands down, I'm a firm believer in teacher education programs and equipping our teachers with the skills that are needed in the world today, the skills that are presented by our students who are in front of us every day. It's to find who those teachers are and how they're going to perform in our classrooms. So that's the number one challenge. I know in Ajman there are multiple curriculums that schools can offer and that parents can offer. You have to find that sweet spot that is best suited to your needs and for your comfort level. And so I'm in a British curriculum school, and I would assume that the majority of my families have chosen the British curriculum school because, one, they're familiar with it. Either they went through it or their grandparents have gone through it. And they're looking for the best pathway for their child coming up through the system. In order for us to provide that best pathway, I need to make sure that the teachers that I'm putting in front of them are world-class educators and that they have that training to back it up in the classroom. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Dr. Terry. So the second question, as we discussed at the beginning, nowadays our leaders need to act not only like educators, but sometimes like entrepreneurs at the same time. So, Ms. Clara, what is one decision you've made as a school leader that felt more like entrepreneur than an educator?
One of the major things that I think as an entrepreneur you would be looking at is the commercial viability of your school. And, we use this term sometimes, we're in the business of education. I think they're very polarly opposite things because education can never be a business. And yet we are in that. So I think that's one of the most important things that principals every day deal with, because obviously commercial viability means you have to look at credibility of the school, you have to look at its scalability, at the predictability, and a lot of factors which are financially involved in it. But at the same time, you have to also look at whether your school is sustainable. And sustainability again means, in the longer run, educationally sustainable. So those are the two things that I think as an entrepreneur I would be looking at, which is the school commercially viable? And of course, is the school educationally sustainable and following the practices that will hold it in a long run?
Thank you so much, Clara. What about you, Ms. Prima?
If you're looking at, we just talked about educational relevance. And I think it's very important to have, as we say, when it is a school context, there are many factors that go about to make a whole school. Now, every single thing, right from the teaching, learning, to the soul transferring around the corridors, everything is very important. And it is also important for us to look at the, as she said, the commercial viability, because you don't take up something and end up thinking that this is too much and you want to cut a budget. Now that's where things start to backfire. So it's very important to do your homework, have your vision as to what is it that you really want to, where do you want to go, which direction you want to go. And also learn to believe that education today is not a standalone. It depends on so many other entities. Are we ready to take all of them along? I think that's the most relevant aspect of what I think everybody should know.
What about you, Dr. Terry?
I think as an educational leader, having worked in a couple of schools here in the UAE, for me as an educational leader, one of the kindest comments I can ever hear from parents is whenever they come into the school and they say, it just feels different. And if you're an educational principal here or a vice principal, you'll know what I mean. Whenever they walk into the building, what do I mean by that? It feels different. There's a safety, there's a smile, there's a welcoming persona. Those are things, we're competing for students and we're competing for families. The curriculums, it doesn't matter if you're choosing British, American, IB, other curriculums from around the world. It's the human face that you're putting in front of those students. It's the human face that you're putting for the parents. That is where you're going to build that trust. If a parent isn't trusting you with the care of their child from the age of 5 years up to 17, 18 years of age, there's no greater moral purpose that you have as a leader is to ensure they're safe. You're cultivating a mind. And so when parents trust you, they have to know that when they come into the building that one, they're welcome, and you can welcome them with a simple smile on your face, but also that the building is safe. Yes, we have to check all these other boxes to make sure safeguarding, all of those, and those are all valid, they're all important things. But the leader sets the tone for the building, and they have to be visible, and that means being out at the front gate in the morning, out at the front gate in the evening, and getting out of your office and getting into the gymnasium, the cafeteria, the hallway, the classroom. So for me, it's all about relationships and how we're going to entrust parents' confidence in us.
It's really inspiring. And your point about leaders' visibility, it is really, really very important for each leader. Okay, Ms. Clara, traditional schools value stability. Startups value speed. How do you personally decide when to move fast and when to slow down?
Yet again, I do not think that stability and speed are contrary to each other. I think they are a part of the same responsibility that we have. So when we talk about stability, what Dr. Terry just said about how people feel when they come to school, how parents feel when they come to our school and leave their children with us. So the point here, of course, is about safety, about whether people trust us. And that's what stability builds. At the same time, speed is also important for us because you need to be aware of any issues that are arising. Speed is all about paying attention to the needs of the children, attention to the needs of the society and the community at the whole. So if I have to talk about stability, when I have to talk about issues which are regarding the health and safety, or about the overall culture of the school, about the values that we impart, when it comes to that, we have to be slowing down. We have to take things into consideration. We have to talk to all stakeholders. There has to be resolution. There has to be dialogue. There has to be communication. And these processes take time. So when it's about the overall impact that it will have on the school life and on the culture of the school, then you need to slow down. But when it comes to, let's say, about issues or things which affect student agency, or things which give students more exposure, or something which will help them to air their voices. And in those cases, sometimes you can take things up, you can speed them up, you can see, you can have little actions which will have higher impact on student outcomes. So when it comes to those issues, that's when speed comes into play. So as I said, both of the roles, both of the things are equally important. It's just a matter of what is it that they're dealing with and how you make a choice according to that.
Thank you so much. My next question is for Dr. Prema. She was in education for 42 years. And my question is following. As principals here in UAE, our task for sure to have a very good curriculum, to have good relationship with our students. But you know that when we are managing school, it's also important to manage admissions, to manage budgets, to manage everything. So the question is following. What mindset shift did you have to go through to lead more entrepreneurial? Because when we are educators, mostly we are thinking about education from educational point of view. And we try to do as much as we can from educational point of view. But sometimes, you know, our wishes, desires are stopped from financial point of view and so on. So can you tell us about mindset shift which happened with you?
As I said, for decades, I think over the years, you know, so I need to tell you that I moved from a kindergarten teacher 40 years ago to that of an ISO academic auditor today that I am. But at various junctions I've held, always thought it is important to hold the reins of the school. Now, why this is very important is because, as you rightly said, the mindset change that I should say in 2 words is moved from control to experimentation. Now, why did I say control to experimentation? The challenges and the scenario as a school leader 3 decades ago is not what we have today. There are systems and processes that has to be in place for us to be able to relate with the incidents and not rate. For example, anything that we do in a school, even as simple as setting a process for effective teaching, learning practices, as a leader, I'm not going to get in to rate a teacher. Instead, I need to relate to the teacher. I'm not going to get in to see what the teacher is doing. Is she following a plan or whatever it is? And is the school of, let's say, the 40-minute going in proper order? I'm getting in to see whether there is an impact, whether the impact is measured. So when we talked about control to experimentation, when I said that, we didn't have any rigid format. But thanks to UAE and the challenges we have in terms of inspections and other regulatory bodies that expect the minimum level of efficiency and excellence, I think we have evolved. We have evolved to become leaders who are very willing and open to criticism, to healthy deliberations, to be able to manage the entire teaching, learning activity. Whenever we look at a school context, I think before we were looking at academic and administration as two different portfolios. But over the years, we have evolved, and that is an academic. Administration is part of the academic ventures that we have to have. So to cut all of this short, I can say that the transformation is now mainly to relate, to be able to use a different type of leadership. For example, follow the distributive leadership, follow the transformational leadership. You have to be an operational leader, you have to be a strategic leader. And now the final I have realized is, unless you learn to relate to the people, unless you learn to relate to your stakeholders, you are not going to be able to move the school forward. So summary of all of this is learn to relate, and you can handle n number of jobs associated to your leadership.
Thank you so much, Dr. Prima. Dr. Terry, in life, for us like leaders, we need to take a lot of decisions. We need to try a lot of different tools. And as leaders, you understand that any type of new tool, any type of new methodology, it is a risk for the school. So my question is, what is a risk you took that didn't work? And what did your school learn from it? Because, you know, every mistake, I don't call it as mistake. I call it as a lesson for us. So can you just share from your experience, what risk did you take and it didn't work well as you expected?
I'm going to draw from an experience back in Ontario, Canada. Because I can't think of a risk that I've taken here that just like really failed and blew up on me. So if I can go back a few years to Ontario, Canada, I was in a very difficult school, lots of special needs students, and we had closed various other elementary schools in the town, and we were all moving them all into one central school. So there was a lot of competing economics in the building. We had multimillionaires, and we had those that were on social assistance. This is a story that it was a failure in some regards, but it was a massive success in other regards. So all of our classes are co-ed in Ontario. So boys and girls together right up to grade 12. The only time that we have gender separate classes are in high school phys ed. And so grade 7 and 8, I've been doing a lot of studying about gender streaming, boys in grade 7 and girls in grade 8. And there was a model school out of Toronto that had provincial success. And so I spoke to the principal. We did a tour of his building, and I was about 5 hours away from Toronto, brought it back to our school. Had strong support from a forward-thinking superintendent who backed me on that. We did a public forum with parents, and it was one of those evenings where the principal, you were the public crucifixion that night. You had some very fixed mindsets when it came to streaming by gender. And we worked through that. But what I found in both the academics and in the athletics, it was a success story, particularly for our girls. When we did a deep dive into the data, why was it a success? For the girls in both language arts and English and in math, they wanted to talk about the story more. They wanted to talk about the problem more. Whereas guys, and I'm looking around at there's a number of men in the room, when we go on a trip, we want to go from point A to point B. We just want to get there. We don't want to stop on the side of the road. We don't go to a flea market. We just go straight ahead. Where the girls, their academics came up because they had more opportunity to discuss the problem. Where it was even more of a success was in our phys ed programs, because we now had boys phys ed, girls phys ed, and I asked the girls, let me go back to the guys. Guys, do you like it? No. Why? Because there's no girls in the class. Okay, well, that's not a reason. Girls, I asked them point blank, why do you like it? Because all of a sudden our basketball team, our volleyball team, our school softball teams excelled. And they said, finally, when we're doing basketball, we get the ball passed to us. And we don't have guys that are leering at us. So that's a story of both a success and a challenge as a leader. I took a public whipping from certain parents, but at the end of it, I did the right thing for those kids in that time. And in hindsight, I wouldn't change a decision there. So tale of two cities there.
Thank you so much. It is really interesting samples from your life. My next questions, we are moving to technology. And I want to ask Ms. Clara, many schools now buy technology, but not all the schools innovate with it. What do you think? What is the difference between using technology, I just mean, for example, purchase some technology and innovate with it in the school?
I think that's a very important question, especially in the world that we live in today. Pretty much any kind of school summits that we attend, or in the past, especially 2 years, we're always talking about AI and we're always talking about technology, because yes, technology has been there for years, but it is now in the couple of years recently that it has really taken on the world. So when you have a plethora of platforms available, how do you make the choice? And what is it that, how would you have innovation in your school? I think the difference is in the mindset. It is not about what product you're buying or what platform you're buying. It's about, I think when you talk about innovation and technology, it's more to do with the teachers and the children. And for instance, in our school also, when we look at any product or any platform which is concerned with technology, or for instance, the robotics that we have built up over the past 3 years. So we evaluated the needs of the children. We also saw their skills and the teachers' skills, and we built the program very gradually. We did not just go out in the market and purchase every product that was there and then brought it to the classroom and told the teachers use it, because obviously that's not going to work. So we took step by step, a very gradual process. We built it one by one. We gave the teachers, because even again, like Dr. Terry was saying, it is about how are you training the teachers? What is the kind of professional development that you're giving the teachers? And so they do not feel overwhelmed by the technology, but they feel empowered by it. And because the teachers are empowered by it, they will definitely use innovation and use it to drive better student agency. And that's where the difference lies. So it's not about just buying a product because it looks modern, because we have to keep up with times, because we have to, on the surface show that, of course, we're using technology like any other big school. It's about how it really, again, impacts your outcomes, your students, and your vision of the school. And if you really think that you can have all of that in place with the use of this technology, then that's where we go ahead with it. So again, innovation is something which is in the mind. It is something which is individual. And of course, it is something that a teacher brings to the class. You can have the best product, the best thing that is available, the most expensive thing, and yet not be able to, bring out any outcomes. So that's, if you have the correct mindset, I think you can use technology to its optimum and bring in any innovation that you want.
Thank you so much. My next question is for Dr. Prima. Have you ever partnered with an edtech company, innovates the change learning in your school? Not just the tools, but learning itself. And what made it work?
It's an interesting question, and something that I can speak from both perspectives. From that of a leader who's wanting to choose a product that can help enhance teaching and learning, and from the other side of being part of a developing team that can actually help in building the tool. So because I did have 5 years of corporate experience where I was part of the team that developed the school software. I mean, you talk about ERP, the Enterprising Resource Solution, or let's also look at it as the school information management solution. So I've been on both in the receiving end and in form of how do we look at it. I would like to say only one thing. I mean, when we want to take any product, I think it's very important that we work together. In other words, we need to co-create solutions. We can't just have somebody bringing us a product and wanting to thrust it into. So you have n number of knowledge partners and you are battling, trying to get each of them in line and in sync, and you lose the whole purpose of what you want to do. Rather, we'd like them to come and sit with us, partner with us, look at our learning outcomes, see how their product fits into the school system, and then be able to work together. Because gone are those days when a school can just say, I have my teachers and my teachers will make it all. No. Today we need those knowledge partners with us, because it is important to catch the pace at which technology is going. And the way that it is going, if you don't run along with it, you will be lost. And so will your school fall back. And I'm taking on from where Clara said, it's very important to actually understand why we need a particular product. And then, so there has to be a good amount of homework that we do before we even ask for somebody to demonstrate something. So when you want to have a knowledge partner, or let's say a technological partner, whoever it is important that they work very closely with this. But let me tell you, at the end of the day, when the software solutions came in 2 decades ago, when people brought the ERP, which was once a corporate tool, into the school system, we thought they were all telling us to take it, that they would give us the product, and we had to change as leaders, we had to change the process to suit their product inside. Well, that's not what we want, right? We want them to tailor their software to meet our processes. And because in the corporate world, you keep admin as the center of your wheel. And in a school context or in an educational context, you put academics or the child as the center. So when you want to have any partnership, we need to co-create those solutions. I think that's the best takeaway that I would like to give. And once we are in sync with what they want to offer, then your 7 periods of science may end up teaching 3 periods in a class, 1 period in a playground, 2 periods in an innovation hub, and your children are there. They get what they want.
I think it is impossible to tell better. So my next question is for Dr. Terry. In our life, like leaders, we can make the best strategic plan. We can want a lot of things, but as you know, in reality, very often we are limited with budget, we are limited with building, we are limited with a lot of stuff. So let's imagine situation. Today, some wonder happened and you got unlimited credit card. Which innovation tomorrow would you make for your school, which will change the school completely? Just mean you have a wonder unlimited credit card. So which innovations will you make with it?
That is a good question. And knowing my own limits and my own knowledge.
Unlimited dreams, unlimited possibilities.
Yeah. Knowing my own limits, my capabilities, my knowledge. With an unlimited budget, I'm going to hire the best and brightest minds in education for my building. I can't think of one program that would meet all the needs. I remember, even though I'm Canadian, I remember American President Ronald Reagan saying he didn't need to know the answers to everything. He didn't need to know the answers to the economy. He could hire the best minds that would have the answers to the economy. If you're giving me a blank check, an open credit card, I'm going to find my best science teachers, chemistry teachers, ICT, AI, my best early educators for my primary years, and I'm going to hire them to do that job for me because I know my limits and I can't do it. I can't. I sidestepped the question, in other words, but I know my limits.
Okay. What about you, Ms. Clara? If you have unlimited credit card, what innovation would you make?
I think that's one of the dreams that we have, isn't it? That we should have unlimited credit cards when it comes to investing for the school. But yes, I kind of agree with Dr. Terry because ultimately everything that we do is about learning. and everything that we require for the school is about learning. So definitely something, even if it is about technology, a product which would definitely help the children in improving their outcomes in, across, across curriculum, across everything, anything that would help in really uplifting their outcomes and improving the academic outcomes, definitely that. And if that means investing in teachers or investing in a platform which is innovative, which helps the students, then definitely that.
So I want to ask you a question. How do we protect learning integrity when schools are pressured to think like business?
There are two things actually I'd like to say. Also, when Dr. Prema was talking about the EdTech companies, and she was talking about how earlier when the ERP companies used to come and then they used to tell us to kind of tailor our curriculum according to that. And over the years, of course, it has evolved a lot, because now the companies come and the first thing that they will say is, we'll customize it for you. So the first statement that any company nowadays says is that they'll customize their product to our requirements, which I think is a big turnaround. The second thing about the learning integrity, I said at the beginning in one of the questions that we are in the business of education, and yet business is not, education is not really business. You cannot look at students as transactional. You cannot look at them as products. They are, of course, human. They are living beings who you are empowering. And our job as educators is to ensure that these children grow up into holistic human beings who will contribute positively to the world. So while we juggle with budgets, we have been talking about money in the past 2-3 questions. So when we juggle about budgets, we juggle about investment, we juggle about marketing. I have been looking at, for instance, in the past week on the number of re-enrollments, at the same time also looking at the number of admissions coming in. So it is a tough job. It requires a lot of, you have to kind of keep that balance. The rope is very, very tight. But we must always remember at the heart of it, everything that we do as educators is about the children. And so learning is the primary and the only goal that we should have. And at the business, and at the center of every step and every initiative that we take, if we keep learning at the center of it, if we keep our students at the center of it, then I think learning will stay protected. Because ultimately we must remember, whatever we might be investing in, whatever we might be bringing into the school, it has to impact the learning of the child. And whatever actions, whatever our action plans read about, the ultimate core of our business are the students. And as long as we remember that, I don't think we will run into the danger of turning it into a transaction.
Thank you so much, Ms. Clara. Dr. Prema, I have a next question for you. Have you ever said no to a financially attractive idea because it didn't align with your educational values?
Yes, I did. It's very important, I think, as leaders for us to know that, as we're just centering around that very important point, that keep the student in the center of your curriculum. So if there has been any financial offering that has made, which is going to be just focused on just branding the school without actually ensuring that it has its impact in the activity, then I would say no. Because for me, as a leader, and I think the very purpose of children coming to school is to make them resilient, to make them competitive, to give them all the skill sets they need to survive in the VUCA world. And for this, if it's something that's going to just put my school in the map of a globe and just giving the school a brand without having anything to measure the impact inside, I would certainly not accept it.
Thank you so much. Dr. Terry, how do you know that innovation is truly working? If we are not talking about scores and about marketing, how in general, for you like leader, you are measuring that innovation worked in your school?
How do I know if innovation is working in my school? Well, I have to be visible in the school. I have to be visible in the hallways. I have to be in the classroom. And I'm going to know if innovation is working truly at the classroom level by engaging in the conversations with the students, being part of their learning. But it isn't just them telling me what they're learning. They're actually teaching me, because the stuff that is happening in those classrooms with the technology, I'm from a different era. I come from the chalkboard era. I've come up through smart boards, all that stuff. And it is a real struggle as you get older to keep pace. And so AI, which is, forefront in everything that we're doing right now, I know if it's working I talk to the child, they can explain it to me in my language, but they're also excited about it. And whenever I go into a classroom, the teacher passionate about it. You can tell if a leader is passionate about their school, about their staff, the same way a teacher is passionate about what the kids are learning, and they'll bring you right over to it. You see it on display, and the face doesn't lie. Your eyes don't lie. The face is a gateway into their soul. And whenever they are excited about what they've just discovered or what they've just been able to create with a friend or even on their own, and then explain it to their colleagues, explain it to the old white-haired guy who's just come into the room, then I know innovation is working. I may not understand it, and most of the time I don't understand it, but I do know whenever good teaching and good learning is happening, because it is the good noise that we hear in the classroom. I hope that makes sense.
To be frank, it is a sense of education, and I like your human-based approach, because at the end, 100% of teachers are human, 100% of students are human, and if, like educators, we can read the minds and read the souls of our students, it is the most important, because all these innovation digital tools are just tools. So it's really insightful feedback from you. So Miss Clara, for you, next question. What role can school play in adult reskilling, parent education, or community learning ecosystems?
I'm sure you've heard this saying that it takes a village to raise a child. And I think that's what a school is. A school is an ecosystem. A school is not just a closed classroom space where children study in isolation and teachers just come and teach and they go back. Especially in the dynamic world that we live today, a school has to work as an ecosystem. And that means learning cannot be a one-dimensional, one-directional thing. It has to involve the parents, it has to involve the larger community, it has to involve all stakeholders if that learning really has to happen. And that's where the job of a school comes in. Because the parents, again, like we said before, the parents trust us, they send their children to us. And by holding regular dialogue, by holding various means of communication, by having workshops, for instance, every time that we start a new thing in our school, every time there is an innovation in learning, there is a new system
I had a conversation over lunch with the gentleman from Learning Matters about what is the biggest disruptor in my career. And I'm going to go all the way back to 1997. Some of you may not even been born in 1997. The biggest disruptor for me was in the province of Ontario. We went to the electronic report card. Some of you who were in education, you wrote report cards. You remember writing them and your principal proofread them. And if there was an error, you had to rewrite the program. Well, we went to a provincial report card that was the same right across for 2 million students. But as a young teacher in the classroom in 97, you were also working with teachers who were retiring. They were at the age of 65. They had no computer experience whatsoever. So go back to the Mac Classic 2 and go back to the 3.5 floppy disk. That's what we were working with. And so we were doing in-services for our new teachers, for our soon-to-be retiring teachers, and we had more people stressing out over this electronic report card and trying to understand how you could save and copy, how you could highlight text, copy it, and then paste it. Totally foreign, we take it for granted every time. I'm looking around the room here and I think everybody has a phone. None of that existed for us in 97. So that was the gateway, that was the biggest disruptor of it was that initial introduction to system-wide technology. So that report card, that will be my retirement address, is just the introduction of the electronic report card, which pales in comparison. Now, everything is now online. Google didn't exist for us. We were in the age of America Online and Netscape. You know, that'll cause you to think back, America Online. But that electronic report card for some of our teachers, it was enough to push them into the retirement years. They saw the writing on the wall and they realized, it's been a good run, but halas, no more. I can't do anymore.
You know, it's really impressive while I'm hearing you and Dr. Prima to, discuss with the people whose experience really passed different era in education. It's really impressive. What about you, Ms. Clara? What can you tell us about this question?
I think hands down, one of the things that has really impacted us has been the choice to introduce design thinking in our school. So when we did that 3 years ago, when I joined the school, we didn't really know much about design thinking. Of course, there are a couple of schools which do it, but we were not really very sure about what it involves, about whether we would be able to manage a classroom based on design thinking. And safe to say now, design thinking is something that permeates every classroom in my school today. And what that has done is, of course, all these things that we're talking about, whether we're talking about innovation, whether we're talking about technology, whether we are talking about real life problems, bringing in real world issues to the classroom, helping children to ideate, helping children to build better skills, whether it is teamwork and collaboration or looking at conflict resolution. All of that has been brought into a small classroom of a small Indian school because of design thinking. And I think that has really impacted us. That has really made us who we are today. It has definitely made very confident learners, and it has also turned the table around for all my teachers. So I think that's, and since we are talking about startups and we're talking about taking decisions like entrepreneurs, that was one of the risky decisions that we took because, like I said, we weren't really very adept at it. We were just experimenting, and that experiment has definitely paid off. So I think that was one of the best decisions that we took.
Thank you so much, Ms. Clara, and thank you very much for my colleagues who joined me in this panel of discussion. And to finish our panel of discussion, I just want to hear one sentence from each one of you. Just give us one advice which you can give to any new principals who wants to lead a school like a startup founder without losing their soul as an educator. One advice from you, from all your experience, Ms. Clara.
You have to build like a founder, but you have to teach like a human. Do not forget that, like I said, education remains at the core business of everything that we do. And as long as you're visible in classroom, as long as you're listening, as long as you're doing things with students at the core, that's the most important thing. Do not sell your educational soul to the devil. Remain an educator at the heart of it, and I think everything will fall into place.
Thank you so much, Ms. Prima.
For me, at 62, when I stepped into this new school, although the school is 40 years old, and at 62, thanks to the ministry who gave me a permanent license even at this age, the motto of that school, believe to achieve. I think that says it all. And then that was a stark reminder that whatever you want to do, we need to believe. So once you believe, then you can achieve anything. Be courageous, be bold. And since we are in the education industry, I think empowering our teachers should be your priority. Students' progression should be your breath, and sky is the limit. You can move forward.
Thank you so much. What about Dr. Terry?
Leadership is hard. For those of you who are a fan of the American version of The Office, in the final episode, Andy Bernard says, "I wish there was a way for us to know we were in the good old days before we actually leave the good old days." Leadership is hard, but today, these are the good old days. And as a leader, it isn't about you. If you think it is, I disagree with you. It isn't about you. Your job as a leader is to cultivate people coming up from behind you so that when your day comes, and it will come, we all have expiry dates. Whenever you leave the building, that building will be able to carry on as if you were never even there. And if you do want to know whether or not you had an impact on the lives of leaders, of teachers, of parents, or students, in all honesty, it comes down to this for me. When they think about you, when they think about Dr. Terry Burwell in years to come, if it brings a smile to their face, I've been successful. And I really mean that. Bring a smile to people's faces.
Thank you. So we finish our panel discussion on this optimistic note. Believe in yourself, be a good human, and bring smile to the faces of people. Thank you, everyone, for being with us. For
Thank
this
you
1
so
hour.
much. It's great.
Thank
Such
you.
a great statement for this panel. Thank you so much. Guys, what are we doing? No energy, no focus. What's going on? Let's bring more power to this, and round of applause for amazing panel. Thank you so much. And I would like to invite on stage James Njuguna, Director of Research and Innovation, Professor of Composite Materials, to give a tokens of gratitude for our panelists and moderator. Round of applause. Absolutely, yes. I feel like you're a little bit greedy. I don't know. I mean, shall I pay you some money to give applause, or what's going on? All right, so we are moving to the first token of gratitude to Miss Natalia Svetinok, Principal, Woodland British School, Ajman, UAE. Thank you so much. Take your time, pose with our photographer, videographer. End of the day will be beautiful pictures and images available. Thank you so much for your support. I really like that. The next token of gratitude goes to Miss Clara Martin, Principal, Sabri Indian School, Dubai. Did I say correct? That's correct, right? I really do care that I would say correctly. It means a lot. The next token will go to Dr. Prima Muralidhar, Principal, the Royal Academy, Ajman, UAE. Dr. Prima, please come forward to take your token of gratitude. Let's give applause to Dr. Prima and support her. And the last token for this panel will go to Dr. Terry Burville, the vice principal of the Bloomington Academy Ajman and head of local advisory board. Congratulations and thank you so much for this necessary panel discussion. I really like it. I'm sorry. Something is happening. All right. Could you please move on the beginning of the stage, take the pictures all together? And the picture all together. Do you have a barcode ready to put on the screen so you can follow it and scan after this? Yes, great. And I would like to invite on stage our supportive organizer, Muhammad Ashif Abbasi, to lend the award for Emerging School of the Year goes to Sabari Indian School, Dubai. All right, so we're moving on. Thank you again. I appreciate that we are all almost punctual and we're just behind the time 10 minutes, which we can manage a bit better in the next coming hours. So now we're going to have a special address. Leadership in the school. All right, we are taking a break of 1 minute. If we could have someone to clean the stage, please, for the next special address. Can we have some music, please? Oh, thank you so much. So I'll remind everyone, this is our barcode where you can scan it. Will direct you immediately to the folders when you can download your pictures. Videos is always also there. Videos is also there, right? Okay. As I've been informed, the videos from this morning already, the photos from this morning already available there. All right. I actually wanted to remove one coffee break afterwards, but I thought not to do it. So we're moving forward to a special address. Leadership in the school education today requires far more than administrative oversight. It demands vision, adaptability, and a deep commitment to shaping institutions that nurture both academic excellence and a human character. Our next speaker embodies that balance of strategic leadership and student-centered purpose. And I would like to invite on this stage Dr. Rishma for her special address. Dr. Rishma, do we have you in the room? Bravo. I like this lady. She was very energetic, and I'm looking forward to hear what you're gonna share with us now. Let's give her more applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much.
Happy afternoon, all of you all. Are we awake? All? I know it's very difficult after the lunch break when we are full with our tummies and getting to the absorption, it really takes a lot of energy. But just wake up. I could hear that there is a lot more energy on the other side of that barrier rather than this side. Let's just get energized to that. Can I have the ticker, please? It's there. Thank you. We are in Dubai, where innovation moves fast, Wi-Fi is strong, and AI sometimes arrives in our classroom before the circulars or the notification comes in. That's what Dubai is all about. Today, as we explore AI, equity, and inclusion, we'll ask how technology can work not just smartly, but fairly for every learner. That's the target what we have. And I think we have 20 minutes in together and we are running of the time. That's why I'll try to go little cut down of many of the things. If in between, if you feel that something is missing and you need to ask, we will have that last 2 minutes when the session is about to end. That definitely we can do. First of all, thank you for joining and relax. This is Dubai, as I said. Excellence is expected, but curiosity is encouraged. Let us believe on that and then start the session. The reality is AI, equity and inclusion, reimagining education for all. That's the thing and that's the topic what we have to. Oh, it's there? Okay. Think of AI, equity, and inclusion. When I'm standing there, it's not there. It's working. When we talk about, this is the disclaimer, certain photos and the pictures that will be there, that some may have been taken as a courtesy from the Google, internet, non-copyright and copyright pictures as well. Now, when we talk about equity, AI, and inclusion, which of these do you think school struggles with most? Any idea? AI, equity, and inclusion. AI, they struggle a lot. Why do you think so that they struggle a lot for AI? Okay, that means machine learning. If we talk about AI, machine learning, machine intelligence, as well as machine consciousness. Whichever we have, that is AI. That is emerging so fast, as I said, more than the Wi-Fi password. Children, they just get it, the spread of Wi-Fi password and all those things are there. More than that, AI just spreads faster. The minute you start connecting, it spreads like wildfire, and that's how we are just going to explore the things. Then comes with the inclusion. Inclusion, we know that okay, everybody has to be included. And in most of the schools, this modern schools, I would say that whether it is Dubai school, whether it is other country school, we have that a mini united nation like thing. I hope most of you all agree. There are so many diverse learners. They may be differentiated. There may be special needs children. There may be gifted and talented, low achievers, high achievers, middle achievers. It looks like a complete model united nation sitting in the classroom discussing so many things and all. More better than what the teacher or the person who is educator or the facilitator knows. So that's it, what the inclusion needs to have and understood. And then the next one is equity. We provide the same shoes, same size to most of the students in the class, for example, if we do that, but are that helpful? We have to think about. We are providing, at the end we say that, oh, we are providing the required thing for you. It is the shoes are provided to everybody, but does that fit into all? That's the cause of concern. That's a question which every individual has to understand and take care. And that's what we relates with equity. Now, why it matters? Something might be there that this has to be taken forward. Why it matters? Here it is. Because AI and the traditional thing both has to go together, hand in hand. Otherwise, we will be left behind. That's the end of the thing. There is no further discussions on that. Yesterday in the morning, I was just going through certain news and all. And today also on the radio, FM, when I was just driving here, coming here to attend this conference, I heard a news that says that the artificial intelligence is hiring humans to have the understanding of senses. That how does the touch feels like. They will be hiring the humans, and then the humans, they will be asking the question, okay, you are touching this, how does that feel? How that touch or how that senses are. That means that we are hiring them or they are hiring us. Are we dependent on AI or AI is dependent on humans? That is again a different perspective for the debate. But if we see this, in general, it is interdependable. Everything goes as long as it is in the comfort, as long as it is in the required quantity, things will go smoothly. Excess always causes the cancer-like thing. Anything in excess, that takes away the things. In the morning, during the moderation of the panel, certain questions came out. Even in the afternoon, when I was just chairing the whole of the roundtable discussion, we had wonderful discussions into that, which relates with AI, which relates with inclusion, which relates with equity and all, where Madam Shukla was there, Dr. Ambika was there, then there were delegates from UK, US, and it was a diverse panel. If you see, in my panel, if I could see, there was from UK, from Canada, from US, then from India, we had all merged together, and that the diversity, everybody has that concern that, okay, AI and human, that is to be understood because reimagining education is required in all the areas. Responsible AI use and development leads to the creation of technology that is ethical, effective, and truly representative of the diverse society it serves. That has always to be understood. There are some real life examples. If you see that, this is a common thing. This I have made it with the artificial intelligence. Just give the command and it helps for you. Certain things are very good for the teachers and the classrooms and the educators. For example, if I just use AI supporting learners with disabilities, if these special needs or the student of determination are there and they need the AI support, that is really helpful in all those. They can use the complete thing and with a click of a button, they can get the complete strategy. Only thing is they have to implement it to success so that the impact is there for the best output. Only implementing it will not give the best output, will be there, but there will be no impact. To make it impactful, you have to understand, you have to analyze it, you have to make sure that the things goes in the right direction with the right time and the right concern areas to be pointed out in the action plan. Then second real life example can be, that is language development for AI for language inclusion and multilingual learners. This also helps them because with a click of a button, again, Duolingo, that can be used, AI pathways, or Google Translation can be used. When the person is traveling to another country and when the language barrier is there, with a click of a button, with the app or with that, we can understand what the communication is about, and it makes the life easier for the person who is in travel or who is in the movement. Third example, I'm not taking in depth because there is a time restriction. AI and mental health, obviously, that helps for with the smarter support tools. It makes the life easier. That is well-being is very important, and that relates with here stress management, stress tracking. Now the smart watches are there. There are so many apps which helps in tracking and making the things easier. They can count your steps, they can tell you, or they can alarm you when you are having any problem related to heart, your speed, your blood pressure. That comes again with a click of a button, whether it is personalized cares or all those things. Another example can be AI supporting teachers. Happy teachers, happy students, happy classrooms. It goes all together. And for that, teachers' AI supporting tools are there, which makes the teacher's life easier, whether it is lesson planning or whether it is putting the whole assessment or evaluation for the students. That makes their life easy if they choose the proper thing. But over dependent on those things or those apps or those tools will take down their creativity, aesthetics, and critical thinking. That's why balance is very much important for making sure that things goes in the right manner. Now, designing inclusion classroom, if we see here, one tool, I'll just give that example that what the tool is. For example, Microsoft Immersive Readers. It can be helpful for text to speech or speech to text. What strategy we can use? We can use multiple ways to assess as well as engage and express. Then second example can be Khanmigo. Adaptive personalization happens with the pace, label, and content. Then differentiation without labeling, that strategy can be put up there. Then Otter AI, another example. Then another can be AI lesson planning platforms. That is very much helpful for the teachers to take care about. But it comes always with the challenges. Those challenges are, first, academic integrity and authentic learning that happens. The challenge can be AI tools can generate content quickly, raising concerns about plagiarism and over-dependence. We should understand that although the things are there with the click of a button, but the challenge is that is it real? Is it fact? You have to understand fact from fake, and plagiarism and copyrights to be checked. That is a biggest challenge in present era. Every student, if you give the research work, they just go down, go through the AIs, and they do that in click of the buttons. But is it fair enough? Are we helping the children to improve? That is the question, big question, I would say that for us to think. Ethical concern is critical thinking and originality. That is that erosion happens of that, and unclear boundaries between assistance and substitutions. That happens. Now, ethical imperative, obviously, focusing on process, reflection, and higher order thinking is mandate and required. Like that, I have tried to put up few of the examples for that. That is teacher preparedness and professional ethics. Another can be commercialization of education. That is there. So many, with due respect, because everybody has their own business and related thing, because any vendor or any app developer, or they wanted their business to flourish. And that's the reason why that business and the student that are coinciding, and then that may lead to the commercialization. Nothing is wrong into that, but with a limit that should always be thought about. That are we pulling away the thinking power from the students, or are we providing them the nourishment required for their brain to progress smartly? Data privacy and student protection, bigger challenge of the year, I would say that, because whatever data we share, a single name or anything, 1 second also on the system, it stays there throughout. That's what internet is all about. So data privacy has become a big cause of concern to most of the companies, and there are certain UAE new laws which has been put up where the internet or the things what the child is relating below age 18, the parents are responsible for that. That's a new clause. There will be penalties and the things for the parents. That's what the new rule says in UAE now. few days back that was there, and in the World Government Summit, which we were there last 2 days, they have been speaking about these things as well. The question is not whether AI belongs in education. The main question is whether our values are strong enough to guide it. That's the thing, takeaway, what we should have it. How AI helps everyone, adaptive learning for falling behind students, then engaging ADHD learners, then language support for ESL learners, that is there. What can be the key takeaways? AI is tool guided by human values. We should never forget that. Equity and inclusion must be intentional. It should not be random selection. Then personalization and accessibility equals to meaningful learning. That can be understood. That means you have to test, you have to reflect, and then you have to iterate. That is very important. Now, I wanted to have, my time is the ticker, I would say that. Just if we have to have one word reflection of AI, inclusion and equity, what can that be? Randomly, I wanted the random words. I'll give you the first one. Is it fits into your mind? Think about it. This is a silent thought to be taken care. That are we going through these things when we are thinking about AI, inclusion, and equity? Does any word click to y'all? Does any word from this click to anybody? I hope most of the words, isn't it? That's the only intention behind putting that up. That's a call for the action. You have to just challenge yourself. Identify one AI strategy you can implement in your organization or the school in next semester to make learning more inclusive. That's just the call for each educator or each one who is relating to inclusion or AI or educational entities where equity matters a lot. And the big question is not whether AI belongs in education. The big question is whether our values are strong enough to guide it. That I have already put up earlier. Just this is a reminder for all of us to understand. AI doesn't include learners. Inclusive design does. And AI just scales it. We need to understand that whoever understands this concept and these things makes the things easier for the educators and the learners who goes with that. In short, if we have to cut it down, AI, together with AI, empathy and innovation, we can reimagine education for every learner, leaving no one behind. Thank you. I think I was on time. I have tried to speed it up like anything, but I tried to fix it up. Is it? Yes. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I do appreciate. Where is my microphone?
This is here. This is there.
Yeah, working. Here I am. Thank you so much. And we would like to give a token of gratitude as well. Of course, one more, why not? It's never enough. Let's have more. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a round of applause to Dr. Rishma. And to be honest, I am a little bit disappointed. Dr. Rishma, in the beginning of her speech, she said that in the other room, it's a bit more alive, which I'll go and check it out after I'll finish this. It's definitely touched me. So no, I don't want that. So we're gonna do some physical activities right now. Thank you so much. Yes, we need to go down and up from that side. Thank you to remember that. I would like you to turn to your neighbor, either it's left or right, and give a smile to her and or him as if you know a secret. Can we do that for me, please? Turn to your neighbor. Yeah, I like that. Legs round. Perfect. And can you do together, looking at each other, a big inhale? Oh my God, I feel cracks on my back. And exhale, so let's do it together. Big inhale and exhale with a sound without any, what's the name in English? Without any shyness. Let's do it. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, do you feel the cracks in your spine? Like, I feel it. And I would like to do one more. I feel very bad when I sit for so long like this with that phone. I all the time scared about the second chin coming, and like sagging face is definitely like scares me a lot. So I do a lot of face yoga, and I'll give you just like 30 seconds of one. So we're gonna do a big smile together and then a duck face. All right, so the big smile, duck face. Super. I will not do too long because you will really feel the muscle. It's going to be burning. So we go to rising the eyebrows and then squint. Thanks God I don't have Botox, so everything is moving. And we're going to the last. Let's be like a kids. Don't be shy. Pull your tongue strongly out. Let's look at each other, to your neighbors, and do that. I'll do to my photographers. Do not make pictures. All right, guys, thank you so much for a little exercise. I hope you enjoy. And we're moving on because we have to catch on time to the presentation. Is it possible to change if the rules don't change? Education reforms often requires structural shift. And I would like to welcome on stage Andrea Baldini, Mayor of Municipality Argenta, Emilia-Romagna, Italy. Welcome on stage, Dr. Andrea Baldini. A round of applause. We are all awake now. Thank you so much.
Hi, good afternoon. Thank you for the attention. And in particular, I want to say thank you so much to Ravi Gupta, because he organized this summit, that it's a big opportunity to stay together, to exchange opinion, and to improve. Sometimes when I hear about our colleague, I say, really, is it true? Because it's something really different. And I live in Italy, and Italy, it's a small part in the world. And in all the other parts of the world happens something that in Italy never happened. But it's like when we are in front of a big tower and we don't think that should be so big. And today I improve a lot and I hear something really good that I will take home, and I hope to give you something back. This is Argenta, this is my town, and I try to speak about change. This means that we would like, or we need to change something. And to change something means for us have a new sense of community, stay together, try to improve all the community together. As first, I want to tell you that when we speak about education, when we speak about school in Italy, we are generally speaking about public school, because school in Italy is just, I can't say that it's just public, but the 99% of it is public. It's not at the same time, when we are speaking about kindergarten and the school for baby, this is like, it's equal, private and public. But speaking about education, the rule and the deal that we have between parents and teacher, we are in a public system. And this makes that the rules are really, really, really strong and strict. And after 100 years, we didn't change it. So where is Argenta? If it works. Okay. This is the place in the world where we are. That we are not too much habitant, to 22,000, but it's like four times Manhattan. We are big, but not, but maybe the 1% of people living there. If we are respect Manhattan, We don't have tower, of course. We just have church, but not breathe. And this is Argenta, a place where art and poetry, theater, dance can belong. When you can do what you want in art, when you can do what you want in science, technology. It's like, I suppose that someone of you knew some Italian famous person. One of them, like Galileo Galilei, lives around here. And Bologna was the city when he can never work because people think that he's not able enough for do it. Ferrara, 500 years ago, was like the center of the world. And in Ferrara, there was just 80 years ago, there was a really famous person called Natta that invented plastic matter and changed the world definitely. So this means that can happen everything, and the community have to know it. The community have to know that can happen something special, like stay there, live, have wedding, have child, grow up, started to go to school, have new friends, or we are really proud about pasta, as you know, Pietro like it a lot. But you can say it's possible to be really ancient. She's 100 years old and she don't look like. You can have a sport, you can have everything what you want all together with a big sense of community. But can happen that you can lose it because the school are changed, the world is changed, and the school changed not enough. Why change not enough? Because people are different. I think no. Sometimes, as first to be a mayor, I'm a teacher, and I used to say with my colleague that baby are still the same like 100 years ago. We are different. Maybe family are different. Society are different. But we have to represent a different world with the same ancient rule, and this makes it a little bit different. And we have the necessity to put in all the human resource. In these 2 days, today, something less than yesterday, I heard about a small fear to AI. I think that we don't have to have fear about it. It's like something new. It's like I want to take as example the plastic matter. It doesn't exist a long time ago. As there's something ethical too into plastic matter. We have to govern it, and we will be able for sure. But all that I see, all that I can represent of Argenta, my community, seems like a place that you can call home, but seems it probably for me and someone else, but not for everybody. I can tell myself or can tell with everybody, is it true what I'm saying at the moment? This is not certain. Means that for me, sure, because I see it, because I touch it every day, but it's not sure that people living there can touch it. And I think that school and political education can represent it better all the day. So we decided to make ourselves the question, is it true what we are saying? Is it true what we can see? Look like this. What you can see. If someone wants to try to tell me what you see, I will be happy. Yeah, this makes me really glad because someone can see a baby. And before to see a baby, you can see two persons in love with, and probably this love make you see the baby. But it's not sure that everybody can see it. And it's not sure that if I don't ask you what can you see, you can see the baby. But if you see the baby, and I think that all the teachers can see the baby in this imagine, means that you are ready for put love and for put empathy in all the work that you're going to say. The work is really hard, but at the end, all the work that we are putting in the big field that is called education can give us back something really special. And so we don't have to be fear for the future, because the future will be fantastic as the nature is, just give to the human something more that we have before. And for give you like an example, I want to show you what's happened after 80 years of artificial progress into the field, all around the big field that we have for ground crops. Happened that was back again after probably 1,000 years, this. And this is something good for the future. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. I just got an exciting news from our organizers. Do we have a Dr. Ravi Gupta at the room? He's coming in. So shall we move on? We have to wait. Okay, we gotta wait. Questions? Do we have questions, guys? Let's be more awake if you would like to ask Dr. Andrea any questions. Anyone? Nobody.
My question to you is what is the message that you wanted to give through your presentation? Is it that you're not affected much by the AI disruption, or what is it, the core message?
Yeah,
Maybe if you can.
it's like, if I will be a teacher, when I got into my class, I can be in two different ways. The first one, like supposed to be in 30 years ago, there was a message before they told us that 30 years ago was really difficult, say with a computer, copy and paste. It was something terrible when we had the floppy disk and we have to write it on a, and actually we just have to press something that is not a button. So it's easy and use computer, all the device. But try to be in a whole class and you have to put your back in this way and write on the blackboard. Some of us can have big fear to stay in this position because can happen everything. But if you have a rule and the rule is clear, nothing happen, everything is okay. We can write on the blackboard and everything is going in the way that we want that go, in the way that we prepared. And if we do the same with AI, I think that everything will go in the wrong way. If we don't do that, we can have a big problem. This means that teacher had to be choose for empathy, and it's like we have to be sure that a lot of them can be leader. In Italy, I suppose that there are less than 25% of teachers that are really leader into the class, that can be able to speak with parents. If we will do it better, we don't have to fear about future and about new device, new technology.
So don't you have the fear of missing out anytime?
This can happen, but we just have to think that probably something incredible happened, like internet 30 years ago doesn't exist, but someone that is it's like Bill Gates, more or less at my same age, have done it, and so we can govern it. Probably he can help us. I don't know if he's interested, but probably it will be. And the new generation will have new Bill Gates, new Steve Jobs, so we don't have fear.
Thank you so much. That was a breath of fresh air that you presented. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Round of applause. And I'm actually going every summer to my aunt in Bologna, and I know it very well. So first time I hear about this small town, as you said. And it is amazing, I must admit, how they really dedicate a lot of time for the culture, for acting, for traditions. And, you know, coming from Dubai, we are all rushing. I love Dubai. It's my second home. We are all rushing somewhere. But I really love go back to Italy, where the phrase of dolce far niente means like enjoy and do nothing, if I'm correct. It's...
I'm a little bit disappointed that you speak about about dolce far niente because it's like, let me a little bit disappointed that can means that people doesn't work enough, but we work a lot, but we love dolce far niente too.
No, you kind of balance it.
Yeah, quite balanced.
And my last question, so basically in Italy, you are trying to avoid AI and give more focus for students to, like, run barefoot at the street, enjoy the time with their friends. This is the focus, am I right?
Yeah, this is the focus, and we don't have to forget that we are able to do it. And it's like my grandmom do the pasta, and she started between wheat and eggs. Actually, nobody of us started from eggs to do pasta, but we know pasta again, and we still know how to do it. And probably in the future there are a lot of things that we will lost, but what we lost is not necessary.
Thank you so much, Mr. Andrea. And I would like to invite on stage, because we've got an exciting news happening right now at this stage. Dr. Ravi Gupta, please join us on stage. A round of applause. There is something special about to happen in this stage. Dr. Ravi Gupta and a municipality of Argenta, Emilia-Romagna, Italy, represented by Mr. Andrea Baldini, gonna sign the Memorandum of Understanding, Education Ideas, Best Practices Exchange. And I'm gonna give you the pen to sign. Such a special moment. Let's support. This is actually very Italian, I believe so, to take care about the outfits, and I really love that. You have to think about how you're going to look in the picture. Absolutely, yes, and then the video. It is your source for future. Special moment at 35th World Education Summit Dubai. They are sending the MOU. Congratulations. Can we have a music, please, on stage? My favorite DJs. Round of applause and congratulations for such an important time today. Thank you so much. Let's give another round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Miss Andrea, Dr. Gupta, thank you so much. And we have a token of gratitude to Mr. Andrea Baldini. And could I have, please, for the next panel, another 5 cheers. We have 7 people on stage. Thank you so much. And we are moving forward. We are almost on time. It's our last panel discussion for the day. I start to feel a little bit sad already. I will not see your faces anymore tomorrow. You're going to enjoy Dubai with this beautiful weather. It's more drop in the temperature. I don't know if you wake up at 5 a.m., but I do, and it is really cold. And I'm at home, I'm wearing a cashmere suit, guys, and socks. It is really freezing. A lady before was talking about Canada. Yeah, listen, I'm coming from Moldova. Now it's -24. I know what does it mean, but I live here 15 years. So my body temperature adjusts, and now it is really freezing in Dubai. All right, so I would remind that moderator will be in the middle. If I am on your right, it means your time is up, you're about to finish. You have to go to the stage on that side. It's for your beautiful videos later on. Pay attention. Ladies and gentlemen, the next panel discussion is what is this? All right. Fostering holistic growth, social emotional learning, and student well-being in K-12 education. And this panel will explore integrating SEL into curricula, mental health frameworks in school, student well-being strategies, building emotionally intelligent school cultures. Must be very interesting. And I would like to invite our moderator, Dr. Pramod Mahajan, Director, Principal, Sharjah, UAE. Round of applause, our last panel of this day, and actually we're gonna wrap up after that. And I would like to invite our panelists, please help me with that non-stop of applauses one by one. Mona Farouk, Principal, Ansar International School, Sharjah. Dr. Samiksha. Mona and Samiksha is not there. Great. Daisy Paul, Principal, Rand International School, Sharjah, UAE. Sandeep Washit, Principal, Modern Indian School, Dibba, Fujairah. I didn't know we have a school there. That's nice. Dilip Kumar, Principal, Global Indian International School, Abu Dhabi. And Amit Dinesh Jadhav, Founding Principal and Designer, Jade Global Learning Spaces. Ladies and gentlemen, let's not be greedy. Put your hands up. Applauses. Our last panel for today.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. So let's have today's session, the last session, last but not the least. It will create more values, more importance. It's all about fostering holistic growth, social emotional learning, and students' well-being. When we say holistic growth, it means a lot. It's all about the growth related to cognitive aspect, the growth related to cognitive aspect, the growth related to psychomotor aspect, the growth related to your physical well-being, mental well-being, psychological well-being, psychiatric well-being, and holistic well-being. There is a Japanese proverb: if you attract or if you chase the butterflies, they will move away. But if you create a beautiful garden, trust me, all sort of butterflies will be attracted because they will be inspired, they will be motivated, and they will come to the garden. If at all they could not reach to the garden, at least you will have a beautiful garden. So what I mean to say, for the well-being, for the holistic growth, for the social emotional learning, whatever a school as an entity, whatever you as a teacher, whatever you as an edu leader, whatever you as a parent has to do something. If at all the well-being is not ensured, in spite of that, at least that platform is ready for you. No doubt, it's an established fact that in the era of AI, instead of techno-savvy, the students are becoming techno-addict. No doubt, in the era of machine learning, the students and the teachers, they are not only using the machine for learning, but they are becoming themselves a machine. So what to do to keep away the students to be techno-addict? What to do to keep away teachers to be a machine? The important aspect is well-being, and ladies and gentlemen, well-being. So we have to take care of the well-being, we have to take care of the holistic growth and social emotional learning. When we say learning, it is you have to create that sort of culture within the school that whatever you teach get converted into the learning, and whatever they learn is visible. So making the visible learning motivate and inspire the students. When the learning is visible, trust me, there will not be any stress. There will be smiling on the faces of the learners. Now the question arises, to ensure the well-being, shall we avoid the stress? Think about it. We'll come back to you about whether we can eliminate the stress for the well-being, or shall we enhance the well-being to reduce the stress, or to convert the stress from one form into the another form. So let's begin today's discussion with the first question asking to the panelists. It's my request to the panelists to keep the time intact. They should introduce themselves with their school name, with their USP, and then they should describe the question which is being asked related to today's panel discussion, that is holistic growth, social emotional learning. Ms. Daisy, how do you ensure that students' well-being is not treated as a separate initiative, but integrated into academic discipline and school culture? See, it's a myth that the well-being is a special entity, separate entity. So for that separate entity, if you do something, and if you are not integrating it, trust me, that well-being will not be a well-being. That will be something being. So what is that? How to integrate it in the school culture as well as in the academic aspect? Ms. Daisy.
A very good afternoon to all our colleagues seated here today for the World Education Summit. A very good afternoon to all our panelists. And my name is Daisy Paul. I'm the principal of Ryan International School, Sharjah. And back in India, we have 150 branches of the Ryan Group of Institutions. And I'm so proud that today I'm representing our Ryan Group of Schools to talk about a very important topic that really holds eminence in all our schools. So I want to speak about the question that has been asked to me, that what do I do to integrate well-being in my school? So to integrate well-being in my school, I think the foremost important thing for all of us as leaders is to create a positive school culture that promotes kindness, promotes respect, and has inclusiveness. Now, when I'm asked that how do I do it, I want to say that we have adapted the 5 R's of the restorative practices. What are these 5 R's of the restorative practices? They are building strong, positive relationships. That happens in the school culture, showing respect and dignity to each other amongst the teachers, amongst the students. Taking responsibility, that's the 3rd R. Responsibility of all challenges, of all duties and work that we are bestowed with. Taking ownership is responsibility. The 4th R is repairing. If any harm or damage happens in the school walls, we need to repair it. And the final one is reintegrating values. If there is a community of teachers or students who happen to, or individuals who happen to cause anything that is not required in the school, it's our duty to reintegrate it and establish reintegration. So as a school, fostering a growth mindset helps to build this positive relationships or this positive climate in the school, because we help students, teachers to not feel scared, but challenge them to accept the opportunities. So if we have an atmosphere which is growth-filled and children are challenged to accept opportunities, they will look forward to those opportunities, and we will ensure that those children come out of any of those tragic incidents that they've gone through. Also, it's very important to embed the social emotional learning into the lesson plans and into the academic activities that we conduct. So if we have a lesson plan with which teachers teach on a daily basis, it's very important that students should learn how to curb anxiety, how to have emotional control over what they do, and also should be guided by the teachers as to how they can move ahead towards their successive goals. So as a principal, I would ensure that we create a positive school culture to embed social emotional learning in the school. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, very nicely, she has very nicely expressed about the 5R. Everyone has to respect each another. That is possible only if all the teachers community, all the students community, all the parents community, and all the stakeholder speaks the language of learning. There is a term language of learning. And if everyone is speaking language of learning, all will be engaged. And if they are engaged, no doubt, attainment will be more, progress will be more. So to keep them engaged, what is required? There should be a bar of excellence, a bar of academic excellence has to be raised. But at the same time, we have to ensure the well-being. So when you're raising the bar of excellence, everyone will be stressed. But trust me, that stress will be the positive stress. There are two types of stress, positive stress and negative stress. Positive stress is that stress which motivates the student, which motivates the teachers. Positive stress is that stress which inspires you. Now take a practical examination. Today, a practical example. Today, we are having this panel discussion. As a moderator, being the school director and principal of Sharjah Indian School, one of the biggest and largest school of Gulf countries with 10,800 students in a single campus. In spite of that, I have some stress. But what sort of stress? That we will make it successful. That is inspiring one. That is motivational one. So if you create such type of positive stress within your campus, then there will be a well-being. Then there will be engagement of each and every child. So academic excellence is one side. Academic well-being is another side. So I wanted to ask Mr. Sandeep, how do you keep the balance between academic excellence and the well-being without compromising anything, without compromising the well-being of the students, of the teachers, of the stakeholder? At the same time, you have to raise the bar of academic excellence. So how to create that balance, and what are those gaps which has to be breached so the balance will be there? Mr. Vasisht.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Sandeep Vasisht. I'm principal of Modern Indian School in Fujairah region. This place is called Dibba. It's in Fujairah Emirate. I have been in UAE from last almost 25 years. And from last 2 years and more, I've been working in this Modern Indian School. Coming back to the question, how to balance between academic excellence and emotional skills. See, students perform academically very well if they are happy and they are emotionally stable. And to maintain this status, to maintain the status quo, to remain the student happy and emotionally stable and confident, we in our school are organizing motivational talks for students. Counseling sessions are being organized, and stress management activities we are organizing quite often for the student. For instance, before board exams, we make sure that students are not under stress, their stress is reduced, they are encouraged, they are motivated for the examination, and above all, they are being supported and their emotional support is provided to them so that they feel confident before examination. So maintaining balance between their academic performance and emotional well-being, it is very important to keep them lesser under pressure. So the pressure should be reduced. That is, for me, it is very important that students don't have pressure before examination and they feel relaxed.
Yeah. And yes, for maintaining that balance, a change is required. See, nothing moves ahead without changing the environment, changing the culture, changing the teaching and learning strategies, techniques, and styles. This is the era of artificial intelligence, in which everything is changing. Now the question arises, whether you will drive the change or you will be driven by the change. Now, if the students have to drive the change, instead of getting driven by the change, You have to change certain policies. You have to change certain tactics, certain techniques, and that change is constant. That change is sustainable. So, Mr. Dilip Kumar, what is that one change you plan to implement next year to strengthen the holistic student development in such a manner that the students will drive the change instead of getting driven by the change? Mr. Dilip Kumar.
Thanks, sir. Myself, Dilip Kumar, Principal, Global Indian International School, Abu Dhabi. Let me share with you that the very important and critical part of the well-being is physical well-being. And being in UAE, the students are confined when it comes to open spaces. And I am thinking, maybe my idea may sound a little weird to all of you, but I've been thinking it very strongly to start in new academic session in my school. You know, Indian cricket team, when Virat Kohli and Sourav Ganguly came together, Virat Kohli especially worked on the physical fitness of the team. On the same lines, when I observe the students walking in the morning, I find many of them not coming with passion because somehow the energy is lost. So coming on the lines of working on fitness, I am going to start a physical fitness test called Yo-Yo test, designed based on the Sports Authority of India guidelines, where there is a age-wise certain things can be fixed. For example, say a student of grade 5. What do we expect a 10-year, 11-year child? The child should run at least, say, 100 meters without any problem. So how do we can work upon that? We can ensure the physical strength in the body of the child. Because as we all say that healthy brain resides in a healthy body. And if the brain and body are not providing the support to the child, we cannot expect better learning outcomes or achievement of the better learning outcome. So when it comes to the change, and let me also share with you, this idea has come from student body. The student wanted that, sir, why can't we do something where we have, when it comes to giving gradings, we do give grades to them. But how many of them can run 100 meters? How many of them can do at least 5 pushes? How many of them can, do something which talks about that they have required physical strength? So I believe that that kind of a change, and it has come from the student body, would definitely bring about a catalytic change. And we see that how it will be a pilot program, but we'll be working on it very seriously and religiously, that it can really bring about change and ensure better well-being among students.
So, Mr. Dilip Kumar is more concerned about bringing the change in their physical structure, change in their physical thought process, change in their energy, enthusiasm, and whatnot. But what about that garden, that beautiful garden which attracts the butterflies? What about that garden which motivates the butterflies? What about that garden which makes everyone happy and everyone smiling? I'm talking about learning the nature or learning via nature. So learning via nature and learning the nature, it's that aspect which keeps the motivation and inspiration sustainable. It's that aspect which creates the learning atmosphere. Go to our Vedas and all, the Guru Shish Parampara, Vedic Parampara in India, the students used to go to the forest to learn, and they have brought the change. And that change made the India Vishwa Guru. We are on that line. So, Mr. Amit Dinesh Jadhav, what is that learning via nature? What is that learning the nature? And what is that which bring the change in the atmosphere of learning by nature, for nature, and yes, only that nature which attracts the beautiful butterflies? Mr. Amit.
Brilliant. So, guys, I'm Amit Jadhav. I am on the other side of the table from the same ecosystem wherein I design the learning space. I'm an architect running a studio across India and Dubai since last 20 years. when Mr. Mahajan spoke about the butterflies, the garden, I was the first one to actually feel it, sense it emotionally, because we design in that spaces. Talking about the nature-based learning. So in India, like there is a new education policy which has been developed, and we work across the policy, wherein in the era of disruption, in the era of AI, we focus more on nature-based learning, where we create a kind of environment where students should be in the nature. I would like to give you some examples of that how it works out. Recently, one of the school reached out to us that students are not able to focus more. They are more worried about the curriculum, about the stress, world-class environment, infrastructure, and how can we enhance that in the students. And we came up with a kind of solution that why can't we create a nature lab in the school, wherein a good courtyard, a breakout spaces, a learning spaces, wherein a student can be himself. So Mahajanji rightly brought up that Vedas, learning in nature, has always defined the India, the core, the roots, and that's what we are trying to bring in the picture. And trust me, the students, the teachers have come back to us, thanking us, saying it has really worked. We are feeling again back in the nature.
Yes. So if we have drive that change, instead of getting driven by the change, what is important is three things which the panelists have disclosed that thing. The first one is language of learning. The second one is language of nature. And the third one is the language of physical fitness. Now, and the fourth one is language of bridging the gap to keep the balance. For all those things, do you think that the teachers, the educators, the edu leaders are futuristic or future fit? Can anybody answer that thing? Do you think they are future ready for those things? Anyone can answer it, please. Do you think, are they futuristic or future fit? If at all they are not, then we have to train them. We have to do the professional development. So what sort of professional development techniques are required, and particularly focusing on one technique which will bring the holistic growth among the learners? So Ms. Daisy, can you describe that, what sort of professional development you will bring into the picture for making them future fit to bring the change where everyone speaks the language of learning, the change where everyone speaks the language of well-being, the change where everyone speaks the language of nature. That professional development skill, for what purpose? To bring the holistic growth among the learners. Ms. Daisy.
Thank you, sir, for that question. I think it's a very important aspect of schools where teacher development needs to happen when we talk of positive school culture. So a teacher needs to first understand that we are not weighing children only on their IQ levels, because this is what our teachers have been doing in the past. And the trend now changes where teachers need to know about what emotional intelligence or EQ is all about, the emotional quotient is all about. So I think a teacher's professional development on understanding emotional intelligence, on talking about how the capacity and self-awareness of the teachers can be built related to looking into when they're teaching students. Students today have anxiety. They have a lot of issues which are brought about, but teachers, if their professional development happens, so how would I do this professional development? So I would do these professional development with a lot of workshops that I can organize, or training sessions that I would call them. These training sessions would be based on mindfulness, right? Because mindfulness would obviously bring about the focus of the SEL topics that I'm talking about. I'm talking about anxiety, I'm talking about empathy, I'm talking about emotional intelligence, and I'm talking about building relationships. So if these workshops can bring about a kind of support system for the teachers where they can be taught or they can be trained how to take care of trauma, how to take care of student well-being, how to be taught about practices and resources. So these days online and with AI, we have a lot of resources that our teachers can explore, and they can go on these online courses and get acquainted with how these SEL skills and student well-being can be adapted with different practices in school. Now, we also have those special workshops which have self-paced learning online. So we can encourage teachers to go in for these self-paced learning workshops and improve upon their social emotional learning skills. Also, there's another initiative which says that we build relationships by collaborating with other schools, where our teachers can learn about social emotional learning from other partnerships and other schools which are already doing it. So as a principal, I would encourage that my teachers undergo a lot of professional development, a lot of collaboration with the partnerships and schools that have these strategies adapted already, and also adapt another trauma-informed, healthcare system or trauma-informed care, where they know that if children are going through a social, emotional, anxiety issue in school, how do we handle it? Today, as emotions rise with a lot of internet and AI, this is a requirement where all our teachers need to be trained with all the resources that the schools can provide, so that they are well aware of the emotional anxiety that our students are going through. So I think by providing and monitoring this progress of our teachers towards the social emotional learning, the school can provide a compatible environment to all students and teachers there to coexist together. Thank you so much.
Yeah, so she has focused on one CPD which is more important or most important, is mindfulness. Now, there are common myths about mindfulness and multitasking. Now, people are misunderstood multitasking. Multitasking doesn't mean that multiple tasks at a time. That is going on, and that's why they are not mindful. So multitasking deals with what? One task at a time should be practiced in such a manner that the outcome of that task can be linked with the second task simultaneously, instead of doing both the tasks simultaneously. And making that happen, one particular practice is required, and that is called mindfulness. Be focusing on one task, ensuring that the outcome of that task will be linked with the second thought. So that is the mindfulness. And trust me, in this era of artificial intelligence, if we train the teachers, if you professionally develop the teachers, that they should have mindfulness and the real sense of multitasking, all these gaps will be fulfilled. And that mindfulness comes by one aspect that is called thinking about how to think, meta skills, understanding about how to understand, applying about how to apply, skilling about how to skill. Now, what is mindfulness actually is? We used to say the particular computer language is a skill, and if somebody is knowing COBOL or CB plus or VB plus, will be the master. Now what happened? Single click, everything is available. All those languages have gone. We used to say that driving is a skill. What happened now? Driverless cars. So where is the mindfulness then? So mindfulness deals with skilling about how to skill. So if you are a fantastic driver, so skilling about how to skill, you know that thing, how to design, how to design that car which is driverless, how to design that car which may fly. Now in Dubai already flying cars are going to introduce. That is mindfulness, and that is the multitasking, and that is required for the holistic growth, and that will create the positive stress. But trust me, that positive stress ensure the cognitive well-being, cognitive well-being, and psychomotor well-being, because they will be motivated, they will be inspired, they will be enthusiastic, they will be energetic. But to do so, the involvement of the parent, parental involvement of the parent is must. So, Mr. Sandeep, what role the parent has to play to ensure the academic well-being as well as the social well-being, as well as the technological well-being, as well as the psychometric well-being? Rather than in a blunt way, if I have to say, how to convert the parental policing, parents nowadays act like a police. How to convert the parental policing into the parental involvement, how the parents are involved. Rather than, suppose somebody is a gold medalist in mathematics, they wanted their child to be, gold medalist in the mathematics. How to convert the attitude of that parent who will say, yes, my dear, in mathematics, if you got very less mark or 0 marks, here is my shoulder on which you can come and cry. So converting the parental policing into a parental involvement for bringing that change which enhances the academic well-being as well as holistic well-being. So what role the parents have to play? Mr. Sandeep.
Parents play a very important role in any child's well-being because children spend more time at home than in school. But at the same time, when combination of school and teachers work together, children feel more confident and they feel more stable. But at the same time, I must go back to your previous question to Mr. Jadhav when we were talking about learning in nature or learn nature. I would say learning in nature, we may not have the amount of forest we used to have at times, right? But as we have forest of buildings, we have concrete forest nowadays. So to combat that situation, what I would say here is the learn in the nature is mother's lap where child learns at home.
That is parental involvement.
Exactly. So it's a parental involvement or learning in the nature. But at the same time, after every parent has its role and responsibility to teach values and manners to the children. They teach children to be honest. They teach their children how to respect others and how to get respect. So values, manners, social values, whatever we say. But parents don't categorize these values into different forms as we do in schools. But for parents, overall development, or you call 360 degree of holistic development, is important without having some barricades between certain forms of learning and certain forms of being a better human being. So at the same time, when school is partnering with parent for well-being of the children, we engage with the parent through open houses, through orientation session, through counseling sessions, through face-to-face meeting, phone calls, and involving parent or engaging parent in many school programs such as sports day, annual day, and having them having their involvement in this charity organization. That also teaches value to the children that our parents are teaching us indirectly. And it is not mandatory that we learn only from our parent. I learn from other parent as well. I'll give you one example from my past experience. We had a student who had joined the school, and student had a difficulty in hearing and speaking both. And it was a challenge for school to manage with that child's educational need. So what did we do? We collaborated with parents and we arranged an ASL instructor who had not only taught the teachers, but to class student also, to make the environment comfortable for that particular student. So we were taught how to say yes, how to say no, how to say please, and all the sign languages were taught not only to one class, but to many other students who could interact and take care of the well-being of one student. And for one student, entire environment had done the new learning. So that is where not only parent, school, together in collaboration, we have created a new environment where well-being of one or maybe many had taken place. Thank you.
Yeah. Now,
Mr. Mahajan, I would like to just add something to
yes,
that.
yes, please, please.
So I really appreciate you have gone through lens to go with the sign language. But see, that's where the designer comes in the picture. So when we speak about a city where every inch costs you earth, okay, we can't have a forest. So how we create nature within the given parameters of the space based on the policy, that's where we design and we see how it goes for a mindfulness, for a well-being. We
Yeah.
have done many projects based on that, depending on the tier 1 cities to tier 2 cities.
Yes. One more example I wanted to cite from the Finland education system. There, the entry age for the child is 7+. So what they do, and the child started coming to the school when completed 3 years. So 3 to 7, 4 years, what they do? So what they do actually, the grandparents are coming to the school, the parents are coming to the school, they are dancing with them, singing with them, playing with them. The parents and grandparents sharing their failureness in the life, where they failed and how they bounce back after their failure. Trust me, those tiny kids understood a lot about those fears and failures in the future, how to overcome. And when they understood that, and when they grown up to age of 7, they start their learning. That parental involvement make the Finland top in the world. Are we planning something in that way? That is more important. Here, what is happening? We are involving the parent, but what they are doing, they are sharing their success stories, how I become a millionaire. And that creates a negative stress within the learner. So parental involvement should be in such a manner that they should come up with their aspect of failureness and how they overcome it. And that will enhance the adversity question, how to bounce back during the tough situation. And if the AQ is increased within a learner, trust me, he will be having the perfect holistic growth and perfect learning environment. But for that, what is important is the complete ownership should be on the shoulder of the learner. They should own the ownership of their own learning. For that, voice of a student, voice of a learner, feedback of a learner, involvement of a learner in their assessment process is more important. So how to support that voice of a student, voice of a feedback, what Mr. Dilip, your inputs on that, how you can create that voice of student sensible, and how to create that ears which listen only that voice and only that feedbacks. And that is also called the learning through nature. Nature doesn't mean only a forest. Nature means you are natural in form. So listening the voice of learners in true sense, even if they are criticizing you, we can say you are learning by the nature. So how you develop that thing? Mr. Dilip.
Thanks, sir. So the question is that how do we hear the student voice and how the feedback of the students and students' voice can affect the existing well-being practices in any institution. As we all know, that students are one of the 3 important stakeholders. And ultimately, other 2 stakeholders are doing everything for this particular stakeholder, that is student. And since we all place that the child is at the center of all decision making and policy making, and so as for the strategies, I think for that matter, any good school would put forward the child interest at the center, and they will incorporate or roll out those strategies which will really add value when it comes to the meeting learning needs of the well-being of students. How it goes that we have to hear to the voice of the students. And for that, in generally the school, the common practices are that we have student council or the student leadership body, and they are working very closely with the leadership team of the school. So there is a platform for them to voice out what are they concerned, what do they feel about the existing strategies that are being followed in a particular institution, and what changes they want. Another is that in very good schools, they have the system of rolling out student well-being surveys. I think data-driven approach can add value there. The student survey, and one more important aspect of is that there is an assessment called PASS, Pupils' Attitude Towards Self and School, that can be put to use. I think these three tools are sufficient. In my school, we are doing the same, that we listen to the student voice regularly by meeting them. And also we roll out the student well-being surveys. And thirdly, the PASS survey. That gives us the insight, what do the students think about the existing well-being strategies. And then we see and triangulate whether there is a change required or not. And as you said, that ultimately it is the student who is going to be the real beneficiary. Hence, the student's voice and their involvement have huge impact and critical impact on school well-being strategies. And I believe for that matter, all educators are very keen on listening to the student voices. And world over, there is a kind of a buzzword of having students taking ownership of their learning and making student agency. Thank you.
Yes, he has very nicely explained students' agency and their voice. Now, one of the biggest hurdle in the path of success and the holistic growth and well-being of a learner is the conflict resolution. How to resolve the conflict? So, Mr. Amit, can you suggest some ways to resolve the conflict among the learners by SEL, that is social emotional learning? And social emotional learning is a part of nature learning or learning via nature, by designing whatever you want to design, but it should look like natural. So question arises whether we have to resolve the conflict or we have to create such type of environment, such type of nature, such type of platform where there is no scope for the conflict to arise. So what do you prefer? Conflict not to arise or to resolve the conflict? And if at all you have to resolve the conflict, how it is possible? By social emotional learning. Mr. Amit.
Brilliant. So first I'll like to answer the question, what Dilip ji was saying. In India, there is a new trend which is started, which is not only the curriculum-based learning. So let's say it's a CBSE or ICSE course, but along with that, there are these courses which is happening. So like we are doing one project which is the northern part of India, wherein the curriculum is CBSE plus heartfulness. So it's like a meditation within the campus. So they teach students about the meditation. So that's one way of dealing with it. Secondly, the similar kind of region, we were doing a project and we figured out there is a constant pressure coming to us that the teachers are feeling irritation or emotionally down when they deal with students. It's not about during the lectures, but how to deal with the emotions of the kids. And of course, it's 6-8 hours in a day. They have to continuously teach in a classroom. So we figured out a way that why can't we create a kind of a staff room wherein we can bring in the nature of fresh air. So we actually did a kind of open corridor which opens up. The staff room opens up to the balcony where we have tried to bring in the nature. Like, for example, if I would say there are these 3 kind of trees, if you put in a staff room or any of the space, it increases the oxygen by 30%. So you are recharged instantly. Then we kind of use some nature-based materials, some art, local context materials, which they resonate with, and they feel recharged. And when they go to the class, it's like a new being there. So talking about, yes, teachers, students have felt that. And they only came back to them that why can't we experience this kind of thing? So whenever if they see the aggression, the student comes to the teachers and says, we want to go to that zone. Why don't you create this kind of zones to us? Wherein we want to be ourselves. Any kind of thought that comes to us, we are emotionally down, we go there. So basically what I'm trying to tell you is the design with human-centric. Okay, like a simple example which I would like to give. After the break, naturally students feel dizzy. Okay, so we control the light in such a way that during the afternoon session, you are seeing the 6K Kelvin light, which is very bright, which opens up the nerves of the kids, and their focus level is right there. The productivity level is right there. So we try to enhance that with a kind of interiors, a good acoustical surface, the colors. So even when you speak about colors, there are rays of colors. So some students get intrigued by shades of blue, some with orange. So we try to play with that with the right balance. So that's one part of it. Secondly, what we do is we do more of a collaborative sitting in a classroom, wherein a student is not assigned to a particular desk. So if he feels to go and sit on the other side, he can go take the table, he can sit it there. So it's like solo to squad, do the multiple activity within the classroom. So I think if we create these kind of zones, will eventually help students as well as the teachers to be mindful. And with the SEL, I hope it covers, Mr. Mahajan.
Yeah.
So I fully agree with what you said, and I want to add something here because we have schools in UAE who already have implemented what you are saying. We have a school in Dubai and it's rated outstanding. So Ryan Group is a part of that school, and there the classrooms open out into gardens. So parents are allowed to come and sit in the classrooms and watch their children study. And every classroom has a different color. And for the senior children, you have pods. They are called as wellness pods. You can actually go to the wellness room, and it is differently articulated with different colors, suiting your mood. And you can sit in those wellness pods if you don't feel like attending a lecture, and you can get your mind to come back to what it was before the lunch break. And then after having taken rest in the wellness pods, you can move back to the classroom. So that too is there. And these wellness rooms are specially created for students to come and sit in comfortable places. There are no tables and chairs. There is a seating area where children have bean bags and other places and cushions where they can sit on as they sit in their living rooms at home. So this is already created, and it's there in some of the schools, like I said, in UAE. And it's really helpful because I've seen the children in that school who actually go to this room and get the mental well-being or their anxiety issues resolved to come back to the classroom to attend classes. So I've seen that.
I am a proud Ryan student, I would say.
Oh, that's great. That's great.
Yeah, another example from Finland, similar type of thing, but in a different way. Why they are the world topper? Why they are the world leader? It indicates that thing. Such type of spaces are there in Finland also within the classroom in the form of a sleeping sofas. If a child didn't understand what the teacher is teaching, they have every right to go and sleep. See, that is also one way of ensuring the well-being. I'm not getting anything, let me sleep, isn't it? Now the last round is the rapid fire round. Let us start with, again with Ms. Daisy. The answer should be either one word or one sentence within 15 seconds only. Come on. So one way you build students' confidence.
We build students' confidence by giving the students leadership roles at school.
Leadership role. A student success moment you will never forget.
A moment when a child was facing anxiety, emotional distress, but after comforting and helping the child, he got through and reached his success goal.
So you will remember this.
Yes, I will.
Yeah,
because
okay.
the child was distressed.
Mr. Sandeep, One successful parent collaboration example.
I already shared one previously, but I'll share another one. On a recent
One sentence.
all right. During the pre-board examination, pre-board open house, we work closely with the parents of slow learners, and we plan joint study plan which helps student to do better in the examination.
Okay. Now one word. How do you ensure the inclusion for every child?
Full-fledged counseling department, having counselor, career counselor, learning support assistance, and providing opportunity to all students to participate in all school activities.
That's a very diplomatic answer. Mr. Amit, one mistake that taught you leadership.
So
one mistake that taught you leadership.
I was like a superhuman. Then I realized leadership is not about that. It's about creating and designing the system and not the physical strength.
Okay. One proud achievement in students' well-being.
So we have created a kind of zones which make students calm, and they demand that, and they don't follow the orders for that.
Okay, very good. Mr. Dilip, one way to celebrate students' resilience.
By giving recognition even those who do come at the last.
Okay, that's very good. To reach to the last child of the class. One student suggestion you implemented which is against your wish.
Inside out. Inside out.
Which is against your wish.
Yes.
Okay. That's all from our side. If parents have any question, please, if the audience have any question, please ask. Otherwise, we have a rapid fire round for the audience also. If you are ready. Any question from your side? Nothing? Shall we play the rapid fire round with you?
Yes, we should.
Do you have time for that?
Really, but I cannot do
Okay.
anything.
Okay, let us have one or two questions. Anybody who wanted to answer can answer that one. Okay. So my first question is a small change that will make a big difference. A small change which will make a big difference. Anyone? A small change which will make a big difference. Big difference. You want to attempt?
A smile. I
Ah,
will
very
push
good,
for
very
that.
good.
A
Clap,
smile,
clap for a
roses.
smile.
You know, it's for free, but makes people
Yes,
happy,
yes.
right?
One strategy that did not work as planned.
Could
A
you repeat
strategy
the
which
question?
did not work. Whatever you have planned, but it did not work to ensure the well-being. Come on, anyone. Integrate yourself.
Could you repeat the question, please? It's not.
Okay, we separated the slow learners for remedial classes, but that did not work because they felt demotivated.
Very good. Clap for her. See, separating the student with the reason is could not work. Now another is, how do you recognize students beyond academics? Recognition of a student beyond academics. Anyone? Recognition of a student beyond academics. Who wanted to try?
It's here in front on your right, please.
Yes, yes. Okay, I'll come to you, ma'am.
You involve them in projects which use different kind of abilities, like maybe writing or podcasting or video blogging, and then you basically felicitate the students who have done really well in that, and they may not be the students who usually do well academically.
Nice answer. Project-based learning, research-based learning is that aspect. Now the last question. How do you handle the students' conflict constructively? Students' conflict, constructive handling. Come on, anyone? Yeah, that you already given one answer. Students' conflict and constructive handling to ensure the well-being. This is the last one.
Okay, I think that every student come with their own luggage as we do, but we can mask it, but as students can't. So if they are not on the same note, so we can tell them to listen. Listening is something that develops sympathy. So I will tell them to listen to each other and talk about it positively. Thank you.
Very nice answer, to reduce the stress luggage by the active listening. By the active listening. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for the brilliant panel. And here we are signing out with today's panel discussion, the holistic growth, social emotional learning, and students' well-being, students' well-being, students' well-being. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much to our moderator and panelists. And we are moving to the token of gratitude. And the first token, if we could please, thank you. We'll go to our moderator, Dr. Pramod Mahajan, Director Principal, Sharjah Indian School, UAE. One will go to Daisy Paul, Principal, Ryan International School, Sharjah, UAE. And our supportive organizer, Mahmoud Ashif Abbasi, will help me with that. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, it's the last one for today. I would really appreciate your support. As I said, smiling. This is for free, but make people happy. The next token of gratitude will go to Sandeep Washid, Principal, Modern Indian School, Dibba, Fujairah, UAE. Dilip Kumar, Principal, Global Indian International School, Abu Dhabi. And the last token of gratitude for today goes to Mr. Amit Dinesh Jadhav, Founding Principal and a Designer, Jade Global Learning Spaces. So we decided to cut the coffee break. You agree with me? Do we need a coffee at this point, or you need no break? Okay, he said no break. All right. So we're gonna move to the award session, and I will remind you that each of you will have 1 minute to speak after you will receive your award. Please do take a moment of your fame with our talented photographer and videographer. They'll take amazing pictures and videos for you, and we will put the barcode on the screen right now so you can scan to get your pictures and videos later. And if you post photos and videos on social media, please follow the hashtag, which is down here at the box where I'm standing. in schools, education deserves a recognition. Everything deserves a recognition. And this is my favorite part of a conference or any event I do. The recognition for the whole hard work that you have done to receive. Enjoy your moment and be happy and feel the success through the failures that we spoke a lot about failures at the first day, and I really loved it. And I also make a post about it because me personally in my school when I was a little girl, they never taught me that the failure is very normal, and I carried those trauma through my adulthood, and I really do realize how important is that. So I would like to invite on the stage for the award ceremony for a very special moment of a day 2 and the end of this beautiful conference, Dr. Thaddeus Bilay, US Africa Institute, to help me with the award ceremony. Guys, we are not greedy, we are very generous with our applauses. Please let's support. Thank you so much. All right. And the first category is Education Impact Leadership Award goes to Alex Ching. Alex Ching, are you in the room? No, moving on. Innovation in Education Award goes to David Adefanmilai. David, are you in the room? No. Education Impact Leadership Award goes to David William Sheehan. David William Sheehan. Yes, I see you. Great. Please help me. If you hear your name, surname, wave me. Don't be shy. I need to see you. David William Sheehan is a global educator at DLTS International School, recognized for leading curriculum redesign through project-based learning and student agency. Congratulations, David. Mr. David, would you like to say something for us? Yes, there is a microphone over there.
Thanks to everyone for educating me a lot during this conference. I got to speak to a lot of people and it really broadened my mind. And I think it's great that we can have events like this and exchange ideas across different cultures and nationalities and professions, and it makes us all a better people. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Congratulations. Last request from me, please do come from that side and go down. This is for your better videos. All right, we are moving on. The next award, Innovation in Education, goes to Dr. Ahmed Ali. Dr. Ahmed Ali, are you in the room? No. Innovation in Education award goes to Dr. Kyriakos Kouvelidis. No. Inclusive Education Champion award go to Dr. Zuzanna. Dr. Zuzanna, I saw your beautiful outfit. Please come on stage. Let's support her. Dr. Zuzanna is a Polish educator. Where is your award? Too late. Okay, she's a Polish educator, researcher, and the CEO of Pani Zuzia, renovated for advancing inclusive early mathematics education. Would you like to say something?
I'm very shocked. And I would like to say thank you for all teachers.
Oh, let's support each other. It's a very touching moment.
Because I think this is our, and thank you very much. And make it later and all time. So thank you for this honor and could be here. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Congratulations. I don't think actually AI would ever reach to the moment being really that sensitive and as a human. Like we could never reach there, I believe. This is so precious moment that's unbeatable. I absolutely love it. Exclusive Education Champion Award. No, I do apologize. Educational Impact Leadership Award goes to Dr. Christopher Makabuhay. Dr. Christopher. Dr. Christopher is the head of the Department of American Gulf School in Sharjah with over 31 years of academic and industry experience.
I'm Dr. Christopher Makabuhay, and I'm the lone delegate of the Philippines. I just would like to thank my benefactor, the American Gulf School, for motivating me to excel in my profession, the Ministry of Education, and the Sultan of Oman, Ministry of Manpower, and my colleagues in the Philippines, the Philippine Association of Graduate Education. Education at its core is about impact, empowering learners, shaping character, and preparing young people to contribute meaningfully to society. Leadership in education is not about position nor title, but about service. It's about collaboration and the courage to continuously improve system for the benefit of every learners. Thank you very much for the people behind the 35th ILETS World Education Summit. And I hope that you will initiate such activity in Southeast Asia in the near future. And I will support you. Thank you so much again, and have a nice evening.
Inclusive Education Champion Award goes to Dr. Kwung Hang Lau. Dr. Kwung Lang Hao, are you in the room? No? A video. All right, let's wait for that. Now we're moving on. Okay. The Leadership and Advocacy Award goes to Dr. Rumisa Magdi. Do we have Rumisa Magdi in the room? No. Leadership and Advocacy Award go to Dr. Shukla Bose. Yes, Dr. Shukla Bose in the room. She is a founder and the CEO of Parikma Humanity Foundation and the nationally respected education reformer.
I started Parikrama, my foundation, 22 years ago. And over these years, we've impacted about 65,000 children who have better lives today. I think true education should reduce the divide between the privileged and the underprivileged. True education should make the world a better place. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Love that statement. Innovation and Education Award go to Dr. Timothy Smith, Learning Matters Educational Group California President and the CEO. Welcome on the stage, Dr. Timothy.
Hello, good evening. Thank you. It's my honor to receive this award. But more than that, I'm really grateful for this chance that I've had to come to Dubai to meet with and interview all of you great educational leaders. There's just so many engaging, inspiring innovators and folks that are doing great things for young people. And I really enjoyed hearing what each of you had to say about what's happening, what our challenges are, but what our future opportunities are. And it's just a great time to be living in. I know there's a lot of uncertainty with what's happening with teachers and students and things like that, but definitely a lot of positive mindset here and a lot of folks excited about the future, and really grateful to be here and for each one of you. So thank you.
Thank you so much and congratulations, Dr. Timothy. The next award in Education Impact Leadership goes to Ihsan Soleimaniha. Dr. Ihsan, are you in the room? No. Inclusive Education Champion Award goes to Joseph Brinkman. Joseph Brinkman, do we have you in the room? No. Innovation Education Award goes to Justin Eom. Where are them? Yes. Justin Eom is the CEO of Team Monolith and the creator of Codel, an AI-empowered learning platform that transforms K-12 classrooms by integrating AI into daily teaching and learning.
It's my first time get a prize in UAE, and hope to. Nice to meet you all. And actually, I'm from Korea, and I'm the one of the person who is from Korea, maybe. And we are here to expand the AI education over the world. And I think UAE is the best place where AI. We're trying to do some pilots, and then trying to make more development education for all the schools in here. Thank you very much.
Congratulations, Dr. Justin. Inclusive Education Champion Award go to Corinne Kunha. Corinne Kunha, are you in the room? You will get for her, or this you. I said something wrong. Well, I was trying my best. Probably it sounds like Chinese, right? What I said. the excitement of your son. That's so lovely. Let him go with you and make a picture together. That's so nice. I will read it for you. Guys, unfortunately, the size of the letters is like, I need to read like this. I do really apologize. If you would like to say maybe more about yourself, we would really love to hear. I can read it, absolutely. Let me read. Karinini is a founder of a Brainwave by KIAF and a global advocate for inclusive, trauma-sensitive education. With over 20 years of experience, she designed neuroscience-informed, culturally responsive language programs that empowers underserved learners across ages and abilities, combining emotional safety, micro-learning, and community participation to make education truly accessible worldwide.
Thank you, Valeria.
Most welcome.
Well, thank you, first of all, for everyone, the educators here. You are amazing. And for the organizers who spot me all the way in Brazil. And thank you, of course, for my family, my mom, who granted me the education that I had, my deceased dad, I lost him recently, and of course, my husband and my beautiful son, João, meu filho, João, for pushing me to be a better human being.
Congratulations. Thank you so much. Innovation in Education Award goes to Kenneth Hatch. Kenneth Hatch is the president of National STEM Honor Society. It's a global initiative recognizing and cultivating STEM talent from pre-K to career. He has developed a project-based Olympic-inspired recognition system that motivates students worldwide.
Thank you. First, thank you to the World Education Summit. And I have to tell you that J.M. Mohammed, you have been so gracious and wonderful. I don't know, I feel so welcomed here. Number one. Number two, for all the people back at National STEM Honor Society in the United States and across the world, this is for you. And number three, thank all of you. Usually I'm speaking with STEM educators, STEM educators, STEM educators, STEM educators. And today was and these last 2 days were very broadening for me personally. There's so many different aspects of around the world. So it was really an education for me. And for that, I thank you.
Thank you and congratulations. Thank you. Education Impact Leadership Award goes to Lin Han. Lin Han, I can't say this wrong for sure. Okay, moving on. Innovative teaching and learning practice goes to Maxe International School, Zimbabwe. Wow. I have nothing written here, so I would love you to talk a little more. My last time in Zimbabwe was 10 years ago. Lovely country.
All right, thank you, everyone. My name is Emmanuel Bako. I'm the director for Maxeth International School. I would like to thank Dr. Gupta for such an opportunity he has created for dreamers like us. I think a smile will be the best gesture I can show to people that I'm happy. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much and congratulations. The next award is in leadership and advocacy, and I would like to invite on stage Miriam Cresta. Miriam Cresta, yes, she's here. She is the CEO of Junior Achievement Italia and national leader in entrepreneurship and education advocacy. She works at the intersection of schools, industry, and institutions to expand access to experimental learning, strengthen career readiness, and promote inclusive education.
I'm very grateful about this recognition. It's the best that I could have after a large part of my life dedicated to promote education in Italy. I thank you to all the ILETS community, and I will share it with my Junior Achieving Italian and global community when I come back at home. And finally, only a quote about education, because I think that education is not only a keep next generation, but is first of all empower them as change maker that will build peaceful and prosperous communities. Thanks a lot to all of you.
Thank you, Miriam. Congratulations. Excellence in holistic education development goes to ODM Educational Group. Do we have a representative from ODM Education Group? No. Visionary Entrepreneur Award go to Rakesh Gore. Rakesh Gore, I like the supportive team next to you. That's the spirit. Rakesh Gore is a co-founder and the CEO of Manage Mentor Consultancy UAE, with over 3 decades of leadership in higher education strategy and global student recruitment.
Thank you, everyone. Though this award is under my name, but I'm sure it means a lot to management or consultants and all the fraternity which is here, which supports education. The entire purpose of this summit was to see how we can improve, how can we move forward with all the challenges which are being faced in the current scenario. And I'm sure we had a good learning out of this 2-day summit. I must personally congratulate and thank ILETS World Education Summit for giving us this opportunity. And apart from that, Mr. Mohammed and Mr. Jay, who have been very kind and very supportive in this entire process. Thank you all, and really appreciate. And as they say, behind every successful man, there is a woman. So I like to thank my wife, my family, Janvi Gaur, who's there, my son Abhishek, and the entire team of management, or Dr. Sunita, who's the co-founder, who's not here, and Ms. Asma, who's there with us. So thank you all, and thank you for lovely.
Is your wife, she's here? Would you like to come up on stage to make a picture together? You're the woman behind the success. Why not? He's gonna push you now for sure. Yes, let's give applause for the woman behind the success. Thank you so much and congratulations. Leadership Advocacy Award goes to Mr. Rohan Bhaskar, Managing Director. Mr. Rohan, are you in the room? No. Excellence in co-curricular activities goes to Ryan International School, Sharjah, UAE. Yes, we have a beautiful ladies representing the Ryan School, Sharjah. Round of applause. We're still here.
First of all, very good evening to everybody. Thank you so much. I would like to call my colleague on stage to also be here from Ryan International School, Sharjah, as it's not a single person who does things at school, it's teamwork. So I believe that whatever I do is with all our supervisors, all our coordinators in school. So a big thank you for all the help that you give us at school. And we are proud because we do a lot of extracurricular activities at the Ryan Group of Schools, which bring about all-round development of students. And that's why we are here today. Thank you so much for this award. God bless you all.
I would like to remind you that in the end of the award ceremony, we will have a group picture all together and the video. So if you have time, please do not leave. We still have 10 more people, so it will not take more time. Thank you so much. And the next award in innovation in education. Yes, do we need more people? Thank you. Innovation and Education Award goes to Dr. Ahmed Ali, founder and the CEO of Iqra Virtual School, pioneer technology-driven K-12 education worldwide.
Thank you, World Education Summit Dubai. And I want to thank you, my team, especially my teachers. Iqra Virtual School is an online school offering online live classes from pre-KG till A-level. And I truly thankful to my teaching staff, my management, all of Iqra Virtual School body. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Education Impact Leadership Award goes to Sapna Sharma. Sapna Sharma, do we have you with us? No. Innovation and Education Award goes to Sheila Slaviak. No. Leadership and Advocacy Award, Stefano Mochi. Yes, Stefano Mochi, I see you. Welcome. Round of warm applause. We're almost there. Stefano Mochi is the head of Italian at Queen's Gate School, UK, with over a decade of excellence in teaching Italian language and a culture.
Thank you very much. My name is Stefano Mocci. I'm Italian, but I work in London in Queen's Gate School. It's been an honor to be here and to be invited to this prestigious award. These 2 days have been really, truly inspirational. And I learned a lot. I reflected on many practices that we implement every day in our work. And also many things that have been point out today and analyzed and been reflected upon things that resonate with me. I have an approach which is both traditional and also merges many technologies. And also thinking about the AI and the technology that we use every day, I think we should have in mind that what has been said today, which is that our values strong enough to guide it, and that what means is the technologies, the AI, and what we do. And surely they must be. Thank you very much. I want to thank again the ELETS World Educational Summit, and thank you so much.
Thank you so much and congratulations. Inclusive Education Champion Award goes to Tanya Jacobs. Tanya Jacobs, are you with us? Yes, I see. Tanya Jacobs is a dedicated educator at Beacon House Education UAE. I don't hear any warm applause for a beautiful lady approaching. Thank you so much, this stage.
Good evening, everyone. I'm truly honored for this award and grateful. First and foremost, I would like to give glory to God. All things are possible with God. Then I would like to thank Elites for recognizing inclusive education on a global level. So thank you so much. And also, I've learned so much. I met such a lot of amazing people. I have so much to take back to the school. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Congratulations. Education Impact Leadership Award goes to Umehani Muhammad Akhtar. Muhammad Akhtar. There is someone else gonna reach. Great. It is actually GEMS Education United Arab Emirates from Ras Al Khaimah.
Good evening, everyone. I know it is a big day, long day for everyone, sitting everybody here, but what a fantastic 2 days we had. It was amazing to meet with many like-minded educators and leaders. I'm very, very honored, and thank you for WES team for recognizing my leadership in education. I really want to say a big thank you to the organizer, and thank you to you for such a wonderful anchor. It was really nice having you here and cheering up with everybody. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. I do appreciate that. The next award in the leadership and advocacy goes to Wad Talha. Wad Talha, principal of Al Nobala School and the educational leader specializing in policy, supervision, and capacity building. Let's support our organizer, Ashif, that he's trying so hard for you guys to bring this applauses. Thank you.
Hi everyone, good evening and assalamu alaikum. First of all, I want to say alhamdulillah for everything. And I would like to thank everyone who supported me to make me now here. And thank you for all of the one is work with the World Education Summit, especially Mr. Muhammad. Thank you so much, and thanks for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and congratulations. I have remaining 3 awards, and I would like to invite on stage Denise Schneider, Independent Changemaker for Art Education, Brazil. Round of applause for Denise. She's the head of education at LIPI and a national leader in arts education reform in Brazil.
So this is the first time that I participate in a summit and receive a prize. So I'm really happy and grateful because having an independent career in art education is really challenging. We don't have metrics. It's difficult to prove the impact. And we all know how important it is for us to express ourselves and being like whole in our relationships, you know. And we talked a lot about soul, about personality, about creating bonds and really exchanging ideas that can change our world. And art has everything to do with that. So please, let's advocate for art education and quality art education for everyone, right? For everyone, not only for the ones that are in a great private school with lots of art. This is not fair. Like, everyone has the right to access those deep frameworks, right? And thinking structures that are in the art field. So that's it. Thank you so much for the World Education Summit, Helix, for bringing me from Brazil to be here with all of you. Thank you
so much.
Thank
and
you.
Congratulations. Indeed, without full respect to the other subject that kids learn in the school, I believe that art and acting is the most difficult. I have a second degree personally in acting, and that's not easy at all, I would say. All right, and the next award in Excellent in Global Emerging Trends in Education goes to Sharjah Indian School, UAE. Round of applause. Dr. Pramod Mahajan, if I'm correct. Lovely. The whole school is on the stage to support each other. I like that.
Thank you very much for recognizing our school. We do conduct a lot of workshops, study the emerging trends across the globe, and try it out in our school so that we prepare futuristic leaders. And thank you for recognizing us this day. Thank you all. I'm the Vice Principal of Sharjah Indian School. Thank you for the recognition again.
Innovation. Education Impact Leadership Award goes to Sapna Sharma. She is a founder of Peak Potential Academy, transforming students' journey from stress to success beyond marks. Founder at Peak Potential Academy, building India's most inclusive learning platform with the real life skills.
Thank you, Elites, for the incredible event and having me here in this recognition. I would like to take this opportunity to say, whenever a woman makes a career in progress in her career, there's always a strong, solid back support with her. So is with me. With all the blessings, support from my parents, family, and my dear daughter Ahana, I've come so far in this career. And if any of you is supporting women out near you or at your home, I'm really thankful and grateful to all of you. Thank you so much for giving them wings to fly high. After spending 2 decades of time being in this education industry, being an educator, teacher trainer, and director for content and pedagogy, currently I'm on a mission to bridge and fill in the skill gap what a student faces difficulty in the journey from school to college to employment. So I request and urge all the brilliant minds who are school founders or owners in this room to please consider essential skill programs or the curriculum as a mandate. Please do not consider them as extracurricular activity. That's not extracurricular. And I'm sure children who are learning at your schools are going to love you for that later when they become, great entrepreneurs or maybe employees in their future. Thank you so much, Elites, for this incredible event. And thank you all. Thank you so much.
Thank you. The next award goes to Sophia Shakil. Do we have Sophia Shakil in the room? No. Dr. Sunita Murwaha. You will receive on behalf of her. Okay, great. I will just say her bio. The Dr. Sunita Murwaha is a co-founder and the COO of Manager Mentor Consultancy, UAE. But we have done the ceremony of awards, the recognition, and I would really love to say from the bottom of my heart was amazing, important days. What do you would like to say?
Yeah, perfect. Dr. Tadios, Belay, just maybe share your thoughts or maybe your, what do you feel about?
Okay. Yes.
I was not kicking him out, by the way. Okay.
And first of all, thank you so much for inviting us here, myself and Dr. Smith, to be part of this great event. And congratulations to all the award recipients. This is a great day, and thank you for making a difference in your community, in your country, in our world. And this is a great achievement. And again, congratulations, and I'm very grateful to be here today.
Thank you so much. And I would like to invite you all who got the awards to this at the stage to get a group picture, group video. Let's do as a yesterday, someone will go down, then up, so we'll make something very beautiful. Our photographer will direct you nicely. In a good way, use our photographer to the maximum. Pictures are amazing. And you will get them all scanning the barcode. My beautiful DJs on my left. Can we have a barcode at the screen? Yes. Even myself, I would like to scan to see what we've got from today. More people upstairs, please. We will not all fit there. Squeeze, squeeze, squeeze. Day 2 is already there. Oh, how exciting. Mr. Photographer, do you need a microphone to direct us, maybe? No. Do you need a microphone? today, we all say at one time, World Education Summit on 1, 2, 3. Ready? 1, 2, 3. World Education Summit! Okay, one more time. 1, 2, 3. World Education Summit! Truly powerful 2 days of a conference. Thank you so much, everyone, and I hope to see you all again next year in Dubai for the 36th edition. Thank you so much. Valeria was with you. I hope you liked it and have a good evening. Enjoy Dubai.
And I'm going to take a moment. Thank you, Nora. Nora. Yeah, I'm sorry. And yeah, everyone, well, thank you for all of you to be part of it, and the information that we're coming back again. So it's going to be India in the month of August 2026. Learn more about the summit by visiting educationsummit.com. And we're also going to Los Angeles right after that, 2027 in the month of March. We look forward to seeing you there. And congratulations to all of the winners for making this education better for all of us. Let's have a big round of applause for all the work that you have been doing, for being amazing audience, and for Valeria for being the best MC ever. Come on, everyone. And we also have participation certificates. Just check it at the registration desk before you leave for the day. If you have it under your name, just collect it before you leave for the day. Yeah? Congratulations once again.